I'm pregnant, but it's not your child.
Chen-lan and I had been together since our second year at university, almost 5 years. Our parents had already agreed to meet and talk about our wedding. It felt like everything was heading toward a happy ending. That day after work, I bought some groceries and went back to our rented apartment. The moment I walked in, I felt something was wrong. She was sitting on the couch with an empty look in her eyes, still wearing her work clothes. But I still walked up to her, hugged her, tried to cheer her up, and asked if everything was okay. During all those years, we barely argued. Whenever she felt bad, I always tried to support her, because I knew I had no money, no connections, and no status. All I could give her was care and love, and I thought that was enough. She pushed my hand away and told me to sit down. We stayed silent for a long time, and then she said she was pregnant. My heart dropped. We had lived together for 2 years. We were always careful. There shouldn't have been any mistake. I tried to remember if there was even one moment when we were careless, but I couldn't. That's when I understood the truth. She had cheated on me, and the baby wasn't mine. She admitted she was having an affair with her company's vice director. He was over 40. He was married. He had money and status. And I had nothing. He promised her he would get divorced, and she believed him. At that moment, I knew I had lost. She chose a rich man over me. A packed suitcase was already standing next to the couch. She was ready to leave. She said she was tired of counting every penny, that she wanted a normal life and a clear future. And I couldn't give her that. I was just an ordinary employee barely making ends meet. And then she left. After that, my life fell apart. I quit my job, started drinking, wasted my money, and lived in emptiness. In 6 months, I spent all 30,000 yuan I had saved over 2 years. When my landlord asked for rent, I realized that if I didn't start working, I would end up on the street. One day, my friend Linyu called me. He knew my story and tried to support me. We went to a bar, drank, ate, and tried to forget everything. It started raining outside. Even though I was drunk, I still felt empty inside. For half a year, I tried to forget those 5 years. But whenever I walked through familiar streets, I kept thinking about her. Then one day, I saw a hotel. A man and a woman were standing at the entrance. When I looked at the man, my heart tightened again. It was Zhou Tiancheng, her boss. The man who took her away from me. The woman standing opposite him was not Chen-lan. I didn't know this woman, but she was very beautiful. Dressed in a long white dress, her figure was curvy. She was already tall, and with high heels on, she looked even taller and more striking. Because I had worked in advertising before, I had seen plenty of top models and beautiful women. But this woman was different. She wore only light makeup, yet carried a kind of cold, proud elegance, something that no luxury brand could create. Linyu saw me looking at the two people at the hotel entrance and thought I was staring at the woman. He smirked and said, "Zhueyue, thinking about women? That one's not bad. Wait a bit, I'll find you someone even better, her chest will definitely be bigger." I shook my head helplessly and gave a bitter smile. Pointing toward the hotel, I said, "See that guy? His name is Zhou Tiancheng. He's the one Chen-lan is with." As soon as Linyu heard that, his eyes widened. He yelled at me, confused, "Damn! That bastard put such a huge green hat on you, and you're this calm seeing him." The moment I saw Linyu's reaction, I knew things were going to get bad. He had a bad temper, he'd explode at the slightest spark. Before I could say anything, he gestured to me, "Come on, let's go meet him." I wanted to stop Linyu, but he was already striding toward the hotel entrance. I didn't want to face Zhou Tiancheng, because in front of him, I felt like a complete loser. Especially in this kind of situation, it would only make me feel more worthless. While I was still hesitating, Linyu had already reached the pair. Even though neither of them looked at him, he suddenly extended his hand and said with a grin, "President Zhou, nice to meet you." Zhou Tiancheng was stunned. He didn't shake hands and looked at Linyu, puzzled, and asked slowly, "And you are?" As soon as he spoke, Linyu suddenly raised his hand and gave Zhou Tiancheng a hard slap across the face. The sound was loud. Zhou was stunned, and even the beautiful woman opposite him stared at Linyu in shock. Neither of them had expected that Linyu, who had just been all smiles, would suddenly turn and resort to violence. Linyu cursed, "Who am I? I'm your damn grandpa. Didn't your parents teach you to shake hands with your elders when you meet them?" I didn't expect Linyu to suddenly throw a punch, so I quickly ran over. Zhou Tiancheng had recovered too, and the two of them began to fight. The woman in high heels snapped out of her shock and rushed to try and separate them. But she was a woman after all, pulling them a couple of times had no effect at all. By the time I got there, Linyu was about to knock Zhou Tiancheng to the ground. I quickly grabbed Linyu, trying to separate them. Although I hated Zhou Tiancheng too, I didn't want to face him this way. It would only make me look even more pathetic. Just as I was trying to break them apart, I suddenly felt someone pulling me from behind. It was the woman in high heels. She must have thought I was helping Linyu beat up Zhou Tiancheng. Instinctively, I turned around to push her away. It was the only way to quickly pull the two apart. But with that quick push, I immediately felt something soft against my palm. I froze, my hand had accidentally landed on her chest. That soft feeling, I hadn't felt that in a long time. If looks could kill, I would have died 1,000 deaths. We stared at each other for a few seconds. Then her eyebrows furrowed in anger, and she spat out 2 words, "Scumbag." Then came a sharp slap. Without the slightest hesitation, the woman in high heels gave me a hard slap. The sound was just as loud as the one Lin Yu gave Zhou Tiancheng. I could have dodged it, but for some reason, I didn't. I wanted to explain, to apologize. But before I could speak, Lin Yu suddenly grabbed my arm and shouted, "Run." That's when I realized Zhou Tiancheng was already down, and the hotel security had come out. I clearly heard one of them yelling to call the police. That night, I didn't go drinking with Lin Yu. I went home alone. Lying in bed, aside from the kind of loneliness that digs into your bones, I kept thinking about that woman in high heels. I could still feel that softness in my palm, and the angry look in her eyes. The rent was about to be due. I checked my bank card, there was just over 1,000 yuan left. I had to find a job. I sent out a few resumes online. Not bad, a company contacted me for an interview. Early in the morning, I put on that new suit. It was originally meant for my wedding. But now it wouldn't be used for that. I applied for a job at an advertising company called Aulon International Company, Limited. Since I had worked in advertising for 2 years and had done 2 fairly successful campaigns, I felt quite confident about this interview. When I arrived at Aulon, it was already past 9. To my surprise, there were quite a few applicants. By the time it was my turn, it was nearly noon. My interviewer was a woman, around 26 or 27, pretty good-looking. She didn't make it hard for me and asked only basic interview questions. For someone with 2 years of experience, that was a piece of cake. Especially after she reviewed the 2 campaigns I had done before, she kept nodding. Seeing her attitude, I had a feeling she might hire me on the spot. Near the end of the interview, she asked me about my expected salary. After I gave a simple answer, she stood up and reached out her hand to me, saying, "Zhueyue, Aulon welcomes you." I made it. I was happy inside and quickly stood up, getting ready to shake her hand. Just as I reached out, the door of the small meeting room suddenly opened. Both the interviewer and I looked toward the door. A woman in a white professional suit stood at the entrance. It's true that people meeting each other can be a very strange thing. But depending on the setting, some meetings can become extremely awkward. Like now. I didn't expect to see the high-heel beauty again just a few days later. Clearly, she also worked at Aulon. I had to admit, she was indeed beautiful, so beautiful that one couldn't help but look up to her. Especially her eyes, like a deep blue lake. Our eyes met again. She frowned once more, her expression still cold as ice. The interviewer spoke first, respectfully saying to her, "President N, this is Mr. Zhueyue. He's applying for the copywriting planner position." I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect the high-heel beauty in front of me to be a senior executive at the company. It seemed this job opportunity was about to be ruined. Before the interviewer could finish, the woman surnamed and interrupted her, "The company already has someone for the planning position. No need to hire anymore." The interviewer was clearly surprised. My heart sank. I looked at the high-heel beauty and tried to speak up for myself. "Hello, President N. Could you give me a few minutes to explain what happened that day?" I was angry inside, but I still acted polite. But just like what happened to the interviewer, I was cut off before I could finish. She looked at me coldly and said, "Sorry, I don't know you. There's nothing you need to explain to me." Once she finished speaking, she didn't look at me again and turned to leave. The room was left with the awkward interviewer and me. The interviewer shrugged and apologized to me. "Sorry, I just found out this position has already been filled." I gave a bitter smile. I knew this position wasn't taken, it was just that the high-heel beauty hated me. But the interviewer didn't know any of that. I reluctantly packed up my resume, but I was still curious, so I asked the interviewer, "That President N, she's already a senior executive at Aulon at such a young age? That's impressive." I had heard of Aulon International before. It held a certain status in the advertising world. The interviewer smiled and shook her head. "President N isn't just a regular executive. She's the president of Aulon." I froze. I didn't expect the girl I accidentally touched to be the famous president of Aulon International. The sun outside was bright, but I didn't feel the slightest warmth. After leaving the company, I wandered aimlessly by myself. I kept blaming myself inside, feeling more and more like a failure as a person. Not far ahead at an intersection, I saw a couple selling watermelons under the scorching sun. The woman was holding a child of about 3 or 4. The child was already asleep, and the woman was using her hand to shield the child from the sun, though it didn't help much, his face was still covered in sweat. Seeing this, I felt sorry for them. But I knew my situation wasn't much better than theirs. Lost in thought, my phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw a glaring number. It felt like a boulder hit my heart, suffocating me. For over 6 months, Chenlan and I hadn't had any contact. From what I remembered, she should be 6 or 7 months pregnant now, with a big belly. Just thinking of that made my heart ache like a knife. In a daze, I still picked up the call. I heard that familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Joyeux, I want to ask you something. Chen Lan's tone was unfriendly. What is it? Just say it. I tried to keep my tone emotionless, like two strangers talking. But my heart was pounding. I was still nervous. Why did you and Lin Yu hit Tiancheng the other day? Why did you do it? Do you know that doing this only makes me look down on you even more? Chen Lan's icy tone made me feel awful. The sunlight was still blazing, but I felt cold. Can't you be more mature? We've already broken up. Why are you still doing this? Her tone went from cold to shouting. After a few seconds of silence, I gave a cold laugh and slowly replied, Chenlan, I never planned to earn your respect. Besides, whether I'm mature or not, it has nothing to do with you anymore, does it? Although I wasn't the one who hit Zhou Tiancheng, I didn't plan to explain that to Chenlan. I thought my attitude would make her even angrier, but unexpectedly, she suddenly changed her tone. She started speaking like she was trying to talk sense into me. Joyeux, we're not kids anymore. Be realistic, okay? Why can't you be stronger? Look at our classmates from college, they're all doing better than you. Why can't you reflect on yourself? Why still act like a child, playing dumb revenge games? I agreed with the first part, yes, I was doing poorly. But I still defended myself, you don't need to worry about whether I'm doing well. But I'll tell you, you're overthinking. I never planned to take revenge on anyone. Chenlan didn't listen to me. She sighed. Forget it. What's done is done. Take care of yourself. And then she hung up. I sat on the stone steps by the roadside, looking down at the phone that had already hung up. My mind kept recalling everything that happened between Chenlan and me. Back then, we both believed in love and stubbornly thought we were meant to be together forever. But now, love had shattered in the face of reality. Damn love. Just as I was lost in thought with my head down, a pair of long, straight legs in high heels passed right in front of me. Even though I was feeling completely down, I couldn't help but take a few glances at those legs. Since I'd always been in the advertising industry, I knew a bit about luxury goods. Those were Gucci women's heels. That pair of shoes probably cost as much as half a year of my salary. The high heels stopped in front of the watermelon stand. I looked up and saw the high heel beauty standing there, with a girl beside her who looked like an assistant. I was a little curious, why would the president of an advertising company bring an assistant to a watermelon stand? The high heel beauty didn't seem to notice me nearby. I heard her say to the vendor, pick a few big watermelons later and deliver them to Aolan International next door. As soon as she said that, the assistant stepped up and paid 200 yuan, telling the vendor to keep the change. The high heel beauty then took a sun umbrella from her assistant and handed it to the vendor's wife, saying, use this to shade the child, or the sun will harm him. Only then did I understand. The high heel beauty wasn't really buying watermelons. She must have passed by, saw how pitiful the family looked, and acted out of kindness. A few watermelons cost only tens of yuan. The vendor wasn't greedy, he and the assistant tried to refuse the extra money. I stood up and said from behind the high heel beauty, President and is not only beautiful but also kind. Doing good deeds like Lei Feng, huh? Anyone could hear the sarcasm in my words. The high heel beauty turned around and frowned as soon as she saw me. Her eyes turned cold. It was obvious she disliked me. Her assistant also looked at me with a judgmental expression. She stared at me but didn't speak. I laughed at myself and continued, President and is so kind-hearted. I wonder if you'll come again tomorrow to buy more watermelons? Maybe just buy all of them today. After all, a few watermelons don't cost you much. She clearly did a good thing, but I don't know why, I just wanted to mock her a bit. Maybe it was because she interrupted my interview today, or maybe it was because in her eyes, I was just a nobody. My pride was acting up. She still didn't speak, but her assistant asked unhappily, who are you? What does what we do have to do with you? I sneered and didn't respond to the assistant. The high heel beauty stared at me and asked coldly, what do you mean? I didn't even know what I meant. But I still forced out a reason, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach him to fish and you feed him for life. I think President An understands that better than anyone. Do you really think buying a few watermelons will help them? After saying that, I sneered again, turned around, and was about to leave. Just as I moved, the high heel beauty suddenly said, if I remember right, you're in planning. Since you talk about teaching to fish, if you really have the ability, then make a successful plan for this watermelon stand. Make their watermelon sell fast. The high heel beauty looked at me provocatively. I didn't expect her to throw the challenge back at me. But I looked at the watermelon stand, then at a nearby newsstand, and calmly said, the location of this stall is already wrong. I was being honest. This was a commercial area, mostly office buildings and restaurants, no residential buildings, so few people would buy a watermelon to take home. The vendor chose this place only because city inspectors rarely came by. After I said that, the high-heeled beauty sneered and mocked, "The location is wrong. The best place would be in a supermarket, with air conditioning and no sun or wind. But the problem is, he can't get into a supermarket, right?" I ignored her sarcasm and looked around again, then asked her, "Let's make a bet. I'll come up with a plan tomorrow and carry it out myself. I guarantee his watermelons will sell out." The high-heeled beauty's face remained cold as ever. She asked, "What's the bet?" "You decide." She thought for a moment and slowly said, "If you win, I'll let you join Alon directly. No probation period." I smiled. "What if I lose?" She said coldly. "Then don't show up in front of me again. Even if we meet by chance, disappear immediately." I didn't expect her to hate me that much. "Deal." Seeing me agree, the high-heeled beauty didn't say anything else and left with her assistant. I shouted at her back on purpose. "President N, do you still want the watermelons you just bought?" Without turning her head, she said, "Deliver them to the company." After they left, I chatted with the vendor for a while. Turned out he wasn't a farmer from the countryside. He used to work in a factory, but it closed down. To make a living, he and his wife would get watermelons from farmers in the morning to sell. They'd been selling for a few days but with poor results. The vendor was a nice guy. He advised me not to take the bet seriously. I understood he was just looking out for me. But since the bet was made, how could I back down halfway? I spent the afternoon wandering around until I had a mature plan in my head. Then I returned to the watermelon stand. Seeing the vendor again, I asked him directly, "Brother, do you trust me?" Even though we had just met, the vendor honestly nodded. To ease his concerns, I added, "Brother, you don't have to spend a cent. Just do as I say. If we make money, you can pay me back what I invested. If we lose money, I'll take the loss." He looked confused. Scratching his head, he asked, "Brother, I know you're helping me, but what's your idea exactly?" I smiled. "Starting tomorrow, we're not selling whole watermelons anymore." Before I finished, he interrupted. "You mean cutting them in half to sell?" "I already do that." I shook my head and explained. "No. That won't work. You need to understand, the people around here are mostly white-collar workers. Most of them are single or newly married. A big watermelon can't be eaten by 1 or 2 people in one go. And they're busy, after 2 days in the fridge, it gets thrown out. Also, most of the women in this group are dieting. Even if they like watermelon, they'll limit how much they eat." He still looked confused. I continued. "So, we'll cut the watermelon into small cubes. Like the fruit platters in nightclubs." He grew anxious and asked, "But how do we store it? And we can't sell it by the cube, can we?" I smiled and began explaining. "First, we'll buy those transparent plastic food containers from the supermarket. They're very cheap, just a few cents each. We'll get 2 sizes, big and small, to suit different appetites. Then we'll put the cubes in the containers, add a toothpick, and people can eat them anytime, anywhere, in the office or at home. It's convenient, hygienic, and saves a lot of hassle." What I was explaining was what businesses love to call user experience. User experience just means making things easier for the customer. Then I pointed at the newsstand nearby. It had a freezer for drinks and cold beverages. As for storage, we can use the newsstand's help. We don't need their freezer, but we need a refrigerated display case. We'll use their electricity and cover their electricity cost too. That way, the power issue is solved. I'll buy the fridge, you don't need to worry about that. My explanation put the vendor at ease. In fact, he didn't have to do much, just cut the watermelon. Once everything was settled, I went on a local website and found a second-hand refrigerated display case. Got it easily for a few hundred yuan. Then I found a print shop to make a wraparound advertisement for the fridge. The image was simple, a bright red watermelon. The slogan was just 8 characters, chilled watermelon, cool for the summer. I also bought 3 white lab coats and clear food service masks. I even printed the slogan on the lab coats. Since we were selling food, we had to look clean and sanitary. After finishing all this, I called the vendor again. His name was Wang, so I called him Brother Wang. When he picked up the fridge and left, it was already past 9 at night. I grabbed a bite at a street vendor, then went home alone. After Chinlan left, home became the place I least wanted to return to, but had no choice. Chinlan and I had lived together here for 2 years. It seemed like every corner still held memories of her. Lying on the bed, I lit a cigarette. I smoked alone in silence. Watching the smoke slowly rise, her image still filled my mind. The phone rang. It was Lin Yu. I answered casually, and Lin Yu asked, "Zhueyue, did Chinlan call you?" I froze for a moment, feeling a bit strange. I asked back, "How do you know?" Lin Yu chuckled. "Of course Chinlan told me. He paused on purpose, waiting for me to press him for more. But I said nothing, just took drag after drag from my cigarette. Seeing I wasn't talking, he couldn't hold it in and continued. Chen Lan just called me. She said she called you this afternoon. She said maybe she spoke too harshly, and was afraid you might not be able to handle it and try to kill yourself again. Even though Chen Lan and I had broken up, she and Lin Yu were still classmates. Lin Yu was unhappy with her cheating, but they had been in school together, so them keeping in contact didn't surprise me. I knew that last part was just Lin Yu messing around. I stubbed out the cigarette and cursed at him. Get lost. Zhueyue, I think Chen Lan still cares about you. Why not invite her out sometime, book a hotel, have some nostalgic sex? Maybe you'll rekindle the old flame and get back together. Lin Yu's filthy mouth could say anything. He clearly knew it was impossible, yet deliberately used words like that to provoke me. In his own words, only by constantly provoking me, until one day I felt nothing when hearing Chen Lan's name, would I have truly moved on. I didn't respond to him. I just sighed lightly and muttered, maybe to myself, maybe to him, in just a few months, she'll be a mother. No way? When she called me just now, she said she was at a bar. Have you ever seen a pregnant woman at a bar? What Lin Yu said stunned me. I really hadn't seen a pregnant woman in a bar. But I still argued. No one said going to a bar means you have to drink. Lin Yu had nothing to say. That night, I dreamed of Chen Lan again. I had lost count of how many times I'd dreamed of her since the breakup. In the dream, we were back in love. She lay in my arms, her soft body wrapped around me. Just as I was about to kiss her, the person in my arms suddenly turned into someone else. What surprised me most was, it was the high-heel beauty. When I woke up, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. I hadn't expected to dream of her. A woman so cold and elegant, maybe only in dreams would she lean into my arms. The first day selling watermelons didn't go well. It started drizzling in the morning. When I got to the stand, it was almost 10. Brother Wang and his wife were already there, both wearing white coats printed with our slogan, standing under an umbrella guarding the refrigerated case. When he saw me, Brother Wang quickly came over with an umbrella. The rain wasn't heavy, and I actually liked rainy days, so I didn't take it. I asked Brother Wang how many had sold this morning. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Not a single one." I looked at the time, it was already 10. Not selling even one by now meant the launch really wasn't going well. Seeing I didn't speak, Brother Wang tried to comfort me. "Zhueyue, don't worry. Maybe it's just because of the rain. Few people are buying melons today. Even if we don't sell any, it's okay. I'll pay you back for the refrigerated case. You did all this to help me, Brother Wang won't let you lose money." I smiled without saying anything. No matter what, I wouldn't take his money. This was a bet between me and the high-heel beauty. Winning or losing didn't matter, but I had to do what I said I would. Besides, I had planned everything yesterday. I was still confident these watermelons would sell. Brother Wang saw I wasn't speaking, so he asked, "Zhueyue, do you know that woman?" He was referring to the high-heel beauty. I smiled and shook my head. Brother Wang looked even more puzzled. He probably didn't understand why two people who didn't know each other would make a bet over him. But I knew, she bet with me because she wanted to help Brother Wang. And I wasn't just trying to get a job at Aolan International. I had my own reasons. Before noon, I took 2 boxes of watermelon and headed to a nearby office building. I chose a tech company first. The company was big. I went straight to the front desk and told the receptionist I wanted to see the procurement manager to discuss business. The receptionist hesitated and looked me over. I was still wearing the suit I wore to the interview yesterday, my most expensive one, originally bought for my wedding. Now it was useless. I looked decent, not like some sketchy salesman. So the receptionist called procurement. The one who met me was a chubby man in his 30s, named Zhang. He wore glasses and was a bit bald. After we introduced ourselves, he asked directly, "Mr. Zhua, you said you had business to discuss, go ahead." Since he was straight to the point, I didn't waste time either and said, "Manager Zhang, we currently have a batch of watermelons. I wonder if you'd be interested." As soon as I said that, the atmosphere turned awkward. Manager Zhang's mouth dropped open, looking at me in disbelief. I kept a straight face, but I felt embarrassed inside. His expression slowly changed, from surprise to contempt. People in internal procurement like him might not be the company's core, but there were plenty of perks, especially in big companies like his. Hearing I was here to sell watermelons, of course he looked down on me. Just as I was about to continue speaking, Manager Zhang stood up, looking a bit impatient. "We already have a designated fruit supplier. We don't need your watermelons. Try another company." Manager Zhang bluntly kicked me out. With the contempt on his face, I truly felt embarrassed and wanted to leave. But I couldn't. If I gave up on the first attempt, it'd be even harder to proceed later. I stood up too and quickly said, "Manager Zhang, I just need a few minutes of your time to introduce our watermelons." Manager Zhang clearly didn't want to hear more. He snorted and mocked, "What's so special about your watermelons? Are they square or something?" I didn't mind his sarcasm. I quickly took out 2 sample boxes from my bag and said, "Our watermelons aren't square, but they do have their own features. Besides being fresh and sweet, the biggest advantage is they're time-saving, effortless to eat, and hygienic." As I spoke, I handed the watermelon box to Manager Zhang. Though he seemed annoyed, he still took a box. If nothing else, the outer packaging was eye-catching, chilled, bright red watermelon cubes and the logo I designed yesterday. Even though it was just a simple box of watermelon, it looked far more premium than usual. Manager Zhang opened the box. On the back of the lid were 3 toothpicks and a small plastic bag for spitting seeds. Actually, our watermelons didn't have many seeds, we'd already removed most of them during cutting. While he was checking it out, I quickly explained. "Manager Zhang, maybe the taste of our watermelons isn't too different from others, but we put a lot of thought into the design. Don't underestimate the packaging, it's specially made for elite professionals like you." Flattery never fails. Calling a regular procurement guy an elite really softened his mood. He looked over the box and muttered, "Not bad." I continued. "In big, high-end companies like yours, everyone is always busy. Logistics support is key. Take you, Manager Zhang, even if suppliers deliver cut watermelons, dealing with the rinds is still a hassle. But with ours, we've already taken care of everything. The time saved can be used elsewhere. You, too, can focus on more important tasks. After all, procurement is the foundation of a company's survival." That heavy dose of flattery hit the mark. While picking up a piece of watermelon with a toothpick and popping it into his mouth, he said, "Hey, I didn't expect a watermelon vendor like you to understand how tough procurement is. A lot of people say our department is the easiest, but they don't know, we're actually the most overworked. I mean, look at this big company, everything from office supplies to food and drink, we handle it all. Some people even suggest canceling our department. They have no clue how a company works." As he talked, he grabbed another piece. It was clear this Manager Zhang wasn't very respected at the company. That's probably why he complained so much. My words had clearly struck a chord. I was secretly happy. I knew I had this deal in the bag. After a few more pieces, he finally asked, "So, Xiaozhua, your watermelon's not bad. But what's the price?" 5 yuan for the big box, 350 for the small. If the quantity's large, we can offer discounts. Originally, I planned to sell at 4 and 250. But since the deal was nearly done, I raised the price, gave him room to haggle. To my surprise, Manager Zhang wiped his mouth, waved his hand like a boss, and said, "I won't haggle over your small business. Give me 50 of each box. Deliver before 12:30, let everyone try it after lunch. If the feedback's good, I'll order more in the future." His generosity thrilled me. I nodded repeatedly. After chatting a bit more, I was about to leave when he looked around, saw no one nearby, and said in a low voice, "Hey, Xiaozhua, my mother-in-law is staying with us these days. She loves watermelon. Bring a few extra boxes to my place." I agreed cheerfully, but in my heart I sneered. This guy wouldn't even spare a few boxes for personal gain. No wonder he wasn't well liked in the company. Selling 100 boxes in the first deal put me in a great mood. When I came out of the building, the rain had stopped. The bright sunshine matched my mood. As I walked back, ready to tell Brother Wang the good news, a girl suddenly shouted from behind, "Hey, wait up." I turned instinctively. A girl was smiling at me. Before I could speak, she tilted her head, playfully widened her eyes, and asked, "How's the watermelon selling? Don't tell me you haven't sold a single box?" I smiled too. It was the high-heel beauty's assistant. She'd been there when the bet was made. I didn't answer her question, but looked past her. Next to a burgundy Lexus LS 460 stood a woman in a black long dress. A white designer belt was tied around her slender waist, black and white, elegant and mysterious. She was looking at me too, but her face was expressionless. In that moment, I suddenly recalled my dream from last night. In the dream, she was also wearing a black dress, gently snuggled in my arms. "Hey, why aren't you talking?" The assistant spoke again. I glanced at her and replied with a faint smile. "My name is Zhuayue, not Hey." Then I walked straight toward the high-heel beauty. I didn't know why, but I felt like teasing her. She clearly didn't expect me to walk toward her. When I got close, she immediately turned her head and frowned slightly. Obviously, she still disliked me, didn't even want to look me in the eye. The more she acted like that, the more I wanted to tease her. "President N, didn't expect to see you again so soon." She gave me a cold glance, still emotionless. Sometimes you really have to admire nature. Even with no expression, a woman like her still looked stunning. "Don't you think we're fated to meet?" I said with a roguish grin. She gave a cold smirk. "Sell your watermelons first before talking about fate." She turned to get in the car. I quickly stepped in front of her and asked, The watermelons are fine. But I want to ask, our bet still counts, right? She looked at me, her red lips moved, and she said 2 words. Of course. Looking at her rosy lips, I suddenly felt like kissing her. Of course, I just thought about it, I wouldn't dare. I have a secret to tell you. As soon as I said that, she shook her head and replied coldly. Go tell someone else. I'm not interested. She was completely cold and distant. But the colder she was, the more I wanted to get close. This secret is about you. Once she heard that, her eyes looked at me suspiciously. No matter how cold, she was still a woman, and all women are curious. Seeing her quiet, I stepped closer. Her elegant scent drifted into my nose. I leaned in, whispered into her ear. I dreamed about you last night, and held you. You weren't so cold in the dream. She never expected that to be my secret. Her face flushed red, her beautiful eyes widened in anger. She stared at me for a long time before spitting out 2 words. Scumbag. That was the 3rd time she called me a scumbag. I didn't mind at all. I laughed loudly, turned, and walked away without looking back. President, and looks like this time, you might lose the bet to a scumbag. See you in 3 days? I couldn't see her face, but I guessed, she must have been fuming. It was the happiest day I'd had since breaking up with Chinlan. I went back and told Brother Wang about it, he was overjoyed. After we delivered the watermelons to Manager Zhang, I used the same method and visited a few more companies. It went quite well, we sold over another 100 boxes. The few dozen boxes left were planned for retail in the afternoon. Around 1 o'clock, a man about 26 or 27 suddenly came by. He said he worked at a nearby company and bought all the remaining boxes at once. Brother Wang, his wife, and I were all very happy. We did the math, 300 boxes of watermelon sold. After deducting samples and losses, the total revenue was 1,205 yuan. And for those 300 boxes, we used less than 40 watermelons. That meant our net profit for the day was over 800 yuan, more than what Brother Wang usually made in a week. Brother Wang was thrilled. He wanted to give all the money to me. Of course I refused, and told him to go prepare for tomorrow's supply. We could stock more, at least 500 boxes. That evening, I ate a quick meal alone at home. My mind kept turning over ideas on how to expand sales. Today's results were good, and if things continued this way, tomorrow should go even better. If I kept selling like this, I might actually earn more in a month than I did with my previous job. I joked to myself, maybe I should just forget about job hunting and sell watermelons full-time. I received 2 phone calls that night. The first was from Manager Zhang. He said the feedback from his colleagues was great, everyone said the watermelon was not only sweet, but also convenient and clean. He asked for 100 of each box size for tomorrow. I happily agreed. The second call was from my landlord. He said the lease was about to expire and asked if I wanted to renew. That call instantly put me in a low mood. I definitely couldn't afford this 2-bedroom apartment anymore, but I didn't want to move. Because that familiar feeling in this place gave me the illusion that one day, Chinlan might still come back here. I admit, my thinking is pathetic. She cheated, got pregnant with another man's child, and I still couldn't forget her. The next day, by the time I arrived at the watermelon stand, Brother Wang and his wife had already been there for a while. Yesterday's success had really fired them up. When I told them about Manager Zhang's order, Brother Wang couldn't stop smiling. Looking at Brother Wang's sun-darkened face, and his wife's glowing smile beside him, I thought to myself, he's actually quite lucky. Though he has no money, his wife is young and pretty, and clearly a well-educated and reasonable person. I was a bit curious how the 2 of them ended up together. They didn't seem like a typical match on the surface. After delivering the watermelons to Manager Zhang, we returned to the stand. As soon as we arrived, sister-in-law came up excitedly. You 2 had just left, and someone came to buy another 100 boxes. If it keeps going like this, we'll sell out before noon. She was excited, and so were we. I casually asked, who sold them? No delivery. She shook her head. He came by car and said no delivery needed, his company's nearby. Oh, it was the same young man with glasses who bought the leftover boxes yesterday. I remembered him. Yesterday afternoon, he bought the remaining stock, also with no delivery. I didn't think much of it and went on to continue pitching watermelon to nearby office buildings. Just finished talking to one company when my phone rang. It was Brother Wang. I picked up, and he anxiously said, Zhueyue, come back quick, something happened. He didn't say what, just hung up right after. I was shocked and ran back. While running, I wondered, what kind of trouble could we get into selling watermelons? Probably just city inspectors coming to crack down on street vending. When I arrived, I saw a young woman standing at the stand, talking to Brother Wang. I recognized her, she was the assistant of the high-heel beauty. As soon as she saw me, she looked cold and furious. You 2 need to come with me to the company. I glanced at Brother Wang. He looked miserable. I asked the assistant. Why are we going to your company? Don't tell me your president and wants to eat watermelon too. I didn't know what was going on, but since it involved their company, I didn't think it'd be serious. The assistant snorted coldly and said angrily, "Why? You caused such a big mess and still ask me why? Let me tell you, there's something wrong with your watermelon. Our colleagues ate it and now their stomachs hurt badly. We already called 120. This is clearly food poisoning." Before she could finish, Brother Wang quickly cut in nervously. Miss, you can't say things like that. Our watermelons are fresh." The assistant grew impatient and interrupted him. "Save it. Say what you have to say at our company." Her words made me uneasy. Food poisoning was serious. At best, it meant financial compensation. At worst, it could lead to jail. She walked quickly ahead, and I couldn't help asking, "How many of your coworkers ate the watermelon?" I asked to get an idea of the number affected. Also, I hadn't seen them order in bulk. It might have just been one staff member buying for themselves. If only a few people, maybe we could handle it. But if it was many, this could get ugly. The assistant glared back at me, annoyed. "What's the point of asking now? You'll know when you get there." I had no comeback. When we reached the entrance of Aulon, my heart sank. A flashing ambulance was parked there, and a crowd had gathered. Several paramedics were lifting a woman holding her stomach, her face twisted in pain, onto the ambulance. In the crowd, I spotted a familiar figure, the high-heel beauty. She looked as calm and proud as ever. But I had no mood to admire her beauty or elegant posture. My attention was on the person on the stretcher. After the ambulance drove off, the assistant went over and said to her, "President, they're here." Only then did the high-heel beauty look at me. That cold stare felt like it could pierce right through me. Then she turned to the assistant and said, "Take them to the meeting room." The meeting room wasn't big but tastefully decorated. The central air conditioning cooled the air, and gradually, I started to calm down. After the assistant brought Brother Wang and me to the meeting room, she disappeared. Only the two of us were left. I walked over to Brother Wang and quietly but seriously asked him, "Brother Wang, you have to tell me the truth. Is there really something wrong with our watermelon? Did you buy overripe or spoiled ones from the vendor just to save money?" This was what I feared most. You see, my method of cutting watermelons into small pieces and putting them into boxes is different from selling whole ones. When selling whole watermelons, their quality can be judged from the outside. But once they're cut, it's easy to pass off bad ones as good. As soon as I said that, Brother Wang's face turned red. He got a bit anxious. "Joyeux, we've only known each other for 2 days, but I can tell you this, your Brother Wang is absolutely not someone who would sacrifice integrity for profit. I swear on myself and my wife's dignity, every watermelon we bought came fresh from the field. Absolutely fresh." Looking at his flushed face, I nodded slightly. Although we just met, Brother Wang and his wife didn't seem like people who would cut corners. If they were, they wouldn't have insisted on giving me the money we made yesterday. While I was still thinking, the small meeting room door opened. The high-heel beauty walked in, her face cold as ice. Behind her were 2 people, her assistant and a man wearing glasses. I recognized him immediately. He was the one who bought all the remaining watermelons yesterday afternoon. The high-heel beauty sat in the center chair. She looked at me and coldly asked, "Mr. Joie, our colleague ate your watermelon and is now hospitalized. How are you going to handle this?" I wasn't surprised by her directness. My mind was spinning quickly. Instead of answering her question, I turned to the man with glasses and asked him directly, "This morning, you bought the watermelon from our stand, right?" The man didn't expect me to ask him. He looked at the high-heel beauty first, then slowly nodded and answered, Yes, I did." "How many boxes did you buy?" I continued. 100 boxes. 100 boxes of watermelon. Why did only one person get sick, while the others are fine? Isn't it a bit much to say it's our watermelons? Earlier, I only saw one person being taken into the ambulance. I decided to focus on that point and negotiate from there. I couldn't let them lead us by the nose. This was one of the principles of business negotiation. The man with glasses clearly didn't expect my line of questioning. He looked at the high-heel beauty again. She gave a cold laugh, looked at me, and said, 100 boxes doesn't mean everyone ate them. So far, 6 people from our company have eaten the watermelon. 1 is already hospitalized. To be safe, I've sent the others to the hospital for checkups. Results will come soon. Only she was seated in the meeting room, the rest of us were standing. Hearing this, I suddenly smiled. I walked to the table, pulled out the chair across from her, and sat down calmly. I placed my hands on the table and stared directly at her. My intense gaze seemed to make her uncomfortable. She instinctively looked away. "President, you just said the hospital results haven't come out yet. But you and your assistant are already claiming that our watermelon is the problem. Don't you think that's unfair to us? Even a criminal isn't convicted until a court makes a ruling. According to our law, People are presumed innocent until proven guilty. But you've already decided we're at fault. Isn't this hasty judgment a bit unworthy of your status as president of Aulon? She was stunned by my words. Her brows furrowed deeply. She looked up at me with even more anger in her eyes. President N, a beautiful woman like you shouldn't always frown, it'll cause wrinkles. I deliberately teased her. I don't know why, but every time I saw her, I couldn't help wanting to joke with her. Her face turned slightly red. Her assistant suddenly spoke up. Our colleague's stomach started hurting after eating the watermelon. And you say it has nothing to do with you? As soon as she finished, I glared at her and argued back. Can you prove she didn't eat anything else? Can you prove that it was definitely the food that caused her stomachache? The assistant was sharp-tongued. She rolled her eyes and snapped back. Then can you prove that the watermelon didn't cause it? I chuckled and looked at her confidently. You're right, neither of us can prove it, but the hospital can. So, let's wait for the results. If it really was the watermelon that caused it, we'll take full responsibility. But if it wasn't, no one has the right to pin this on us. Though I sounded confident, I wasn't sure at all inside. I could only take control of the conversation and wait for the test results. The assistant had no reply. The high-heel beauty looked at me again. The anger on her face was gone, replaced with a more complex expression. The meeting room fell silent. She and I stared at each other. After a while, the assistant's phone rang. No idea what the person on the other end said, but I heard her reply, "Got it. I'll report to President N now." She hung up, smirked at me, and then turned to the high-heel beauty. "President N, we just got word from the hospital. Linda's test results are out. It was food poisoning. That's what caused her fever and cramps." Her words hit me and Brother Wang like thunder on a clear day. Brother Wang's mouth fell open, and he stared at me in shock. The high-heel beauty said nothing. She tilted her head and kept her eyes on me. My confidence started to fade, and my gaze began to shift away during our eye contact. Still clinging to a shred of hope, I said, "President N, even if your colleague was food poisoned, it still hasn't been proven that the watermelon caused it. What if she ate something else?" The high-heel beauty remained silent. But her assistant scoffed from behind and said with disdain, "Joyeux, stop kidding yourself. When Linda started having stomach pain, we asked her. She didn't eat breakfast. The only thing she had this morning was your watermelon." My last bit of hope was crushed. I turned to look at Brother Wang. He was already panicking. I didn't expect things to reach this point. But I've never been someone who's afraid of trouble. My life motto is, don't cause trouble, but don't fear it when it comes. I looked up at the high-heel beauty, thought for a moment, and then said to her seriously, "President N, I'm not trying to avoid responsibility. Even though it's been diagnosed as food poisoning, that doesn't prove it was caused by our watermelon. If the hospital can confirm that the watermelon was the cause, then we're willing to take full responsibility." I had more to say, but the high-heel beauty suddenly cut me off. "All right, I agree with what you said. Tell me, what kind of responsibility are you prepared to take?" I frowned slightly. Her question seemed simple, but it was actually a trap. I could only say, "As for the responsibility, we'll have to wait until the investigation results come out, then we can talk in detail." The high-heel beauty smiled faintly, with a look I couldn't quite read. She looked at me and countered, "But you're just street vendors near here. If you walk out that door and disappear, where would I find you if you end up being responsible?" Her tone had changed. In her eyes, Brother Wang and I weren't trustworthy at all. My expression darkened. I wanted to defend myself, but she didn't give me the chance and continued. "So, my suggestion is that you leave a deposit first. If the responsibility is yours, this deposit will go toward my colleague's treatment. If it's not, I'll return the money in full." Before I could speak, Brother Wang whispered, "Then how much of a deposit are you asking for?" President N glanced at me and replied calmly, 50,000 yuan for now. I'll have finance give you a receipt." 50,000? Brother Wang looked at me in shock, and my heart sank as well. Even when Qianlan and I were still together, I never had 50,000 saved. And now, after half a year of spending everything I had, I was completely broke. The high-heel beauty seemed to notice our awkwardness. Seeing us both stay silent, she said slowly, "If you don't have 50,000, then 30,000. You're not worried I won't return the money if it turns out not to be your fault, are you?" Brother Wang and I still couldn't come up with 30,000 either. We were both silent. The assistant looked at me and said, "Mr. Zhua, don't tell me you can't even come up with that much money?" For someone working at Aulon International, 30,000 yuan was just 3 to 4 months' salary. But she didn't know that I couldn't even pay my rent right now. Let alone 30,000, even 3,000 was out of reach for me. Her words embarrassed me. No man wants to admit his uselessness, especially in front of a woman like President N. I gave a self-deprecating smile, picked up the notepad and pen on the table, and quickly wrote something down. Then I pulled out my ID and handed both to the high-heel beauty. President N, your assistant is right. I really can't afford that money right now. This is my address and phone number, along with my ID card. With these, you should at least believe I won't just run away, right? She looked at the ID and note without saying a word. Then Brother Wang suddenly said, Zhueyue, you shouldn't leave your documents here. Let's just call the police and let them handle it. As soon as he said, call the police, the high-heeled beauty looked at me. I smiled and shook my head. I had considered going through official channels, but I didn't think that was the best solution. She handed the ID and note to her assistant. Then she stood up, looked at me, and said calmly, go back and wait for news. Once the hospital report is out, my assistant will contact you. With that, she gracefully left the room with her assistant. Back at the watermelon stand, sister-in-law was anxiously waiting. As soon as she saw us, she asked nervously what had happened. Brother Wang explained everything to her. I took a box of watermelon from the cooler, sat down on the steps, and listened while eating. After Brother Wang finished talking, sister-in-law's pretty face showed clear worry. She looked at me and said, Zhueyue, do you think maybe one of the watermelons had gone bad, and we just didn't notice? Maybe that's what she ate? I shook my head slightly. I couldn't be sure, but something didn't feel right. Seeing I wasn't answering, she lowered her head and thought for a bit. Then, as if making a big decision, she looked up and said to Brother Wang, Xiaozhua did this to help us. We can't let him leave his ID as collateral. Let's sell it, give the money to Alan, and get his ID back. At some point, she had a watch in her hand. A platinum strap, a golden face surrounded by diamonds, under the sunlight, it sparkled brilliantly. Having worked in advertising, I instantly recognized the cross-shaped logo on the watch, Patek Philippe. As far as I knew, it was worth at least 100,000 yuan. I couldn't imagine how a couple selling watermelons could own such a luxurious watch. I was curious but didn't ask. Even so, I refused her proposal. Things hadn't reached a dead end yet. While we were still talking, my phone rang. A nearby company wanted a watermelon delivery. After hanging up, Brother Wang said nervously, Xiaozhua, maybe we shouldn't deliver anymore. What if someone else gets sick again? I popped the last piece of watermelon in my mouth and said as I chewed, deliver. Why not? Didn't you say the watermelons are absolutely fresh? Then what are we afraid of? The reason I was so confident was because earlier I had messaged manager Zhang. I didn't ask directly, but subtly inquired how his colleagues liked the watermelon and if there was anything to improve. His reply was that over half of the 200 boxes had already been eaten, and everyone was asking him to order more for tomorrow. So many people had eaten the watermelon and were fine. Only someone from Alan got sick. I couldn't draw a conclusion yet, but something told me this had nothing to do with our watermelon. Still, I couldn't help feeling anxious. That entire afternoon, every time the phone rang, my heart skipped a beat. I kept worrying it'd be another complaint. But thankfully, it was just me overthinking. The watermelon sold out. I told Brother Wang and his wife to go home and prepare normally for tomorrow, and reminded them to only use the freshest watermelons. After they left, I wandered near Aolan alone. I hoped to bump into an Aolan employee and ask them about what happened that morning. But I didn't see any employees. What did catch my eye, on my second pass by Aolan International, was something beside a trash can. I walked over and opened the trash can. Inside, there were dozens of plastic food containers mixed with other trash. On the containers was the logo I had designed. These were the boxes we used for packing watermelon. The trash can was dirty, but I didn't care. I rummaged through it for a while. There wasn't a single piece of watermelon left inside. Clearly, the watermelon had been eaten and the boxes were thrown away here. I looked again at the nearby office buildings. I could confirm that, among all the buildings in the area, only Aolan International had bought our watermelon. That meant these boxes had all been eaten by Aolan employees. Earlier, when I saw the high-heel beauty, they told me only 5 or 6 people had eaten the watermelon. But now, seeing all these boxes, it was obvious the rest had been eaten after we left. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile. Looks like the high-heel beauty also knew her colleague being hospitalized had nothing to do with our watermelon. It must have been caused by something else. But why would she try to blame it on us? After thinking it through, the only explanation that made sense was, she wanted revenge. Maybe it was because of our first meeting, when I acted inappropriately. Or maybe it was because I purposely teased her yesterday and seemed too flippant, it annoyed her. Either way, I breathed a sigh of relief. At least it seemed this matter wasn't really related to us. As for why she acted this way, I figured sooner or later she'd come to me on her own. There was no need for me to worry right now. When I got home, it was already past 6. My stomach had been growling for a while. In the fridge were just 2 tomatoes, 1 egg, and a few lettuce leaves. But that was enough for me. I planned to boil some noodles and make tomato sauce to mix in. I had learned to cook back in college. At the time, I was dating Chenlan. She liked to eat, and I didn't have money to take her out, so I learned to cook myself. Over the years, my cooking got better and better. Sadly, the one who used to enjoy it was no longer around. Just as the noodles were about to be ready, I heard a knock at the door. I figured it was the landlord. Since rent was due, he probably came to check on the apartment. Wearing my apron, I walked quickly to open the door. The moment it opened, I was stunned. The person standing there made everything feel unreal. I even wondered if I was hallucinating. Chenlan. I never would have guessed that the person knocking would be Chenlan. It had been 6 months since I last saw her. She seemed thinner, but still beautiful. Did I disturb you? Her voice was still as lovely as before. I shook my head, a bit awkwardly, and said, no. Then I stepped aside to let her in. As she entered, I couldn't help but glance at her belly. When we broke up, she told me she was pregnant. 6 months had passed, yet her figure hadn't changed at all. She looked even thinner than before. I really wanted to ask what had happened, but I swallowed the words. Once inside, Chenlan looked around. I could tell she still had feelings for this place. After a long while, she turned back to me and smiled faintly. I was just passing by and remembered I left something here, so I came up. Her tone was gentle. But I felt hollow. Two people who used to be so close were now being polite like strangers. Maybe it's just like the lyrics say, we became the most familiar strangers in the world. From the kitchen came the sound of boiling water. I quickly rushed in to drain the noodles. Chenlan didn't go look for her stuff. Instead, she leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching me cook. She used to enjoy watching me cook. She said I was most attractive when I was making food. When the noodles were ready, I casually asked her, did you eat yet? I thought she'd say yes. But she shook her head with a faint bitter smile and said, not yet. There wasn't much, but I still divided the noodles into 2 portions, mixed in the tomato sauce, and asked her to come eat. Chenlan didn't hesitate. She sat at the table. As she lowered her head to eat, I clearly saw a tear fall into her bowl. Neither of us said a word. We just ate quietly. The atmosphere in the room was awkward. I wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. In the end, she broke the silence. Joyeux, you still haven't found a job? I didn't know how she knew I was still unemployed. The only thing it proved was that she was still keeping track of me. I nodded slightly. She looked at me, picked up a tissue, slowly wiped her mouth, and said seriously. Joyeux, you can't go on drifting like this. You're capable, you should find a job and work hard. Give your future family a stable and happy life. Her words stung. When we broke up, she said I couldn't give her the life she wanted. I couldn't help but sigh. Then I coldly asked her, so, you think without money, there can't be happiness? Chenlan looked at her empty plate. Her gaze became distant, but she still answered firmly, no, there can't. I didn't want to argue with her about this anymore, so I said nothing. She went on, you used to have promotion opportunities too, but you never seemed to care. You just let those chances slip by. She was right. During the first year we lived together, the company planned to send me to the Shanghai headquarters for training. It would have lasted 6 months, and if I passed, I could have led a planning team and earned more. But I turned it down. Maybe she didn't know, but the reason I declined was because I worried about her. She couldn't cook and was afraid of the dark at night. I was afraid she wouldn't take care of herself while I was away. I never expected those reasons would become, in her eyes, signs of my lack of ambition. Joyeux, do you hate me? She asked. Without hesitation, I silently shook my head. Even though she left me in the most humiliating way possible, I truly didn't hate her. We gave each other the best years of our lives. If we once loved each other, why bother hating? Then do you still love me? I didn't expect her to ask this. She seemed to realize it was out of line and quickly added, you don't have to answer. I was just saying nonsense. I gave a small smile, set down my empty plate, and said, to love someone who doesn't love you back isn't love, it's being pathetic. My words made her expression a bit awkward. She seemed like she wanted to say something but stayed silent. I realized I'd said too much and changed the topic. How have you been lately? Chenlan nodded gently. Not bad. Did he divorce? The day she left me, she said Zhou Tiancheng would divorce. But I didn't believe it. She didn't want to answer. She stood up and walked toward the living room, saying as she walked, you clean up the kitchen. I'll go find my stuff. That night, I couldn't sleep. I thought I was close to forgetting her, but she had suddenly reappeared in my life. I reminded myself, it was she who betrayed me. It was already over between us. But was it really over? Early the next morning, if the phone hadn't kept ringing, I probably wouldn't have known how long I was going to sleep. The call came from an unfamiliar number. Half asleep, I picked it up. I heard a crisp girl's voice from the other end, Joyeux, this is Lu Shui. Lu Shui? I couldn't quite remember when I had met a girl named Lu Shui. The other side seemed to sense my confusion and somewhat unhappily explained. I'm President N's assistant. My name is Lu Shui. Got it now? Come to the company later. President and wants to see you. I had just wanted to ask what it was about, but the beep beep tone came from the other side. This girl didn't even care whether I agreed or not. She just hung up the phone. I already had a clear idea about the food poisoning incident. I had no pressure going to meet the high-heel beauty. After getting ready, I took the subway straight to Aolan International. The assistant Lu Shui brought me to the office door. She gently knocked a few times, and only when a voice from inside said, "Come in," did Lu Shui cautiously lead me in. The office was very spacious. Scandinavian-style decor, mainly white, simple yet not lacking in luxury. The high-heel beauty was holding a folder, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, reading intently. She had her back to us. Even knowing someone came in, she didn't turn around. That gave me enough time to admire her figure from behind. I had to admit, her back view was beautiful. Especially her legs wrapped in jeans, long, straight, and with a lifted curve that perfectly outlined her graceful silhouette. People often say God is fair. But I don't think so. Take the high-heel beauty for example. Not only is she young and pretty, she's already the president of a large advertising company. And us, people of her same age? Still struggling for a living. That's not fairness, that's a world of difference. My gaze stayed on the high-heel beauty's long legs. Suddenly, my arm hurt, and I couldn't help but let out a hiss. I turned my head and saw Lu Shui staring at me with wide eyes, whispering threateningly, "If you keep sneaking looks at our president, I'll tell her." Lu Shui's voice wasn't loud, and President didn't seem to hear it. Rubbing my arm, I whispered back at her, "I wasn't sneaking looks. I was looking openly and honestly." As I spoke, I quickly stepped aside, afraid Lu Shui would pinch me again. After a while, the high-heeled beauty finally turned around. Lu Shui quickly stepped up and said, "President Zhuayu is here." President nodded and didn't look at me. She just returned to her seat. I stood opposite her and saw that her name tag read Enran. Although I had interacted with her for a few days, I had only just learned her name. Only after Enran asked Lu Shui to leave did she lift her head to look at me. Enran was probably the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. Combined with her attire, her beauty carried a sense of competence. For some reason, every time I saw Enran, I couldn't help but want to tease her. Maybe it was because she was too pretty, and her cold arrogance gave me a sense of pressure. So I used this attitude to ease my inferiority. Before Enran could speak, I opened my mouth first. "President asked me here to return my ID card, right?" Enran's lips moved slightly, giving me a faint smile, but it was still a cold one. She asked in return, "Why didn't you think I asked you here to deal with the food poisoning incident involving our colleague?" I smiled confidently and looked into her beautiful eyes, saying, "President, after your colleague was hospitalized, you still let the others eat our watermelon. That alone shows you already knew her stomach pain had nothing to do with our watermelon. There was no need to play riddles anymore. I might as well just lay it all out." And Rand smiled. In the past, she had either sneered or coldly smiled at me. This was the first time she smiled normally at me. And Rand took my ID card out of the drawer. After glancing at it, she placed it on the desk. With her slender, fair fingers, she pushed the ID card in front of me. Then she said, "Looks like you did your investigation. Not bad. As a qualified planner, you can't just shut yourself in an office. You must do professional market research." I picked up my ID card and looked at it, then raised my head to look at Anran, waiting for her to continue. Anran tilted her head slightly. In that elegant motion, there was a hint of playfulness. "First, I want to tell you, between the two of us, in this bet, you won." At this moment, Anran's face was incredibly sincere. It was obvious she was someone who kept her word. "Your marketing plan for the watermelon this time was quite good. The change in approach made the watermelon sell well. I'd give you over 80 points. Also, I want to explain the so-called food poisoning incident with our colleague yesterday. Just like you said, it really wasn't food poisoning. She just had acute appendicitis. The reason I used that incident to question you yesterday was because I believe a successful planner, aside from marketing, must also consider all kinds of possible situations. So that's why I staged that scene yesterday. I just wanted to see how you'd handle it when something unexpected happened. Of course, while your response wasn't the most appropriate, it was still acceptable." I smiled, a bitter smile. So after all this time, the so-called food poisoning was just her way of testing my crisis management skills. That's the difference between people. I was selling watermelons under the scorching sun, while she sat in an office thinking about how to test me. But I was still curious, so I asked Anran, "President, then why did you stop testing me today and tell me the truth?" Anran smiled slightly. At the corner of her fair lips, two charming dimples appeared. She pointed to the floor-to-ceiling window in front of her and slowly said, "Because yesterday, I saw someone digging through the trash." I also laughed. I didn't expect she saw me going through the trash from upstairs. After she finished, Anran stood up. While picking up the phone, she said, "I'll have Lu Shui take you to the HR department now. You can join the company. HR will explain your salary and benefits." As she spoke, and Rand's slender fingers were about to press the call button. "Wait." I suddenly stood up and used my hand to block the intercom. And Rand was stunned. She looked up at me, her beautiful face full of confusion. I still smiled and said, "President N, you haven't asked for my opinion yet." And Rand tilted her head slightly, confused, and asked back, "What do you mean?" I smiled, pointed at President N's executive chair, and said calmly, "President N, please sit down first. Give me a chance to finish what I have to say." And Rand's expression turned cold again, just like before. She sat in the chair and looked at me coldly. I also sat down and said while looking at her, "President N, do you know why I made that bet with you?" And Rand didn't speak. I answered my own question. I admit, I really wanted to join Aulon International. But the moment I made that bet with you, I was already prepared to give up. The reason I made the bet was that I wanted a chance to face you directly. And Rand still couldn't hold back. She asked coldly, "Why?" "Because there's something I want to explain to you." I spoke slowly. "First, I want to explain the misunderstanding from our first meeting. My friend was drunk, and because of some personal matters of mine, got into a fight with President Zhou. But at that time, I really was trying to break it up. I accidentally touched your chest. I swear, I absolutely didn't do it on purpose." As soon as I said that, and Rand's face flushed red. Her delicate eyebrows also furrowed. But I continued, "Second, you slapped me that day and called me a scumbag. I originally thought we were even. But I didn't expect to meet you again during the interview. You didn't even give me a chance to explain and directly canceled the position I had already passed. Although I regained the opportunity through a bet, I don't want to follow a boss who has a bias against me and is stubborn and self-opinionated." And Rand's face turned even uglier. But that was truly how I felt. I might not have power or status, but I still have a bit of pitiful dignity. I don't want to be pitted like a beggar, like being handed a cold leftover, just given a job. As I spoke, I stood up, put my ID card into my pocket, and said to Enran, "President N, if your subordinates make a mistake in the future, I hope you can give them a chance. In the eyes of you bosses, we may be as insignificant as ants. But you have to understand, even ants have dignity." My words seemed to displease Enran even more. She just sneered coldly and said nothing. I smiled and said, "All right, President N. This scumbag should say goodbye to you now." And Rand looked at me, sneered, and said with a bit of provocation, "This time the word scumbag didn't come from me, but from you. Not only did you admit you're a scumbag, but you also indirectly showed that you're a narrow-minded scumbag." I didn't expect Rand's sense of revenge to be that strong. Maybe my rejection had made her a little angry out of embarrassment. But the more she acted like this, the more I wanted to provoke her. I grinned evilly, leaned forward, and moved my face slowly closer to hers. And Rand widened her eyes and unconsciously leaned back, trying to avoid me. I kept smiling, and said frivolously in front of her, "President N, I really am a scumbag. And there's one more thing I haven't told you yet?" And Rand looked at me coldly. I, with a bit of smugness, whispered, "Your chest is quite big, and soft too." That was my true feeling. The sensation from accidentally touching her that day, I still couldn't forget. But Rand got angry. Her face turned red, and she shouted at me, "Get out!" I burst into laughter and left without looking back. Just as I opened the door, I deliberately looked back at Enran and quoted a line from Li Bai's poem, "Looking up to the sky, I roar and walk out the door. How could a man like me be mere grass among the weeds?" The sun was shining brightly, but I felt a little down inside. I thought that by rejecting President into her face, I would gain a bit of pathetic dignity. After all, she had misunderstood me and even cancelled my interview result in front of HR. But after walking out of Aulon, all I could think about was Enran's angry and confused eyes. At that moment, I even felt a bit of regret about what I had just done. When I was with Chenlan, my whole life revolved around her. Every day, aside from work, I was always clinging to Chenlan. Back then, I didn't even want to look at another girl, let alone say such flirtatious things to Enran like I did today. But the ending with Chenlan was still, empty room, gone person. Thinking about that, I made a decision. I had to live differently now. I went to see Brother Wang. I told him the bet with President and was over. Starting tomorrow, I wouldn't be selling watermelons for him anymore. His wife immediately handed me 2,000 yuan. But I only took the money for the refrigerator and refused to take the rest no matter what. I knew that was all the income from these past few days. I did need the money, but since I had said it was to help them, I couldn't take it. After explaining everything to Brother Wang, including our current clients and the next steps, I said goodbye to them. In the evening, Lin Yu invited me to drink at Old Friend Bar. Old Friend Bar was a place we friends often went to. This bar was different from others. The decor wasn't fancy, and there was no dance floor. It gave off a lazy and casual vibe. Back when I was with Chinlan, whenever it was the weekend or I felt work pressure, we would come here, have a few drinks. Over time, we became very familiar with the owner and the singer. When I walked in, Linyu was already there, sitting in a corner, leisurely drinking beer while watching the singer on stage playing piano and singing. We all knew this singer, her name was Chin Mo. She played piano well and sang wonderfully. But the song she was singing hit me hard. It was Elva Xiao's The Most Familiar Stranger. I had thought of this song just yesterday, and now I was hearing it again. When Linyu saw me come in, he waved at me. I walked over, picked up a bottle of beer, drinking while listening to the song. When the song ended, Chin Mo came down from the stage and sat right at our table. She didn't stand on ceremony, picked up a bottle of beer, clinked it with us, and we all took a big gulp together. Chin Mo was a singer here and was very familiar with all of us, including Chinlan. She also knew a bit about what happened between me and Chinlan. But Chin Mo was definitely an odd one. No doubt, she was a beauty. But unlike most beautiful women, she had a distinctive and independent air about her. She never cared about how others looked at her. For example, she could wear a long dress inside, throw on a denim jacket outside, wear slippers, and go up on stage to sing. She could also drink with us and talk about bedroom stuff in public. In short, as long as she was happy, she dared to do anything she wanted. Chenlan once said, Chin Mo's life was the dream of all girls, but one they didn't dare live. Zhuayu, what VE you been up to lately? Haven't seen you in a while. I took a sip of beer and casually replied, selling watermelons. That one sentence nearly choked Linyu. He stared at me and scoffed, still selling watermelons? Why don't you say you're selling yourself? That was Chin Mo's upside, we could curse however we wanted in front of her. I wouldn't mind selling myself, the key is no one's buying. As soon as I said that, Chin Mo giggled. She rested her arm on my shoulder, looked at me flirtatiously, and said, bro, if you really dare to sell, this girl will be your first supporter. Linyu burst out laughing, I'll support you too. Get lost. I glared at Linyu. Linyu didn't really care. He took a sip of beer and asked me, Zhuayu, that couple, Zhou Zhanqiang and his wife, should be back soon, right? Zhou Zhanqiang, Linyu, and I were all college classmates. The three of us were somewhat well known in our department back then, nicknamed the Three Scoundrels. After graduating, we all stayed in this provincial capital. Before the new year, Zhou Zhanqiang went to Beijing for training. He said it would last 6 months, so it should be about time. I was just about to speak when I saw a middle-aged man walking toward our table. He wasn't tall, a bit fat, and had his hair permed into large curls. As soon as he reached our table, he smiled and said to Chin Mo, Xiao Qin, what do you think about what I told you yesterday? It was obvious that Chin Mo didn't like this guy. From the moment he came over, she hadn't looked at him directly even once. Seeing that Chin Mo didn't respond, the man kept nagging, Xiao Qin, you have to trust my eye for talent. I may not have other skills, but I'm really good at spotting people. You can sing, you can dance, and you're so beautiful. As long as you agree, I guarantee you'll be famous across the country. The man rambled on, and Chin Mo just smiled without speaking. Linyu and I didn't know what was going on, and both looked at her in confusion. Linyu was the fastest to react. He was the first to ask, Mo, who's this guy? How's he gonna make you famous? Chin Mo drank her beer and still didn't look at the man. Tilting her head, she said, who knows who he is? Said he's some so-called assistant director. Heard me sing a few songs yesterday and said he wants me to play a second female lead in some drama. After Chin Mo said that, the guy started bragging again, saying he was involved in that TV series and that he had discovered some famous star. Linyu and I exchanged a look, and Linyu gave a mischievous grin. He stood up, walked over to the chubby guy, and put his arm around the man's shoulder. Linyu was half a head taller and leaned down with a grin, asking, Hey, director. How about me? I want to act. I don't need to be the male lead or even male number 2. Give me a male number 7 or 8. I've got another advantage, if you want to sleep with me for the role, I'm totally fine with it. No nonsense. I'll absolutely cooperate. What Linyu said made the chubby guy's face turn green. He hadn't expected Linyu to go even further than he did. Realizing Linyu was messing with him, the guy tried to remove Linyu's arm from his shoulder. But Linyu tightened his grip, making him yelp. Linyu's expression changed too, and he threatened him, Bastard, it's one thing to scam food and drinks, but now you're trying to get laid through lies? I'm telling you, if you keep pestering my girl, I'll break your legs. The chubby guy instantly caved. With a forced smile, he apologized, Bro, I was wrong. Don't stoop to my level. I'll leave now. With that, he jogged straight toward the door. When he got there, we thought he'd leave immediately. But instead, he stopped at the door, turned around, and pointed at Linyu, cursing, Bastard. You dare threaten me? Just wait, I'll make you pay sooner or later. Linyu saw he was still mouthing off and picked up a beer bottle, pretending to throw it. The guy immediately turned and ran. The three of us burst out laughing and didn't take it seriously. But none of us expected that such a seemingly harmless con man would nearly cause us serious trouble later. We kept drinking and chatting. After a while, Chin Mo suddenly asked me, "Joyeux, I saw Chen Lan a few days ago." Hearing the name, Chen Lan, my heart skipped a beat. I responded with an "oh" and said nothing. Lin Yu chimed in, "Her belly pretty big now, huh?" Since I had seen Chen Lan, I knew her current situation. But I still said nothing. Chin Mo shook her head. "Big? Not at all. She looks just like before, maybe even thinner." Lin Yu widened his eyes, looking like he didn't believe it. After a while, he turned to me and said, "Joyeux, something's not right. Maybe Chen Lan wasn't pregnant and lied to you." I picked up the beer bottle and took a big swig. Chin Mo rolled her eyes at Lin Yu and said with disdain, "Pregnant means you have to give birth? Maybe she had an abortion." While they were talking, my phone suddenly rang. I saw it was the landlord. I didn't want to keep talking about that topic anyway, so I stepped outside to take the call. The landlord told me the apartment had been rented to someone else. They were at the door now and wanted to see the place. I was pretty unhappy with the landlord's decision, but I really couldn't afford to renew the lease. So I told him to wait a bit, and that I was on my way back. As I walked, I wondered who in their right mind would want to view an apartment this late at night. When I arrived at the complex, I saw a wine-red LS 460 parked at the building entrance. The landlord was standing there talking to a woman. When I got closer, the landlord immediately said, "Xiaojua, sorry. The apartment's been rented to this lady. You've got until next week to move out. That should be enough time to find a new place, right?" I didn't even hear what the landlord was saying. My eyes were fixed on the woman standing beside him. To be precise, the beautiful woman I recognized. And ran. No way in hell would I believe that the president of Aulon would come to this kind of cheap housing complex to rent a place for no reason. The only possible explanation, I offended her today, and she's angry. She knows I'm struggling financially, and she deliberately rented this place to make me homeless. A woman's heart is the most vicious. And Ran also looked at me, with a slightly smug smile. She even reached out her hand and said, "Hello, Joyeux. We meet again." I didn't hesitate and shook her hand. I had planned to squeeze her hand hard while doing it. But the moment I touched her, that soft and warm feeling made me reluctant to let go. "You two know each other?" the landlord asked curiously. And Ran didn't answer. She turned to the landlord and said, "All right, in a moment, Mr. Joie will show me the apartment. Let's go ahead and sign the contract now." The landlord was overjoyed and immediately pulled out the contract. And Ran signed it with flair. When it came time to pay, I realized she had rented the apartment for twice the original price. This woman really went all out just to drive me away. Once the paperwork was done, the landlord happily left. And Ran looked at me and slowly said, "Let's go, Mr. Joie. Show me the apartment." I gave a helpless, bitter smile and led her upstairs. And Ran walked in front, I followed behind. After entering the apartment, I purposely slammed the door hard. The loud bang echoed, and when Ran turned to look, I quickly clicked the lock shut behind us with a clack. At the same time, I looked at her with a not-so-innocent expression. I just wanted to scare her on purpose. Late at night, a man and a woman alone, I didn't believe she wouldn't be afraid. I looked at Ran, and she looked back at me. Not only was she completely unfazed by my actions, she even gave a cold sneer. Then she leisurely looked around the rooms, commenting to herself as she went, "The apartment isn't bad. It's quite clean. For a man living alone to keep a place this tidy, that's not easy." The more relaxed Ran was, the more uncomfortable I felt. I pointed to the bedroom door and deliberately said, "President N, there's a big bed in there. Very comfortable. Do you want to try it?" I said it flirtatiously on purpose. I didn't know whether she really didn't understand or was pretending not to. She calmly replied, "Thanks, but I'm not used to sleeping in someone else's bed." After looking around, Ran turned to me and said, "Joyeux, I still want to make a bet with you." Before she could finish, I immediately shook my head, "Sorry, President N. I'm not interested. If you've seen enough of the apartment, please leave. I want to sleep now. If you don't want to leave, that big bed might just fit 2 people." And Ran didn't respond to my flirtation. She sat on the sofa, tilted her head, and slowly said, "You should at least hear what the bed is about." I stayed silent. She continued, "I bet you'll still go work at Aulon." I chuckled. I didn't know whether I was shameless, or she was. When I wanted to work, she cancelled my interview. Now that I don't want to go, she wants me back. But this was a bet I couldn't lose. I got interested. I asked her back, "Then what's the wager? If it's big enough, I'll take the bet?" Seeing that I basically agreed, Ran immediately said, "If I win, you have to work at Aulon for 2 full years. During those 2 years, as long as it's work-related, you must do whatever I ask. No bargaining allowed." I laughed again and asked her, "Then what if you lose?" And Ran confidently said, I honestly haven't thought about that. Because I won't lose. But to show you respect, go ahead and name your terms. What do you want? Looking at Ran's full confidence made me even more frustrated. After thinking for a bit, I said with bad intentions, if you lose, spend one night with me. And Ran is beautiful. Every man wants to sleep with a beauty. But when I said that, I had no other intentions. I just wanted to seem flippant and deflate her arrogance. Sure enough, her expression changed instantly. Her icy face turned red. She glared at me angrily. After a long while, she said with rage, fine. I accept. Now I laughed instead. I really couldn't understand how Ran would agree to a bet she was sure to lose. I asked again, there has to be a deadline for this bet, right? Her face remained cold. My flirtation must have made her dislike me even more. Tonight. I froze. The outcome would be decided tonight? She must be crazy. President N, don't tell me you like me and are trying to lose the bet on purpose? And Ran pulled out her phone without looking up and said, relax. Even if I liked stray dogs on the street, I still wouldn't like you. Damn. That was harsh. In her eyes, I wasn't even as good as a stray dog. I was just about to talk back when Ran's call went through. I was a bit curious, who was she calling? But I had already made up my mind. Even if she called my parents, I wouldn't agree to go back to work. She was going to lose this bet for sure. Then I heard Ran speak in a slightly sweet tone, Professor Lee, sorry to trouble you. It's about what we talked about earlier today. As soon as I heard, Professor Lee, my heart dropped. Before I could think more, Ran handed the phone to me and smiled, here, take the call. I slowly took the phone and cautiously said, hello, into the receiver. Then came an old voice from the other end, Shuayu? It's Professor Lee. Hearing that made me emotional. I hurriedly and respectfully said, Professor Lee, it's so late. Why haven't you gone to bed yet? Professor Lee was my college teacher. To be precise, he was my benefactor. Back in junior year, because a guy from another department harassed Chinlan, I beat him up and sent him to the hospital. At our top-tier university, that was a very serious offense. At the time, the school was promoting student morality. The department decided to expel me. But Professor Lee, being the most respected professor in our department, firmly opposed it. First, he believed young people should be given a chance to correct their mistakes. Second, he thought I had talent, it would be a shame to lose me to society like that. He personally went to speak with the school leaders and vouched for me, which allowed me to finish my degree. I've always remembered my gratitude toward Professor Lee. I always wanted to repay him, but never had the chance. After chatting briefly about life, he got straight to the point and said, Xiaozhua, in my life I rarely ask people for favors. But this time, I really need to trouble you. His words put me in a dilemma. He really wasn't the type to ask for favors. But back then, he pleaded with the leaders for my sake. Now, if he asked me to go work at Aulon, how could I say no? Professor Lee continued, Xiaozhua, actually you and Ran are sort of classmates. She was your mentor's most prized student. Whenever she was back in the country, she would often visit. It's a pity your mentor passed away. Other than on Memorial Days, I haven't seen this girl in a long time. What he said made my nose sting. He and my mentor had a very deep relationship. They were the model couple of our school. Today, Ran called me. She wants you to help her at the company. Said you happened to resign, so she asked me to call you. Xiaozhua, if it's not too difficult for you, go help her out. Don't be fooled by her being a president. This girl has it tough too, sigh. I didn't know what difficulties Ran had, but I knew, I lost. From the moment I got Professor Lee's call, I knew I lost. Never mind going to Aulon, if he asked me to be her janitor, I'd go. A person must repay kindness. Professor Lee, I'll go. Don't worry. As long as you say it, I'll do it, and I'll do it well. While I spoke with Professor Lee, Ran sat calmly on the sofa, looking out the window, as if none of this had anything to do with her. After hanging up, I handed the phone back to her. I smiled bitterly and said, President N, you win. Tell me, when do I start? Also, I hope after I start, you'll show me our company's successful planning cases from the past 2 years. Since I had agreed to Professor Lee, I wanted to get into work mode as soon as possible. As soon as I finished speaking, Ran smiled again, shook her head slightly, and said, Zhuayu, you misunderstood. You won't be doing planning at the company. I was stunned and asked, then what will I do? Ran smiled and slowly said, sales. I widened my eyes, I could hardly believe what I heard. It's not that I looked down on salespeople. But I really didn't want to be one of those people who run around, begging others, getting rejected all day. What, do you have a problem with that? Ran asked. I knew that even if I had a problem, she'd bring up the bet. I had agreed that if I lost, I'd obey her unconditionally in all work matters. Clearly, she had set the trap long ago, waiting for me to fall in. I had no choice but to accept bitterly. Ran seemed quite satisfied. She looked at me and continued, Alan's base salary for sales is 3,500. The commission rate is relatively high compared to others in the industry. Insurance and benefits are included. But since you're Professor Lee's star student, I'll give you a 4,000 base. However, and Ran really knew how to twist the knife. Even now, she said it was for Professor Lee's sake. I didn't care about that anymore. The moment she said, however, I knew nothing good was coming. Sure enough, she continued, however, since you're continuing to live in this apartment, and I rented it for 4,000 a month, I'll just deduct your entire salary for rent. I could hardly believe my ears. So I was working for free. I immediately pushed back, no way. I can't afford such an expensive place. Tomorrow I'll go find a studio. You can rent this one to whoever you want. I was firm, but Anran was even firmer. She shook her head and said, no need to argue. It's part of the job. Do as I say. Renting a place isn't part of work, but I knew that even if I brought it up, she'd find a way to shut me down. I was speechless from anger. After a while, I stared at her and asked bitterly, with no salary at all, do you want me to starve to death? And Rand sneered and asked back, sales earn commission. Which salesperson lives on base salary? Again, I had no reply. I felt bitter inside. I finally understood a saying, never mess with a woman. This vicious woman went through all this just to get revenge for my flirtation. But I had to admit, this trap was flawless. After speaking, and Rand slowly stood up, picked up her purse, and said to me, all right, go report to HR tomorrow. I stayed silent. At the door, she suddenly turned and said, walk me downstairs. The hallway is too dark. I'm scared. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This woman had just played me and now openly asked me to walk her downstairs. I wanted to refuse, but I thought, she's still a woman. Downstairs, just before Anran got in the car, I asked, President An, I still have 2 questions. How did you know where I live? How did you find the landlord? And how did you know Professor Lee was my mentor? Anran rested her hand on the car door, looked back at me, and smiled, I thought you were smart. Can't figure out such simple things? I ignored her sarcasm. This time she didn't keep me guessing and said directly, first, you gave me your address. Did you forget? I suddenly remembered, I wrote my address when I gave her my ID as collateral yesterday. And Rand continued, once I found your place, it was easy to get in touch with the landlord. As for knowing about Professor Lee, that was even easier. You submitted your resume to Aulon. It lists your alma mater. It just so happened that I was going to ask Professor Lee about you, and to my surprise, you turned out to be his student. I smiled bitterly at Anran. This cold woman actually had such a sharp side. Looks like my days ahead are going to be tough. Starting work at Aulon, I was already prepared to be retaliated against by Anran. But I found out I was completely wrong. In the 10+ days since I started, I didn't even get a chance to have any direct contact with Anran. First, I was put through a week of training. Then, it was like I became invisible, ignored by everyone. Every day, besides making calls to promote advertisements, I didn't even get the chance to go out and talk to clients. Back at my last company, there were endless projects to work on daily. Being this idle now, I actually wasn't used to it. That morning, I was really bored, so I went to the break room for some coffee. I stood by the window with my coffee cup, watching the crowd flowing outside. As I was spacing out, I heard someone come in behind me. Since I wasn't familiar with most colleagues, I didn't turn around and just kept looking out the window. Joyeux. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind. I turned around and saw Brother Wang holding a big foam cooler, looking at me in surprise. It really is you, Joyeux. What are you doing here? You're working here now. It was clear that Brother Wang was quite happy to see me. As he spoke, he put the cooler down and walked right over to me. Turns out Aulon had been buying watermelons from Brother Wang all along. It's just that I rarely came to the break room, so I hadn't noticed. Brother Wang seemed a bit excited, asked about how I'd been doing lately, and said I should have called him when I started working here. The two of us chatted for a while, then Brother Wang lowered his voice and asked, Joyeux, are you free after work? I looked at him in confusion and asked, yeah, why? You need something, Brother Wang? He scratched his head, then come by the watermelon stand after work. Your sister-in-law and I really have something we want to talk to you about? I nodded and agreed. After lunch break, I had just finished 2 calls and was spacing out in front of the computer. Suddenly, someone tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around and saw Anran's assistant, Lu Shui, standing behind me. This quirky little girl had a playful look on her face. She tilted her head, smiled, and said, Hey, Joyeux. I see everyone in the sales department is super busy. How come you're so free? I had a pretty good impression of Lu Shui. She looked immature, but actually had plenty of clever tricks. I curled my lips, looked at her pretending to be helpless, and asked, What, is Assistant Lu here to check up on me for the boss? After I started working, everyone in sales thought I had joined through a normal interview. But seeing how casually I talked with Lu Shui, they all looked over curiously, secretly guessing what kind of relationship I had with her. Lu Shui curled her lips and leaned against my desk, rolled her eyes, and said, "TCH. Dream on. President and doesn't have time to check on you." She swamped. Her words were a little ambiguous, making it sound like I was familiar with Enran. That made the coworkers around us even more curious. After a few more playful words, Lu Shui suddenly patted my shoulder and said, "This afternoon, an important client is coming to the company. But most of the admin staff are busy with the expo. Come help out later, okay?" Huh? I looked at her unwillingly. Helping out basically meant pouring tea and serving water, doing errands. In short, just being a gopher. Seeing I didn't want to, Lu Shui stared at me. "What, you don't want to?" Really don't want to." I answered honestly. Lu Shui grinned mischievously and joked, "Comrade, revolutionary work isn't about banquets and feasts. There's no difference between high and low. We have to be like revolutionary bricks, go wherever we're needed. See you in the small conference room in half an hour." After she said that, she wiggled away. I looked at her back and shook my head helplessly. Even though I didn't want to, I still showed up at the small conference room on time half an hour later. Lu Shui and a few others were already there, fiddling with the projector equipment. Judging by how serious they were, it was clear the client today must be very important. I was busy helping with them when I noticed a few people suddenly stopped what they were doing. One of them looked toward the door and respectfully said, "President N." I looked back and saw Rand standing at the doorway with a few people from the planning and marketing departments. I hadn't expected her to come personally, showing just how important this client was to Aolan. And Rand's gaze scanned the room and finally landed on me. She looked a bit surprised, then asked with a puzzled tone, "Joyeux, what are you doing here?" Her tone actually sounded a bit displeased. As soon as she spoke, everyone's eyes turned to me. I felt a bit embarrassed. After all, as a bottom-tier salesperson, I really didn't belong there. Before I could say anything, Lu Shui immediately explained, "President N, it's like this. Most of the admin staff went to the expo center today. I saw we were short-handed, so I called Joyeux over to help." Unexpectedly, and Rand's eyebrows furrowed at that. Lu Shui quickly lowered her head, not daring to look up at her. That scene made me a bit angry, like it was my fault for being there. Come on, it's just a client visit. Do I somehow hurt the company's image? Or does my presence risk losing the deal? And Rand didn't press Lu Shui further. She looked at me and started to say, "You'd better." But before she could finish, the marketing director came rushing in and said to Enran, "President N, the client's about to arrive. Should we go greet them?" And Ran was interrupted just like that. She didn't look at me again and left with the others. I was left standing there, unsure whether I should stay or leave. After hesitating, I stepped out and stood off to the side of the corridor. That way, I wasn't quite staying or leaving. Not long after, a group of people came toward the small conference room. At the center were two people, one was President N. The other was a middle-aged man. The moment I saw that man, I was completely stunned. I finally understood why Enran didn't want me in the conference room earlier. Because that man was Zhou Tiancheng. When I first met Enran, she was with Zhou Tiancheng. The man who made me a cuckold was now Aolan's big client. What shocked me even more was that Qinlan was walking beside Zhou Tiancheng. Today, she was also attending the meeting as a client representative. In this kind of situation, I should have stepped away. But for some reason, I stood there like an idiot, frozen in the corridor, staring at the two of them. Zhou Tiancheng and Qinlan both looked at me too. Zhou Tiancheng's expression was calm, as if looking at a stranger. Qinlan's eyes were complicated. Her lips trembled like she wanted to speak, but in the end, she held it back. My heart ached like being pricked with needles. Since breaking up with Qinlan, although we'd seen each other once, this was the first time all three of us were in the same place. And it just had to be at the company I had just joined. While they enjoyed the respect and admiration of everyone, I was the unnoticed nobody in the corner. My situation at this moment might be the best example of what it looks like to have completely failed at life. The scene was very awkward. Although the colleagues didn't know what had happened, they could all feel the strange atmosphere. And Ran also didn't know the relationship between the three of us, but she could tell that there was definitely some kind of conflict between me and Zhou Tiancheng. And Ran was very smart. She immediately stepped forward to block Zhou Tiancheng's line of sight toward me. Then she gestured toward the small conference room door and calmly said, "Mr. Zhou, please come in." Everyone entered the conference room one after another. As Qinlan walked in, at the very last moment, she turned to look at me. She tried hard to squeeze out a smile. I knew, it was a bitter smile. Assistant Lu Shui, not understanding what was going on, even waved at me before going in. I just shook my head bitterly. I couldn't stay there any longer. I dejectedly returned to the sales department. A coworker curiously asked me, "Joyeux, didn't Assistant Lu call you to the conference room? The meeting just started, how come you're back already?" I smiled and shook my head. They don't need me there. Yeah. Chenlan didn't need me anymore, so she broke up with me. And now, the meeting room didn't need me either. If I stayed, maybe the deal really would have been ruined. Actually, I didn't know much about the company Chenlan worked at. She had never told me much before. I only knew it was a daily chemical products company. So while I had the chance, I asked a coworker what the negotiation was about. The coworker explained that the company Chenlan worked for is called Qingzi Daily Chemical Company, Limited. It has a certain level of recognition in the domestic market. The company mainly deals in cosmetics and daily use products and has some market share in China. But in the past 2 years, the market share in the East China region, where Chenlan works, has been declining. So, the president of the East China division decided that with a new product launching soon, Qingzi would increase its advertising investment. Although they have an internal advertising planning department, their ad resources are limited. So they decided to outsource advertising, and Aolan became one of the companies being considered. The coworker also told me that to win this contract, President and personally took charge. After nearly 2 months of intense PR work, Qingzi finally agreed to let us present a proposal. If it's acceptable, they'll agree to work with us. Listening to the coworker, I thought back to when I first saw Zhou Tiancheng with Enran. It must have been when Enran was doing PR with him. Too bad I ruined it. After the coworker finished, I said nothing. I kept staring at the computer screen, but in my mind, all I could see were the faces of Chenlan and Zhou Tiancheng. I sat there in a daze. I don't know how much time passed when a female colleague who had just come in shouted, "Breaking news, breaking news. There's a big drama unfolding in the meeting room, wife versus mistress." As soon as she said that, everyone's attention was drawn in. Someone quickly asked, "Tell us. What's going on?" The female colleague dramatically said, "Vice President Zhou from Qingzi, his wife somehow found her way here. Said Zhou is having an affair with his assistant. They're about to go at it. But I was afraid President and would catch me eavesdropping, so I didn't dare stay longer. I was so shocked I almost fell out of my chair. The assistant she's talking about, that's Chenlan." I didn't care about anything else and rushed out in the direction of the meeting room. I was still worried about Chenlan. Even though we had broken up, I still didn't want to see her get bullied. While running, I wondered, if Zhou Tiancheng's wife wanted to cause trouble, she should have gone to his company. Why come to Aolan? As I reached the office door, I could already hear a chaotic mess of noise inside. I quickly pushed the door open and went in. I saw that everyone was standing. A woman in her 40s stood with arms crossed, yelling at Zhou Tiancheng. And Ran was frowning, standing there helplessly. Even though she was the president, she was still a young woman. Faced with this kind of chaos, she didn't know what to do either. As soon as I entered, everyone's eyes turned toward me. The moment I made eye contact with Chenlan, her already pale face looked even more drained. Her emotions had been relatively stable, but the moment she saw me, tears immediately fell. Zhou Tiancheng's wife had brought a few young men with her, clearly to back her up. When I appeared, she only glanced at me and then ignored me. Zhou Tiancheng stood beside her, looking both embarrassed and helpless. He said, "Shuhua, I'm meeting a client here. Can we talk about this at home?" Zhou Tiancheng looked awful, but his wife didn't care. She sneered and said, "Now you want to talk at home? What were you doing before?" "Zhou Tiancheng, let me tell you, I'm not just going to cause trouble at your company. I'm going to make a scene while you're meeting clients. I want everyone to know, you dumped your wife for a little fox like her. With a character like yours, anyone who still does business with you must be blind." I have to say, Zhou Tiancheng's wife was ruthless. She picked the perfect time to create a scene. This wasn't just embarrassing, it could ruin his professional reputation. After this, what company would dare let him meet with clients again? "Zhou Tiancheng, listen to me. You want a divorce? Fine. Bring me 5 million, and I'll let you and that little fox go. If you're short even 1 cent, don't even think about it." She shouted as she pointed at Chenlan. Chenlan kept her head down, tears falling nonstop. Zhou Tiancheng was furious, his face livid. He stepped forward, wanting to push the woman out. As soon as he moved, a young man beside her grabbed his arm and yelled, "Zhou Tiancheng, if you fucking touch my sister, I'll break your legs today." So that guy turned out to be Zhou Tiancheng's brother-in-law. As he moved, 2 other men also stepped up to shove Zhou Tiancheng. The scene grew even more chaotic. Zhou Tiancheng's wife took advantage of the distraction and walked straight toward Chenlan. As she walked, she shouted viciously, "Little bitch. Today I'll teach you what it feels like to seduce someone else's husband." As she spoke, she was already at Chenlan's side. Then she raised her hand and swung it toward Chenlan's face. Just as she moved toward Chenlan, I rushed forward at the same time. Seeing that slap about to land on Chenlan's face, I stepped up and grabbed the woman's wrist, pulling it back hard, and blocked Chenlan behind me. She staggered from the pole and froze on the spot. Not just her, and Ran, Lu Shui, and the other coworkers all froze. They didn't understand why I suddenly showed up and stopped Zhou Tiancheng's wife. Zhou Tiancheng's wife forcefully shook off my hand. Her face full of anger, she said to me, "What are you doing? Mind your own business. This has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way right now." I looked at her silently, still not moving an inch. My cold attitude completely enraged her. Her shrewish side instantly came out, and she shouted at me, "I'm talking to you. Who the hell are you? Get the hell out of my way." I stared at her with a blank face and said coldly, "I'm Qin Lan's ex-boyfriend." As soon as I said that, the entire conference room went silent. Everyone looked at me in shock. Especially Enran. She finally understood why my friend had attacked Zhou Tiancheng last time. Zhou Tiancheng's wife was stunned at first, then laughed. It was a mocking laugh. She sneered at me, "Ex-boyfriend? You broke up because she cheated on you, right?" I ignored her mockery, standing still without moving. Seeing that I still didn't move, she continued to ridicule me. "You're the dumbest man I've ever seen. Got cheated on, and still protecting her. You were born to be cuckolded." I finally got angry and shouted at her, "Shut up. I'm telling you, even though Qin Lan and I broke up, as long as she needs it, I'll stand by her side. If anyone dares to bully her, I'll protect her. At least until she finds someone else who can protect her, I will always do this." The looks from those around me became more complex. Maybe in their eyes, a woman who betrayed someone wasn't worth sympathy. But I didn't think that way. Even if Qin Lan betrayed me, I still considered her one of the most important people in my life. After all, she gave me her best years. Behind me, the sound of sobbing grew louder. Qin Lan couldn't control herself anymore. She was already crying out loud. Not far away, Zhou Tiancheng stood there dumbfounded, staring at me. He probably didn't expect that I would stand up at this moment. Looking at Zhou Tiancheng, my anger flared up again. I glared at him and cursed, "Zhou Tiancheng, if you're even half a man, you should clean up your own mess and protect the woman you love. It's already shameful enough at home, and now you're embarrassing yourself here too. Do you even count as a man?" Zhou Tiancheng clearly didn't expect me to suddenly lash out at him. His face grew even uglier. Maybe he felt helpless facing his wife, but when it came to me, it was different. He didn't respond to me. Maybe in his eyes, I was just a low-level sales rep, not even worthy of his attention. With a cold face, he turned to Enran and said coldly, "President N, is this the quality of your staff at Aolan? Is this how you treat your clients? I think we don't need to continue this partnership." As soon as Enran heard that, she got a little anxious and said, "Mr. Zhou, please let me explain." But Zhou Tiancheng didn't give her a chance to speak. He pushed open the meeting room door and just walked out. Everyone knew he had just been humiliated by his wife and was furious. He directed all that anger at me. Seeing him leave, his wife quickly chased after him, shouting as she ran, "Zhou Tiancheng, stop right there. This isn't over." The conference room finally went quiet, but it was a scary kind of quiet. Everyone nervously looked at Enran. A planning meeting that had been prepared for so long was completely ruined. The cause should have been Zhou Tiancheng's wife, but now the blame had shifted to me. Qin Lan had already stopped crying. Her eyes were red as she softly said to me, "Zhuoyu, I'm sorry." After speaking, she lowered her head and hurried out of the conference room. Watching her back, my heart ached again. The woman I once loved most was now suffering this kind of humiliation. I wondered if she regretted leaving me so rashly back then. President's office. Enran sat coldly in her chair. Lu Shui and I stood across from her. Lu Shui looked a bit nervous, her lips tightly pressed together. Seeing that Enran still wasn't saying anything, she cautiously said, "President N, today's incident was all my fault. If I hadn't asked Shuiyu to help in the conference room, things wouldn't have turned out like this." Seeing that Lu Shui wanted to take all the blame, I quickly interrupted her, "President N, this has nothing to do with Assistant Lu. It was my responsibility." And Ran didn't even look at Lu Shui. She looked directly at me and asked, "Shuiyu, you're not new to the workplace. Let me ask you, what kind of behavior is it to insult a client? I don't want to hear about your love triangle, or square, that's your personal business. Do you not understand the simple principle of separating personal and professional matters?" And Ran was absolutely right. What happened between Zhou Tiancheng and me was private and should never have involved the company. But the incident came so suddenly, I really didn't think it through at the time. I couldn't say anything except apologize. And Ran continued, "Zhuoyu, do you know how important Qingxi Daily Chemical is to Aolan? I personally took on this project and have been working on it for almost half a year. We finally made some progress, and now, because of today, it's all gone. I admit, Zhou Tiancheng deliberately used your words as an excuse to get out of that embarrassing situation. But you need to understand, if you hadn't gone after him like that, he wouldn't have had the chance. Even if his wife scene made the meeting impossible today, we could have rescheduled. At least we wouldn't have lost the whole deal. But you gave him the out." Because she was emotional, and Rant's beautiful face was slightly flushed. I admitted everything she said, and she was absolutely right. I let out a slight sigh and told her, President An, this really was my fault. I'm willing to take responsibility for this. Honestly, that was an empty statement. A deal this big, how could I possibly take responsibility? Surprisingly, Ran had calmed down. She looked at me for a long moment, then slowly said, fine. Since you said you're willing to take responsibility, then I'll give you a chance to do just that. From now on, you'll take over this project. I froze. Even Lu Shui beside me was stunned. She looked at Ran with disbelief. Both she and Ran knew about my relationship with Zhou Tiancheng, yet Ran still wanted me to handle this project. But I absolutely couldn't face Zhou Tiancheng. I immediately refused. Sorry, President An. I can't take this project. Ran stood up. Her beautiful eyes stared straight into mine, and she slowly said, Zhuayu. This is work. You have no right to refuse. Also, your mentor, Professor Li, told me you're someone who rises to challenges. I don't want Professor Li to be wrong about you. And I don't think you want to disappoint him either. I had to admit, Ran was a negotiation expert. She used both our previous bet and Professor Li to pressure me. It seemed like I had no other choice but to accept. After work, I went to Brother Wang's watermelon stall as agreed. By the time I got there, the watermelons had already all been sold. Brother Wang and his wife stayed just to wait for me, which was why they hadn't gone home. The three of us talked casually for a few sentences. Then Brother Wang looked at his wife and said, Wife, you say it. I'm not good with words, afraid I won't explain clearly. I looked at the two of them with some curiosity, not knowing what they wanted to tell me. His wife looked at me and smiled, Zhuayu, it's like this. Your brother-in-law and I want to rent a shop nearby to open a fruit store. We'll process the fruit using the method you taught us, and then sell it to the office buildings nearby. I thought for a moment and nodded, the idea isn't bad. As long as two things are done well, the rest is manageable. One is ensuring the fruit is fresh, second is sales. If you can sign orders with the office buildings, that's best. But the rent on the shops around here is ridiculously high. Even for a 20 or 30 square meter small shop, a year's rent would probably be 100,000 to 200,000. Can you afford that? His wife smiled and explained, these past 2 days, your brother-in-law and I have looked at a few places. Although the rent is high, we can share the rent with someone else. We don't need much space. 10 or so square meters is enough, since our main job would be delivery. I nodded. His wife's idea made sense. Just as I was about to speak, his wife suddenly said, Zhuayu, the reason your brother-in-law and I came to talk to you about this is because we want to open this fruit shop together with you. Although we haven't known you long, I can feel that you are a good person and capable. So, I smiled weakly and shook my head, refusing, not to hide anything from you, I right now can't pay out a single cent. As soon as I said that, his wife interrupted, don't worry about the money. Your brother-in-law and I will pay. I still looked at the two of them in confusion, wondering how they could suddenly come up with so much money. Brother Wang smiled simple-heartedly and said, your sister-in-law sold that watch. I had always been curious how a poor couple like them could have such an expensive watch. But that was their private matter, so I didn't ask further. Still, I refused them both. I told them that I now work at Aulon. I am busy every day and really have no time to take care of a store. They both looked regretful. Brother Wang finally told me that whenever I wanted to join as a partner, he would welcome it. After returning home, I had no appetite at all. I just stayed on the sofa drinking tea and smoking, and I didn't cook. My mind was full of everything that happened today. What hurt me the most was Chen Lan's wronged look. After hesitating, I still sent Chen Lan a text message, how are you okay? After a long time, Chen Lan replied, I'm good, thank you. Chen Lan's reply was politely cold. My heart felt another wave of sadness. Perhaps in her current heart, Zhou Tiancheng was the person she cared about most. I took big drags of my cigarette. After a while, another message came. It was also sent by Chen Lan. Zhuayu, work hard. Aulon is a good platform. Thank you for today, but it's best if we don't contact each other from now on. I am with Tiancheng now, so you don't have to reply. He doesn't want us to still be in contact. Each word in the message stabbed into my heart like a needle. I suddenly realized, I really am pathetic. A woman who already treated me as a stranger, yet I still can't forget her. The sky gradually grew dark. I didn't turn on the light, just stayed on the sofa, smoking cigarette after cigarette. Then there was the sound of someone knocking at the door. I didn't move, not wanting to know who it was. But the visitor seemed persistent, knocking continuously. The noise annoyed me greatly. Angry, I walked quickly to the door and forcefully pushed it open. A faint elegant fragrance entered my nose. I was stunned. I saw a beautiful woman in a short skirt standing at the door. This woman was Ran. She was carrying 2 plastic bags. At first glance at me, she frowned a little, then asked, it's so dark, why don't you turn on the light? After speaking, she didn't wait for me to let her in. She directly entered and turned on the light. Ran put the plastic bags on the coffee table, and only then did I see that they were packed meals. Are you trying to smoke up the whole house? How many cigarettes have you smoked? As she spoke, Ran covered her mouth and opened all the windows. I still stood by the door, looking at Ran curiously. I really couldn't understand why she would suddenly come to my home at such a late hour. Ran complained about the smoke. Standing by the window, she pointed at the meal boxes on the coffee table and simply said, "What are you still standing for? Eat already." I looked at her suspiciously. I couldn't guess what trick she had up her sleeve. But I was already hungry, so I didn't care. I sat on the sofa, opened a meal box, and asked her, "President An, how did you know I hadn't eaten?" Ran smiled. Looking outside, she said calmly, "Now you're off work, so no need to call me President An anymore. Call me by my name. As for how I knew you hadn't eaten, I'll tell you I guessed. Do you believe it?" Whether what she said was true or false, I had no mood to distinguish. I began eating with big mouthfuls. At this moment, Ran seemed like a different person, completely opposite to the cold beautiful CEO from the daytime. She went to the water dispenser, poured a glass of water, and placed it on the coffee table. Her tone was somewhat gentle, "Eat slowly, don't rush." I was astonished. That was my real feeling at that moment. "You came up here so boldly, aren't you afraid I'm not home?" Ran smiled lightly, "You have to trust a woman's intuition. I not only thought you would be home, I thought you hadn't eaten yet. See? My intuition was right?" As she spoke, she moved a chair and sat across from me, quietly watching me eat. Although I showed no reaction on the outside, inside I was constantly drawing question marks. I couldn't believe that at this late hour, Ran would come to my house to bring me food for no reason. After I was full, I threw the chopsticks into the meal box, grabbed a tissue, wiped my mouth, and asked Ran, "President An, speak. Why did you come at such a late hour? What exactly is it?" As soon as I said that, Ran suddenly laughed. She elegantly took a cigarette from her pack and placed it between her red lips. I didn't expect that she also smokes. She picked up a lighter, lit the cigarette, and took a deep drag. Then she started coughing violently. It turned out she didn't actually smoke at all, she was just pretending. After a while, she finally stopped coughing, put out the cigarette, and asked me, "Joyeux, do you believe in love?" I was stunned for a moment. At this late hour she brought me food just to ask whether I believed in love? I looked at her and shamelessly asked back, "President An, you wouldn't really have fallen in love with me, would you?" Ran laughed, rolled her eyes at me, "I already told you. Even if I liked the stray dogs on the roadside, I still wouldn't like you. Don't worry." Frustrating. I had asked myself a humiliating question. "Tell me about your past with that woman from Qingzi, the one called Chenlan." I smiled bitterly, looking at Ran and teasing her, "Ran, you're after all a CEO, why are you so interested in a subordinate's private life? Isn't that inappropriate?" Ran didn't care at all. She held the lighter and repeatedly flicked it down. But she didn't know that because her head was tilted down, her chest was already revealing spring scenery. I am not a gentleman. With such lovely spring scenery right in front of me, I wasn't going to not look. Even though it was just an outline, that full and smooth feeling still made my heart stir. At first, Ran didn't realize she'd exposed herself. But seeing that I didn't speak, she lifted her head and looked at me. When she saw my gaze fixed on her chest, she immediately sat up straight, eyes wide, red lips moving, just about to scold me. I beat her to it and said 2 words, "Scumbag." Because I spoke first, Ran suddenly laughed. But she still glared at me and said, "You've got pretty good self-awareness." I smiled and picked up a cigarette to light it. Just as I took a drag, Ran immediately turned back to glare at me, smoking again. "How many cigarettes have you smoked tonight? At this rate, you'll become a smoker. Take just 2 puffs of this one and put it out." Her mildly scolding tone warmed my heart. Maybe I hadn't been cared for like that in a long time. Her one sentence actually made me a bit touched. After saying that, Ran stood up and walked to the window. She didn't want to be smoked in. Outside the window the lights were sparkling. Ran stood at the window, feet placed apart, hands clasped, elegant as she looked at the lights outside. The light shining on her face made her even more beautiful in that moment, so beautiful it seemed unreal. She was wearing a short skirt. As my gaze drifted downward, her 2 fair, long legs came into view. I took a drag of my cigarette and said seriously to Ran, let me be honest, are you going to scold me?" Ran shifted her gaze from outside back to me. She looked at me calmly and said, "Go ahead. I'm sure what you're going to say won't be pleasant." I smiled and sincerely said, "Honestly. Your legs are really beautiful. Generally, boys in their teens like looking at a girl's face. But a man in his 20s likes to look at a woman's chest and legs the most." I thought Ran would say, "Scumbag," but I was wrong. Ran smiled gracefully. She looked down at her long legs and, a bit proudly, said, "I've noticed. they really are pretty. And Ran's attitude was totally unexpected by me. During the day she was a cold, proud beauty. But now, she was gentle like water. It made me feel very uneasy. And Ran didn't notice my inner thoughts. She walked back gracefully in her high heels. Once sitting back in her chair, she immediately said to me, Joyeux, aside from work, the fact that you protected your ex-girlfriend in front of so many people today, honestly, that's very manly. As a woman, I really admire that about you. I smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Even though Chinlan betrayed me, deep in my heart I had long regarded her as one of the most important people in my life. How could I see someone I treated like family suffer and do nothing? And Ran continued, actually, you still love her, right? Her question made my heart hurt. Do I still love Chinlan? Maybe yes, maybe no. I couldn't say clearly. She still loves you too, right? And Ran pressed on. I didn't understand why she was so interested in the matter between me and Chinlan. Seeing the expectant look in her eyes, I shook my head with a bitter smile and said, and Ran, why are you so curious about other people's privacy? And Ran smiled, somewhat proudly. She leaned forward and slowly said to me, Joyeux, even though you made Zhou Tiancheng angry, you could use Chinlan, have her help you. Bring Zhou Tiancheng back to the negotiation table. I think as long as you open your mouth, Chinlan will definitely help you. I stared at Ran, my heart in turmoil, full of mixed emotions. I finally understood, she brought food, she was gentle with me, but all of it was because of that big Qingzi deal. The funniest thing was that I shamelessly thought she had some feelings for me. In the end, it was still business. My mood began to change. From feeling hurt, I became angry. I asked Ran, President An, suppose we change positions. You are me, and Chinlan is your ex. Would you go ask her for help? And Ran sensed my displeasure. Looking at me for a long moment, she firmly nodded and said, I would. I frowned. And Ran's answer made me very uncomfortable. I immediately protested, you could do that, but that doesn't mean I would do that. President An, don't worry. Since I already agreed to you on this deal, I'll be responsible for it. I will do my utmost. As for whether it will succeed, that is up to fate. As I spoke, I stood up and looked toward the door. I essentially gave her the signal to leave. Although it was rude, I really didn't like feeling used. And used for something that involved the emotions I once treasured most. I don't want my work mixed with my personal privacy, and I especially don't want Chinlan involved. Besides, Chinlan even sent me a message today saying we shouldn't contact each other anymore. Of course Ran understood that I wanted her to leave. But she stubbornly looked at me, brows furrowed, and said with some displeasure, Joyeux, aren't you a bit too naive? Without Chinlan, you think you can win this deal? Is that possible? Let me be honest, I assigned this deal to you because I trust you, but I'm not at ease. After work today I called Zhou Tiancheng to try to set up a meeting, but he hung up on me. Before Ran could finish, I immediately interrupted her and asked, then you thought of me? So you brought me food and were nice to me and joked around, with the ultimate goal being you hoped I'd go find my ex-girlfriend, use our past feelings, get her to help, and then humble myself to win this deal, right? My tone grew louder and louder, and Ran's expression turned uglier. Clearly, what I said displeased her. After a long while, she took a deep breath and then said to me, Joyeux, I admit my thoughts are selfish. But all of this is for Aolan. Do you know what this Qingzi deal means to Aolan? If we win this deal, Aolan can get through its current crisis. I froze, looking at Ran in confusion. I had been working at Aolan for almost a month, but I had never sensed, or heard, that Aolan had a crisis. And Ran seemed to be sulking. After saying that, she stood silently. I tentatively asked, and Ran, you said Aolan has a crisis, what happened? And Ran's face softened a bit. She sighed and said emotionally, trouble at home and abroad. After saying that, she didn't wait for me to speak and directly said, as for whether you contact Chinlan, that's up to you. Well then, sorry to have disturbed you tonight. She picked up her handbag on the coffee table and turned to leave. This time she didn't ask me to walk her downstairs, but I still silently followed behind her. Just as she was about to get into her car, I suddenly remembered something and asked, and Ran, I have a question for you. And Ran reverted back to her cold pride of the daytime. She looked at me indifferently and said, go ahead. I also looked at her and carefully asked, why did you let me join Aolan? This had been a question I had wondered about recently. At first I thought Ran wanted to get back at me for flirting with her, but after I started working I found I was wrong. Even though I became a lowest level salesperson, Ran never made any move toward me. I wanted to know why she had me join Aolan. Ran looked at me, suddenly rolled her eyes at me, and said calmly, because you're handsome. Is that reason satisfying? After saying that, she got into her car. As the headlights turned on, I immediately stepped back. The car drove off, but I still stood where I was. Although I decided not to look for Chinlan, the project still had to continue. The only thing I could do was to go find Zhou Tiancheng, because he was the head of this project. Right now Zhou Tiancheng wouldn't even answer Enran's calls. If I tried to make an appointment with him, there would definitely be no hope. The only thing I could do was go to Qingzi and find him there. I didn't know how to face Zhou Tiancheng. He had cuckolded me, and now I was asking him to cooperate with us. This was no longer a matter of success or failure in life, it was about my dignity as a man, and it seemed like it was going to be trampled out of existence by him. I kept telling myself this was work, and work must be separated from personal life. After countless mental reminders, I still went to Qingzi, prepared to find Zhou Tiancheng. On the first day, the front desk asked me if I had an appointment. When they learned I didn't, they refused to call Zhou Tiancheng. After I begged and pleaded, she finally called him. The answer she got was that he didn't know anyone named Zhuayu and would not possibly see me. On the second and third days, even the front desk wouldn't pay me any attention. They told me that if I kept pestering them, they would call security. Thinking about it, it was sad. Trying to see someone who had cuckolded me was this difficult. My life really was full of misery. But I couldn't give up. After all, the matter started because of me, and I promised Enran I would do my best on this project. Since I could no longer get into Qingzi's building, I changed my strategy and began waiting by the main entrance to see if I could catch him. Finally, at noon one day, I saw Zhou Tiancheng in a suit walk out the door. The incident with his wife making a scene at Aolan didn't seem to affect him at all. He still stood on the steps proudly. I watched him from afar and instinctively felt inferior. I was wearing a cheap shirt bought online for only a few dozen yuan, and sweat had already soaked the shirt. Zhou Tiancheng, on the other hand, was in an Armani suit, and the Rolex Submariner on his wrist was something I could only look at from a distance. Maybe Qinlan was right, she really should have chosen Zhou Tiancheng. Compared with him, aside from age, I didn't have any advantage at all. I steadied myself and forced a small smile. Although my heart was full of mixed feelings, I still walked in Zhou Tiancheng's direction. Zhou Tiancheng was coming down the stairs. When he saw me, he paused slightly, then shifted his gaze elsewhere. In his eyes, I seemed as transparent as air. I shamelessly stood in front of him and tried to speak in a calm and peaceful tone. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. Could you spare a few minutes? I want to talk with you about the advertising promotion for Qingzi's new product." Zhou Tiancheng turned to look at me. His cold eyes seemed to want to pierce through me. After a long moment, he sneered and said disdainfully, "Go back and tell Enran that this project has already been given to Jieyu. We've already signed the contract. You don't need to come see me anymore." I was stunned. I didn't expect that so quickly Qingzi would sign with Jieyu Advertising. Although I had been in the advertising industry for over 2 years, I didn't know much about Jieyu. I only knew they were a rising advertising company that had grown rapidly in the past 2 years. They were a dark horse in the advertising world of the provincial capital. I was just about to probe further to see whether what Zhou Tiancheng said was true when an A6L car stopped at the bottom of the steps. Zhou Tiancheng didn't even respond to me, he strode into the car. I shouted after him unwillingly, "Mr. Zhou, can I say 2 more words?" I'd barely finished speaking when the Audi had already driven more than 10 meters away. I was feeling disappointed when suddenly the Audi stopped again. A hand reached out of the car window and waved toward me. Zhou Tiancheng was calling me again. I immediately ran over and looked down at Zhou Tiancheng inside the Audi. Zhou Tiancheng didn't look at me, he faced forward and pointed ahead, saying, "I'll give you a chance now. I'm going to Wanqing Plaza. You run behind my car. If you can run from here to Wanqing Plaza, I'll give you half an hour to talk." He was fucking with me. Zhou Tiancheng was obviously messing with me. From here to Wanqing Plaza, even if you ran non-stop without resting, it would still take more than 2 hours. This was not something ordinary people could do. I looked at Zhou Tiancheng angrily. He still didn't look at me, he waved his hand at the driver and said coldly, "Drive." I stood there conflicted. I watched the Audi's back, hesitating whether I should chase after it. I knew very well he was playing with me, but if I didn't chase after him, I wouldn't have any chance at all. My promise to Enran would be totally in vain. I had never hated anyone before. But at that moment, I felt some hatred toward Zhou Tiancheng. I sighed and rolled up my sleeves, preparing to start running. "Zhuayu." That call of Zhuayu made my whole body tremble. I knew that voice all too well. I slowly turned around and saw Qinlan in a professional skirt standing not far away. I stood there awkwardly. Just now, I had been beside the car, low and humble, talking to Zhou Tiancheng. Qinlan must have seen it. Qinlan slowly walked in front of me. Her clear gaze looked at me for a long time before finally asking, "Why are you here?" I forced an awkward smile and didn't know how to reply. "Zhuayu, we're already over. Don't harass Mr. Zhou anymore, okay?" I looked at Qinlan expressionlessly, but inside it hurt just the same. I didn't expect Qinlan to misunderstand me like this. She thought I was there out of resentment, to harass Zhou Tiancheng. I smiled bitterly and shook my head. "No. I was just passing by. I happened to see Mr. Zhou, so I came up to say hello." Qianlan smiled, but it was a cold smile. She looked at me and questioned, passing by? For 4 or 5 days in a row, you've been passing by? You go to the front desk every day, shouting that you want to see Mr. Zhou. Is that still called passing by? I stood there dumbfounded, staring at Qianlan. I didn't expect that these past few days when I came to Qingzi, Qianlan actually knew about it. I awkwardly rubbed my nose and honestly said, yes, I have come to your company these past 2 days. But I wasn't bothering Mr. Zhou. Our president sent me to follow this project. That's why Before I could finish, Qianlan shook her head bitterly. She looked at me and questioned again, Zhuayu. You just joined Aolan and you're just an ordinary salesperson. How could president possibly give such an important project to you? I know this project well. President has been following it personally. How can she trust you enough to hand it over to you? Qianlan's words made me feel as if I had fallen into an ice cellar. I didn't expect that in her eyes I was this incompetent. Even my words were not worth her believing. I was fucking failed. I didn't want to explain to Qianlan anymore. I coldly laughed, looked at her, and angrily glared at her and said, you're right. I am here to trouble him. Are you satisfied now? Fine, I won't bother you anymore. You go find your Mr. Zhou. I wish you two a lifetime together, children and grandchildren. After saying that, I turned and began to walk away. After only a few steps, I heard Qianlan call me from behind, Zhuayu. I didn't want to turn back, but her voice carried a quiver. My heart softened, and I looked back at her. Sure enough, tears were welling up in her eyes. Zhuayu, if you really want to talk to Mr. Zhou, then work hard to reach the same position he's in. That way you can face him equally. Maybe it was because earlier I had been so humble that Qianlan felt it was pathetic. I just coldly laughed and didn't respond to her words. Qianlan pressed her lips together and said again, just if, President did send you to run this project, maybe I could help you. Qianlan still didn't believe me. I laughed coldly again and answered her, thanks for the good intention. No thanks. As soon as I finished speaking, Qianlan burst into tears. My heart softened a bit. But as soon as I thought about it, if we had already broken up and no longer loved each other, why was she crying? Returned to the company feeling dejected. As soon as I entered the sales department, I saw a few colleagues whispering among themselves. I didn't pay much attention and went straight back to my desk. A colleague I get along with came over. He patted me on the shoulder and whispered mysteriously in my ear, Zhuayu, you're in trouble now. Better work harder. I didn't understand and asked back, what kind of trouble? He pointed at the computer and said quietly, check your email. I opened the company's internal email. There was one that had just been sent this morning. I clicked it open, it was this month's sales performance. My name was at the very bottom, with 0 sales. Aolan uses a last-place elimination system in sales. During the 3-month probation, if there's no performance and you're ranked last, you're out. I sat in my chair, frustrated. My eyes stared at the report, my mind blank. After a while, I suddenly noticed something strange. I leaned forward and looked closely at the report. The more I looked, the more alarmed I felt. The top salesperson this month only did about 300,000 in deals. The entire sales team together only brought in just over $1 million. Back at my old company, I had multiple deals worth over $1 million each month. And Aolan is supposed to be much bigger than my previous company. How could the performance be this poor? Then it hit me, a few days ago, Anren was at my place and said the company was facing both internal and external problems. I hadn't really felt it before, but now, seeing this report, I finally understood what she meant. Just as I was looking, a colleague suddenly called out to me, Zhuayu, Karine wants you to go to Director N's office now. Karine is our sales director. Around 30, with a curvy and seductive figure. Especially her chest, probably ranks first among all the women in the company. Even though I've only been here less than a month, I've already heard a lot about her romantic escapades. At the door of Director N's office, I knocked lightly twice. I heard, come in, from inside, and slowly pushed the door open. Behind the large desk, Anren was frowning, holding a document in her hand. I figured it was the sales report for the month. Across from her, Karine sat with her legs crossed. Her arms were folded in front of her chest, but even that couldn't hide her impressive curves. Assistant Lu Shui was standing next to Anren. When she saw me come in, she gave me a look, telling me that Director N was in a bad mood. I felt like I was invisible. No one acknowledged me after I walked in, so I had to stand quietly to the side, awkwardly watching Anren. Although I often teased Anren and wasn't really afraid of her, this was the company, and there were others around. Naturally, I had to be more respectful. After a while, Anren threw the report onto the desk. She frowned and asked Karine, why are this month's results so bad? Karine shrugged helplessly, looking like she couldn't do anything about it. But she still explained, Director N, we used to handle all the group's accounts. Just the group's business was enough to keep Aolan running. But now you've turned those accounts away. Of course, the volume went down. Although Karine is the sales director, Anren is still the president. Yet when Karine spoke to her, she didn't seem the least bit cautious. In fact, there was even a hint of blame in her tone. And I didn't understand what they meant by the group's accounts. I was confused. If the deals were already secured, why would Anren choose not to take them? Anren kept frowning and asked, what about those big clients from before? Don't tell me they all didn't have any ad placements this month. Karine tilted her head, still looking helpless. Of course they had deals. But for some reason, they've all gone to other companies recently. Anren immediately asked, which company? Karine reluctantly said, Jeyu. As soon as she said that, my heart sank. Jeyu again? Zhou Tiancheng mentioned earlier today that they'd signed with Jeyu too. Anren's brows furrowed even deeper. She threw the report onto the desk again, turned to me and asked, you've been following up with Qingzi for a few days now. What's the situation? I looked at Anren and replied apologetically, I met Zhou Tiancheng today, but he said Qingzi has already signed with Jeyu. The moment Jeyu was mentioned, Karine glanced at me. Then she turned back to Anren and said, Director N, I have some personal thoughts I'd like to share. If I'm wrong, I hope you won't mind. Anren smiled and said, Karine, you've been with Aolan a long time. Just speak freely. Karine glanced at me again, then said, Director N, for such a big client like Qingzi, having a rookie handle it, I don't think that's appropriate. Even a fool could tell Karine was targeting me. Anren looked at me but didn't say anything. Karine continued, also, I may not know HR, but our sales department isn't a dumping ground where just anyone can join. This Zhueyue guy has been here almost a month now and hasn't closed a single deal. I don't think someone like him is fit to stay in the sales team. I stood there awkwardly, never expecting Karine would straight up try to kick me out of the sales department. I guessed she wanted me fired, but since I was hired by Anren, she didn't say it outright. Anren remained silent. After a while, she finally said to Karine, I'll consider what you said. Let's leave it at that. Go back to work. I'll count on you for this month's results. Anren treated Karine quite politely and spoke to her with respect. Karine smiled and nodded. As she passed by me, she deliberately looked back at me, then swayed her way out of the office. Once Karine left, Anren told Lu Shui to leave as well. Now it was just the two of us. Anren looked at me and calmly asked, Zhueyue, what do you think of Karine's comments about you just now? I looked at Anren and sincerely said, Director N, honestly, what Karine said makes sense. I didn't make any sales this month. But I hope I can have another chance. Because I don't want to leave the sales team right now, and I especially don't want to leave Aolan. Anren looked surprised. She asked curiously, I thought you'd want to resign on your own. Didn't you always not want to come to Aolan? Why don't you want to leave now? She wasn't wrong. I really didn't want to stay at Aolan before. But something Chenlan said today really stung. She said only when my status improves will I be qualified to talk to Zhou Tiancheng face to face. That's one reason. Another reason, today's experience made me realize I can't just muddle through anymore. I need to prove myself, to show those who look down on me what I'm capable of. So, I have to stay at Aolan. But I didn't tell Anren that. I just smiled at her and copied her tone, saying, because you're beautiful. Is that answer good enough? That was the same answer she gave me a few days ago when I asked why she wanted me at Aolan. The only difference was she said I was handsome, and now I was calling her pretty. Finally, Anren's furrowed brows relaxed. She gave a small smile and didn't mind my words. I noticed that Anren wasn't as cold as before, so I carefully asked her, Director N, you mentioned earlier that Aolan is facing internal and external problems. Did you mean the sharp decline in performance? Anren clearly didn't expect me to ask this. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, it's related, but not entirely. I responded with an oh. Since she didn't want to talk more, I didn't ask further. We both fell silent. The atmosphere in the office suddenly felt a bit strange. After a while, Anren turned to me and said, you don't have to work this afternoon. I'll have Assistant Lu book you a plane ticket. Tomorrow morning, go to Sanya. I was stunned. I didn't understand what she meant. But she didn't plan to explain, so I had to ask, Director N, what am I going to Sanya for? Anren sighed slightly. Her brows furrowed as she murmured, Zhou Tiancheng lied to you. Qingzi didn't sign with Jeyu. Since Zhou Tiancheng didn't work out, we'll try another route. Their East China regional president, Huang Fei, President Huang, is on vacation in Sanya. He's our only option left now. Zhou Tiancheng is Qingzi's East China vice president. If we can win over their president, the deal will be done. But in doing so, Aolan would completely offend Zhou Tiancheng. But that wasn't something to worry about right now. I asked Anren again, Director N, I don't know anything about President Huang from Qingzi. I don't even have a photo. Do you have any materials? I'll go through them this afternoon. I wanted to do some prep work in advance. Who would have thought Anren would shake her head and say, you don't need to worry about that. Just follow me. I looked at Anran in surprise. I thought she was sending me alone. Didn't expect she was going herself. Then again, it's a huge deal, of course, she wouldn't feel at ease sending just me. But since I don't know anything, what am I going for? To carry her bag? After leaving the company and getting home, I prepared the things I'd need for tomorrow. Once I was done and about to make something to eat, the phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Yu. He shouted at me, "Zhueyue, those bastards Zhou Zhanqiang and Aijia are back. Just arrived today. Let's meet up somewhere later." I immediately agreed. Zhou Zhanqiang, Lin Yu, and I were roommates in college. We were close and always hung out together. Since we were also a bit well known on campus, our classmates called us the business trio. Zhou Zhanqiang's girlfriend Aijia was also our classmate. She and Qinlan were close friends. Back when I was chasing Qinlan, Aijia helped me a lot. Zhou Zhanqiang had been assigned by his company elsewhere for the past year. Aijia quit her job and went with him to Nanjing. Now that they're back, their assignment must be over, and he's been transferred back to the head office. I took the bus, bumping around for over 40 minutes, and finally arrived at the restaurant Lin you mentioned. When I got to the private room, the three of them were already there, laughing and chatting. As soon as Aijia saw me, she waved and said sweetly, "Come, Zhueyue, sit over here. It's been almost a year. You look a lot tanner now." I really had gotten darker. I'd been hanging around Qingzi these past few days, sun and wind all day, no way my skin would be okay. Aijia is pretty and has a lovely voice. She's also the gentlest woman I've ever met. So gentle that anyone who knew her would think she didn't have a temper at all. Back in school, plenty of people chased her. But in the end, it was Zhou Zhanqiang who got the upper hand. After they got together, Aijia stayed just as gentle and followed his lead. Like this time, when he was sent away, she didn't hesitate to quit and go with him to Nanjing. Before I could answer Aijia, Zhou Zhanqiang punched my arm and laughed. "Heard from Lin Yu that you quit your job? Still drifting around?" Lin Yu jumped in first and said, "I'm telling you, Zhanqiang, don't underestimate Zhueyue. He's starting his own business now, selling watermelons. It's an 020 model. Already got angel investors. Won't be long before Zhueyue takes his watermelons to Nasdaq and rings the bell. By then, he'll be counting his net worth in dollars." Lin Yu's nonsense made us all laugh. Zhou Zhanqiang ignored him and said to me, "Zhueyue, I'm not leaving again. Stop drifting outside. Come work at our company. Use your strengths, let's build something together." Zhou Zhanqiang sounded sincere. I was about to respond, but Lin Yu beat me to it again. He pointed at Zhou and said, "Let me tell you, Zhueyue, this guy is something now. Went on a short assignment and came back as the marketing director of his company." Zhou Zhanqiang's company is a subsidiary of Tiancheng Group. He already did well in the marketing department, leading his own team. Didn't expect that after returning, he'd be promoted to marketing director. Among our classmates, he's probably doing the best. As a friend, I was truly happy for him. But regarding his invitation, I could only politely decline. "Zhanqiang, don't listen to Lin Yu. I've already found a job. I'm at Aulon Advertising, it's going pretty well." Zhou Zhanqiang nodded and asked, "Still doing planning?" I shook my head, "No, doing sales, running accounts." As soon as I said that, both Lin Yu and Zhou Zhanqiang looked at me oddly. They didn't understand why I'd switched from doing well in planning to being a basic sales rep. Aijia smiled gently and smoothed it over for me, saying, "Sales is great. It's fulfilling and builds character. Zhanqiang, if your company ever has advertising needs, you can just hand them over to Zhueyue." Zhou Zhanqiang agreed right away. Once the food and drinks came, we chatted while drinking. Most of it was reminiscing about our school days. After a while, Aijia softly asked me, "Zhueyue, what happened between you and Qinlan? Why did you suddenly break up when everything seemed fine?" I had expected this topic to come up today. I took a sip of beer, the coldness made me feel better. I smiled bitterly and said, "Fell out of love. Naturally broke up." As soon as I finished, Lin Yu scoffed and said for me, "It wasn't about love. Qinlan cheated. Slept with their VP. Even got pregnant. Though I think she had the kid aborted later." I knew Lin Yu was standing up for me. But hearing him say that about Qinlan still made me uncomfortable. Aijia kept shaking her head, still speaking in her gentle tone, "That's impossible. Lanlan's not that kind of person." Aijia and Qinlan were especially close. Everyone understood when Aijia spoke up for Qinlan. Before, Lin Yu would never argue with Aijia about these things. But today was different. He asked her back, "These are all things Qinlan said to Zhueyue herself. What's so impossible about that?" Aijia ignored Lin Yu and turned to me, "Zhueyue, maybe you don't know. Just 2 days before you broke up with Qinlan, she and I had a phone call. She happily told me what kind of wedding she wanted. I don't believe she would suddenly change her mind 2 days later." I smiled bitterly and shook my head, sighed, and said to Aijia, "Maybe I was too useless. I couldn't even give her the wedding she wanted. All right, it's all in the past. Let's change the subject. Right now, the last thing I wanted to talk about was Chinlan. But Aijia didn't seem to give up. She softly added, anyway, I just don't believe Chinlan is that kind of person. Although the topic ended, I still felt a hollow sadness inside. Chinlan, has she really become a shadow I'll never get past in this life? Since we hadn't seen each other for almost a year, the three of us started drinking heavily, chatting about funny things from our school days. People are like this, when you're in school, you look forward to graduating. But once you're out in the real world, you start missing school. Lin Yu's face turned red from drinking. He started telling an embarrassing story about Zhou Zhanqiang. Back then, he didn't know Aijia yet. Once, he went to withdraw money from an ATM, and Aijia happened to be queuing behind him. It was love at first sight for him. To show off in front of her, he deliberately didn't choose Chinese and used the English menu instead. In the end, his English was so bad that the ATM swallowed his card. The people in line behind him all complained. As Lin Yu told the story, Aijia kept looking at Zhou Zhanqiang gently. The love in her eyes made even me a little jealous. I sighed inside, if only Chinlan were still by my side, like Aijia is to Zhou Zhanqiang. How nice that would be. We kept drinking, bragging as we went. The scene made me feel like we were back in carefree college days. Tipsy and dazed, I was starting to get drunk. At one point, Aijia stepped out to take a call. When she came back, she moved the empty bottles aside and smiled gently, you three should go drink somewhere else. If you keep going like this, the waitstaff will be sick of you. True, we had already been drinking for 3 or 4 hours. After saying that, she turned to me with a soft voice, Zhueyue, you're not drunk, right? I shook my head. I felt unusually clear-headed, even clearer than when I wasn't drinking. We left the restaurant, and it was already dark outside. Aijia drove her little BYD and took the 3 drunkards, us, straight to Old Friend Bar. There weren't many people in the bar. As we walked in, I glanced at the stage, no sign of Qin Mo. Just a long-haired male singer playing guitar and singing by himself. Lin Yu slumped into a booth, looked at the guy on stage, and drunkenly said, this guy's hair tied up looks like Lu Huan, and down it looks like Gao Shaosong. Doesn't even look as decent as Zhanqiang. We all burst into laughter. He and Zhanqiang always bicker, we were used to it. We ordered beer and continued drinking. After just a few sips, someone suddenly slapped me hard on the shoulder. I turned around, and a sweet scent hit my nose. Qin Mo was standing behind me, smiling brightly. She knew Zhou Zhanqiang and Aijia too, but not very well. After greetings were exchanged, I said to her, Qin Mo, sit and drink with us. Qin Mo shook her head, pointed to the stage, it's my turn now. I'll sing something to go with your drinks. What do you want to hear? Most familiar stranger, I blurted out. Qin Mo nodded, turned, and went up on stage. Zhou Zhanqiang placed his hand on my shoulder and whispered, Zhueyue, if there's really no hope with Chinlan, then just let it go. I took a sip of beer, stared blankly at Qin Mo on stage, and said, I already let it go. Zhou Zhanqiang shook his head and smiled. Qin Mo sang beautifully. I was fully immersed when Lin Yu suddenly called my name softly from across the table. When I looked at him, he signaled with his eyes for me to look behind. I turned around and saw Aijia and Chinlan walking in arm. Aijia hadn't entered the bar earlier, she was waiting outside for Chinlan. As they walked to the table, Chinlan greeted Lin Yu and Zhou Zhanqiang. Then she looked at me. I felt completely awkward, didn't even know where to look. Aijia noticed the awkwardness and pointed to the seat next to me, smiling at Chinlan, Lan, sit there. Sit next to Zhueyue. Chinlan didn't object. As soon as she sat down, I caught the familiar scent on her. With her arrival, the atmosphere got a little strange. Lin Yu and the others tried to steer the conversation to light topics, but Chinlan didn't respond at all. Seeing this, Lin Yu gave up. We just drank beer and listened to Qin Mo sing. After a while, Chinlan suddenly said to me, Zhueyue, are you planning to give up on the Qingzi deal? Chinlan brought up the Qingzi deal again. I shook my head and said, no. Still working on it. Chinlan responded with an oh, then said, Jiu Advertising already got in touch with Director Zhou. They've submitted a proposal. The company is still discussing it. Just like Anren said, Qingzi hadn't officially signed with Jiu yet. I'll help you set up a meeting with Director Zhou tomorrow. Give it one more try and see if you can win the deal. As soon as she said that, Zhou Zhanqiang jumped in, that's great. Zhueyue, with Chinlan's help, this deal is a sure thing. I say stop drinking now and go somewhere quiet to talk with her about what to do next. It was clear what Zhou Zhanqiang meant, he hoped I'd talk to Chinlan alone. As a friend, he didn't want us to end like this. I smiled, eyes fixed on Qin Mo on stage, and shook my head slightly, thanks. No need. My cold attitude immediately upset Chinlan. She frowned and asked, Zhueyue, I know you blame me, hate me. But you can't mix personal feelings into your work. I sneered and shot back, personal feelings? If not for personal feelings, would you be saying this to me? Haven't you also mixed personal feelings into work? Chen Lan's face darkened. Under the table, Zhou Zhanqiang kicked me. After a long pause, Chen Lan sighed and softly said, I want to help you because of personal feelings. I feel guilty, so I want to make it up to you. Her words hit the most sensitive part of my heart. I looked at her coldly and asked, Chen Lan, what do you take me for? Make it up? 5 years of love, and you think a deal can make up for that? Ai Jia saw I was getting emotional and quickly whispered, Shuiyue, enough. Stop talking. But I couldn't control myself. Fueled by alcohol, I stared at Chen Lan and continued, Chen Lan, in those 5 years we were together, do you know? Every morning, the first thing I did when I opened my eyes was check the weather. I'd tell you what to wear. I worried if you were cold, if you were hot. When your period pains woke you up at night, I ran to over 10 pharmacies and supermarkets to buy you medicine and brown sugar. You slept, and I caught a cold, because it was winter, and I was outside in thin clothes for over an hour. But you know what? I never expected anything back. I never regretted it. Because I loved you. I thought that's what a man should do. And if I could go back, I'd still do it all over again. I took a big gulp of beer. Chen Lan was already crying uncontrollably. I continued, Chen Lan. You don't get it. Love can't be made up for. We don't owe each other anything. I don't need your makeup. I let out a long sigh, tried to calm myself, and murmured, sorry. I shouldn't have said all that. I wish you happiness. With that, I got up and walked toward the door. On stage, Qin Mo was singing her original song. The lyrics were perfect, like they were written for me. Can't go back to the past, and I won't complain. Since it's all over, why hold on to broken threads? Lying in bed, I felt the world spinning. I knew very clearly, I was drunk. I closed my eyes, and Chen Lan's figure appeared again in my mind. Maybe because I was too drunk, her image slowly faded, and eventually turned into Anren. I don't know when I fell asleep. All I knew was that a series of urgent knocks pulled me out of my dreams. Half awake, I got out of bed. Suddenly I realized, I was supposed to go to Sanya today. I started putting on my clothes while heading to the door. When I opened the door, I saw Assistant Lu Shui standing there with an angry look. I was a bit surprised, just about to ask how she knew where I lived and why she came. Before I could speak, Lu Shui glared at me and said, Shuiyue, seriously? We send you on a business trip, and now I have to come get you myself? You didn't pick up your phone, what are you trying to do? She scolded me like a machine gun. I quickly got dressed, picked up my phone and saw I had accidentally put it on silent at some point last night. There were 7 or 8 missed calls, several from Lu Shui, and even more from Anren herself. I finished getting dressed in a rush, brushing my teeth while asking Lu Shui, sorry, I overslept? Where's Director In? She already went to the airport, right? Lu Shui rolled her eyes and said, you're such a VIP, of course she didn't go. She's waiting downstairs. I was rinsing my mouth when I heard that. Shocked, I accidentally swallowed a mouthful of toothpaste water. My ridiculous reaction made Lu Shui laugh. She looked at me and said, hurry up. Director In is mad. If you keep dragging your feet, we'll miss the flight. We went downstairs together. Anren's wine-red LS 460 was parked outside. Lu Shui got into the passenger seat. I got in the back. As soon as I got in, I saw Anren sitting inside with sunglasses on, expression cold. Once we were driving, I immediately said cautiously, Director In, I'm sorry. I overslept today. Anren kept looking out the window, ignoring me completely. Lu Shui glared at me in the rearview mirror, then pulled a document from her bag and handed it to me. This is the proposal for Qingzi's new product. Look it over now. I froze, but still took it, and asked Lu Shui softly, isn't the planning team going too? Lu Shui gave me another look and didn't answer. I was a bit frustrated. These 2 women were completely ignoring me. They were really mad. I felt guilty too, this was my first time participating in such an important company matter, and I actually messed it up. Even made the president come pick me up herself. What a disaster. The driver sped all the way. By the time we reached the airport, Lu Shui had already gotten the boarding passes. When she handed them to me and Anren, I realized we were flying business class. I had never flown business before. Also, Lu Shui wasn't going with us, only Anren and I were going to Sanya. Before security check, Anren pulled Lu Shui aside. The 2 of them whispered for a while. I had no idea what Anren told her. Everything settled, we boarded the plane. Anren still didn't want to talk to me. I could only sit back in the spacious seat and pretend to read the proposal in my hands. Because I drank too much yesterday and didn't sleep well, I got sleepy quickly. I was about to close my eyes and rest when Anren suddenly asked, how much did you drink yesterday? You still reek of alcohol? I smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. You were drinking with Chen Lan, right? Her question surprised me. I turned to look at her. Her beautiful face was still expressionless and cold. I asked, how did you know? Anren glanced at me with no expression, but didn't answer. The more she acted like this, the more curious I became. There was too much I didn't know about this woman, her background, why Aolan was in trouble. But she seemed to know a lot about me. She even knew I was drinking with Chinlan last night. It was unbelievable. For the rest of the flight, Anren ignored me. After landing, we took a cab to the hotel. It was a 5-star hotel in Yalong Bay. After settling in, I was just about to lie down and rest when I got a call from Anren asking me to come to her room. Her room was a business suite. As soon as I walked in, she stared at me, making me feel uneasy. After a while, she asked, "You only brought that one outfit?" Clearly, she wasn't happy with my clothes. I smiled awkwardly, looked down at myself and said, "This is actually my most expensive outfit." Anren didn't respond. She grabbed her purse, walked to the door and said, "Come downstairs with me." The president's words were cold and few, but I had no choice but to follow. We went to a nearby store in the lobby. As soon as we entered, she picked out 2 outfits for me. The price tags shocked me. One t-shirt cost over 5,000 yuan. I followed behind Anren and whispered, "Director N, this is way too expensive. I can't afford it." Anren ignored me. She added 2 pairs of pants and a pair of shoes. After paying, we left the store. Then she finally said, "You're meeting President Huang tonight. You can't wear that outfit, right? The company will reimburse part of the cost." As soon as I heard, partially reimbursed, I widened my eyes and said, "Director N, even if it's partial, I still can't afford the rest." I meant it. All I had was a little over 1,000 yuan. Even though payday was coming, that 4,000 would be taken by Anren as rent anyway. Anren, who had been cold all along, suddenly smiled at that. Tilting her head, she said, "I can lend you the rest. 3% daily interest. Pay me back within 3 months." I stared at her and mumbled, "That's usury. I can't borrow that. I don't want the clothes." Anren's face turned serious. She said sternly, "Stop talking nonsense and go change. I'll be waiting for you at the cafe. In half an hour, we go to the restaurant." I forced a smile. There was nothing I could do. I had to follow orders. I thought Anren had arranged to meet Huang Fei. But when we arrived at the restaurant, I realized she hadn't. She looked around for a while before choosing a window seat. It was a nice spot with a view of the blue sea of the bay. Actually, I was still a little curious. The temperature in Sanya is much higher than inland right now, and it's considered the off-season for tourism. Why would Huang Fei choose this time to vacation in Sanya? Anren ordered a few dishes. She even specially asked for an expensive bottle of red wine. Fine food, fine wine, a beautiful woman, it almost felt like I was here on vacation. The wine was poured. Anren didn't bother with me anymore. She ate gracefully while quietly glancing around. I found it strange and couldn't help but ask, "Director N, didn't you make an appointment with President Huang beforehand?" Anren took a sip of red wine, looked up at me, and said softly, "I've only met Huang Fei once, but we never spoke. You could say, I don't know him at all." I looked at Anren in surprise, eyes wide. I asked, "Director N, are you serious? The 2 of us traveled all the way to Sanya under this burning sun, and you don't even know President Huang? Then how are we supposed to talk to him?" Anren didn't care about what I said. She focused on the food on her plate and calmly replied, "If we don't know him, we create an opportunity to get to know him. Right now, we don't have any other options." I understood what Anren meant. But I still couldn't imagine that this woman, sometimes cold as ice, sometimes gentle and elegant, would go to such lengths for a single deal. While we were talking, Anren's gaze turned toward the entrance. I followed her line of sight and saw a man in his 30s walking in. Beside him was a woman about the same age. The man looked like a typical successful person, medium height, well-built, dressed in a CK casual outfit. The woman next to him was quite pretty, slim, wearing a long white dress. She wore glasses and had a very scholarly vibe. Anren looked away and whispered to me, "Zhueyue, that's Huang Fei, President Huang, from Qingxi's North China region." I nodded and asked, "And the woman next to him?" "His wife." Anren explained, "Huang Fei is different from the so-called typical successful men. He's faithful and treats his wife very well. In the business circle for so many years, I've never heard of any rumors about him. His wife is a teacher, and it seems she has some respiratory issues. So whenever she's on break, he also takes leave to take her to places with good air quality to recuperate." Only then did I understand why Huang Fei would come to Sanya during the scorching summer for vacation. And I seemed to realize why Anren brought me along. I chuckled and quietly asked her, "Director N, is the reason you brought me along because you were worried that if you came alone, President Huang's wife might think you're trying to seduce her husband?" Anren rolled her eyes and scolded softly, "Shut up." I smiled. So, I was just a decoy. After Huang Fei and his wife had eaten for a while, Anren picked up a napkin and elegantly wiped her mouth. She whispered to me, "Let's go over." I quickly got up and followed Anren to Huang Fei's table. As we approached, Huang Fei looked up and glanced at us. When he saw Anren, a look of surprise flashed across his face, but then he returned to a calm expression. Before Anren could say anything, Huang Fei stood up, extended his hand, and said confidently, "Director N, what a coincidence. Running into you here in Sanya?" As soon as he spoke, both Anren and I were stunned. She had just told me she didn't know Huang Fei. But he called her by name. Anren reacted quickly. She gracefully shook his hand, then introduced me, "President Huang, this is our colleague, Zhueyue." I quickly shook hands with Huang Fei. His hand was big and strong. Then he introduced his wife to both me and Anren. After some small talk, Anren smiled and asked, "President Huang, pardon me for asking. I did have the chance to see you once before, but as I recall, we didn't speak. How did you recognize me?" Huang Fei laughed and said to Anren, "With a lady as beautiful as Director N, any man would remember her at a glance." As he spoke, he turned to glance at his wife. She continued to smile calmly, as if none of this had anything to do with her. Just as Anren was about to speak, Huang Fei continued, "Just kidding. Although Director N and I have only met once, your father, Chairman N, is a senior I greatly admire. I had the privilege of hearing his teachings in person. That's why I paid special attention to Director N. Truly, like father, like daughter, Director N is now one of the most well-known women in business in East China." I had never heard anything about Anren's father before. Only now, hearing Huang Fei say this, did I realize her father was also a leading figure in East China's business world. No wonder Anren could become president of Aolan at such a young age. To Huang Fei's praise, Anren simply responded with a polite smile. She said modestly, "It's an honor to meet you, President Huang. We won't interrupt your meal with Mrs. Huang. Let's talk more another time." After the greeting, Anren took me and left the restaurant. I understood her intention. She didn't want to bring up business right away, it would seem too direct and might turn Huang Fei off. Outside the restaurant, Anren found the lobby manager and told him to put all of Huang Fei's expenses for the next few days on our account. After arranging this, Anren said to me, "It's 5 o'clock now. In a while, President Huang and his wife will definitely go to the beach. You stay here and wait. As soon as they leave, follow them. Once they arrive at their spot, call me. I'll come right over." Anren still wanted to create a chance meeting. I casually asked her, "And you?" "Sleep." With that, Anren twisted her graceful waist and took the elevator upstairs. Actually, I didn't really agree with Anren's plan of forcing a chance encounter. Someone like Huang Fei has seen every kind of situation. He could easily see through tricks like this. But Anren is the boss, I could only follow orders. Anren wasn't wrong. Just as the sun was setting, Huang Fei took his wife and left the hotel. I quickly and quietly followed behind and sent Anren a WeChat message. The sea breeze blew gently as the setting sun cast golden light across the blue water. It felt peaceful and relaxing. The Huang couple walked slowly, so I didn't follow too closely. When they reached the beach, they started strolling along the shore, and I trailed behind from afar. They were quite romantic, taking selfies, playing in the water. I had no idea how far we had walked when Anren called to ask my exact location. I wasn't familiar with the area, so I looked around and told her where I was. But when I looked up again, Huang Fei and his wife were gone. I quickly searched around, but there was no trace of them. I hurriedly searched all around. The coconut grove, the viewing platform, the beach. I looked everywhere, but still didn't see any trace of the couple. Just as I was getting anxious, the phone suddenly rang. It was Anren calling, her tone a bit displeased as she asked where I was. After I told her my location, she showed up shortly after. She was wearing a white long dress and flat sandals. As soon as she saw me, she asked in a low voice, "Where's President Huang?" I looked at her awkwardly and shook my head. They were just here, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Disappeared? Anren sounded emotional. How could two grown people just disappear? "Zhueyue, what should I say to you, Sai?" Anren was so angry, she didn't even know what to say anymore. I looked at her apologetically, feeling guilty inside too. Ever since coming to Aolan, not only had I failed to bring in any deals, I always messed up at crucial moments. Anren stayed annoyed for quite a while, then looked at me weakly and said, "Don't just stand there, let's look for them." We continued searching along the coast. There weren't many people on the beach. We walked quite far, but still didn't see President Huang and his wife. Anren grew angrier. She stood motionless at the edge of the water, letting the waves lap against her ankles. Suddenly, Anren lifted her foot and forcefully kicked. Her sandal drew a graceful arc through the air and landed in the sea. As if that wasn't enough, she threw the other sandal in too. I had been standing behind Anren the whole time and never expected her to suddenly throw her shoes into the sea. The sea breeze was strong. I thought the sandals would be washed back ashore. But instead, they spun in the water and started drifting further out. At first, Anren didn't care. But when she saw the sandals floating farther away, she quickly turned around and pointed to the sea, saying, "The shoes, Joyeux, the shoes. Go get them for me." I looked at her bitterly and shook my head repeatedly. "Director N, that's past the warning line. The water's too deep. I'm not a good swimmer." Anren was already angry about the situation with Huang Fei. Hearing me refuse, she clenched her fists in frustration and waved them near her head, yelling at me. "Joyeux." Her shout drew curious stares from the people around us. But I still didn't move. I wasn't going to risk my life over a pair of sandals. Anren gave up completely. She sat down on the beach, ignoring her image as a president, and sulked while staring at the sea. After a while, Anren turned to glare at me and asked, "Joyeux, if it were Qinlan asking you to get her shoes, would you go?" Women are strange. I had no idea why she suddenly brought up Qinlan. I looked at Anren, nodded expressionlessly, and replied firmly, "Yes." Anren got even angrier. Her gaze turned colder. I added, "But Qinlan would never ask me to risk myself for a pair of sandals." Anren's face was filled with anger. Then she sneered and mocked me on purpose. "If Qinlan's so great, didn't she still break up with you?" I frowned and looked back at her coldly. Anren seemed to realize she went too far and turned away, staring out at the sea. She sat there for a long time before standing up again. She looked at me and pointed at my feet, saying, "Take off your shoes." I looked at her and asked, pretending not to understand, "Why take off my shoes?" Anren looked at me exasperated. "What do you think? I'm a woman, and I lost my shoes. You should be a gentleman and give me yours. Otherwise, how can I walk back? The beach is fine, but you don't expect me to walk barefoot on the street, do you?" I let out an "oh," took off my shoes, and placed them in front of her. Just as she was about to put her feet in, I suddenly said, "I have athlete's foot." Anren quickly pulled her foot back. She looked up and glared at me, stammering, "Joyeux, you really are something." I said nothing. She sighed and shook her head. "Joyeux, I think you should be the boss. I really regret bringing you along." "Then should I go back now?" I held back a laugh and said on purpose. Anren rolled her eyes at me, then walked ahead barefoot without looking back. I followed behind her. The two of us walked one after another slowly along the beach. When we got near the hotel, we had to go from the beach up to the street. Facing the stone steps, Anren's soft pale feet hesitated to move forward. While she was hesitating, I walked ahead of her and bent slightly. Anren knowingly asked, "What are you doing?" I replied with annoyance, "Want me to carry you or not? If not, I'm leaving." I couldn't see Anren's face, but I could feel she was a little embarrassed. Lower. Hearing Anren's gentle voice, I bent down further. Then, a soft body leaned on my back. As I slowly stood up, her light fragrance entered my nose. The sea breeze played with her hair, and the strands tickled my neck, making me feel itchy inside. What got to me the most was that pair of soft curves I once accidentally touched, now gently pressed against my back. Their softness made my whole body feel numb. To keep my thoughts from drifting, I teased her on purpose, "You look so slim, but how are you this heavy?" Anren pinched my arm lightly and said softly, "Shut up, walk faster." Since I've known Anren, though she smiled at me before and joked occasionally, it was the first time she used such a playful tone. This intimate moment wiped away all the frustration from losing track of Huang Fei and the shoes. At the hotel entrance, seeing guests coming and going, Anren felt even more embarrassed. Her face pressed against my back, and she whispered in my ear, "Joyeux, put me down. I can walk from here." I chuckled and instead held her long legs tighter, striding confidently into the hotel. Everyone around looked at us curiously. The lobby manager even came over and asked if we needed help. They probably thought Anren had hurt her foot. After I carried Anren to her room and was about to leave, she suddenly called out, "Joyeux, thank you." I smiled, looked back at the gentle Anren, and casually said, "Director N, no need to thank me. Actually, I don't have athlete's foot." Anren's eyes widened. I knew whatever she was about to say wouldn't be good. So before she could speak, I quickly slipped out of the room. Even though we lost track of Huang Fei, the unexpected closeness with Anren made me feel incredibly satisfied. Thinking about how Anren's shoes were lost in the sea, I wanted to buy her a new pair. The luxury shop downstairs was out of the question, so I went out to a nearby supermarket to look around. After browsing for a bit, I saw a pair of domestic white high-heeled sandals that caught my eye. I liked this kind of plain white, without any decorations. It gives a sense of purity. Also, the first time I met Anren, she was wearing similar shoes. Although the sandals cost more than 600 yuan, half of all the money I had, I still bought them without hesitation. After paying, I only had a little over 700 yuan left. I didn't even know if that would last me until next month. But the thought of giving Anren a gift still made me happy. I brought the shoes back to the hotel. As soon as I entered the lobby, someone called my name from behind. I turned around and saw Huang Fei and his wife walking in. I had to admit, Huang Fei was indeed a capable man. Anren had only introduced me to him once, and yet he remembered my name clearly. Huang Fei walked up to me, smiling as he said, "Zhueyue, the beach view is nice, isn't it?" The moment he said that, I knew he had noticed me following him earlier. I smiled too and replied, "The view is great. It's just a shame I didn't get to enjoy it together with you, President Huang, would have been even better." My calm attitude clearly surprised Huang Fei. He laughed heartily, patted me on the shoulder and said, "Tell your director and thanks for the lunch earlier." He was referring to Anren covering their meal at the restaurant. I nodded and smiled. Honestly, I had a good impression of Huang Fei. He spoke and acted generously. I knocked on Anren's door. She had just showered, her long black hair dripping with water. The scent on her body was even stronger than usual. Even standing at the door, I could smell it clearly. Seeing her in pajamas, her fair legs exposed, I felt too awkward to go in directly. I asked, "Director N, may I come in?" Anren was drying her hair and pointed toward the living room, saying, "Wait for me in the living room. I'll be there after I blow dry my hair." After tidying up, Anren sat down across from me. I handed her the shoe box, joking, "Since I didn't get your sandals back earlier, consider this compensation." Anren looked at me, carefully took the box, and asked, "Zhueyue, you're not up to something again, are you?" I had tricked her a few times before, so she was naturally on guard. I just smiled without saying anything. Anren opened the box, saw it was a pair of sandals, and nodded approvingly as she looked at them. "Zhueyue, you've got good taste. I like both the style and the color." As she spoke, she placed the shoes on the floor, put them on directly, then walked to the mirror. Looking at herself from all angles, she said with satisfaction, "Not bad, not too big or small, perfect fit. You must be used to buying things for girls if you can guess my size." Impressive. I smiled bitterly. Honestly, apart from Chenlan, I had never bought this kind of thing for anyone else. Seeing she had finished trying the shoes, I told her about running into Huang Fei earlier. After hearing me out, Anren immediately asked, "You mean, Huang Fei already knows you were following him?" I nodded. Anren sighed. After a while, she asked, "Zhueyue, what do you think we should do now?" I looked at her in confusion and asked, "Director N, from what I heard from President Huang, he seems quite familiar with your father. Why don't you go through your father to talk to him? Maybe that way, our chances would be higher." Although I didn't know who Anren's father was, I could sense that Huang Fei respected him. If her father stepped in, things would surely go more smoothly. My words made Anren frown deeply. She said, slightly displeased, "Zhueyue. Just like how I asked you to contact Zhou Tiancheng through Chenlan, you didn't want to mix personal life with work. I feel the same. Even if we don't get this deal, I won't go to him." Her words surprised me. From her tone, she seemed a little unhappy with her father. But as for why, I knew that wasn't something I, an outsider, should ask. I thought again about her original plan, to try and bump into Huang Fei, get familiar, then talk business. But I felt that wasn't necessary anymore, so I said directly, "Director N, I think President Huang is a straightforward person. Why not be direct and talk to him openly?" Anren thought about it, checked the time on her phone, then said, "It's already past 8. Isn't it a bit late?" I shook my head and explained, "Actually, it's the perfect time. How about inviting President Huang here and having an honest talk?" Anren agreed. She called the front desk and asked for 2 bottles of red wine and some fruit platters. Once everything was arranged, she called Huang Fei. Just like I expected, he didn't turn her down. He told Anren he'd be there soon. It was clear that Huang Fei and his wife had a good relationship. The two of them came together. As soon as they entered, Huang Fei joked, "I heard a beautiful woman like Director and invited me, and my wife insisted on coming too. She's afraid I'll say something stupid and upset Director N." Anyone could tell, he brought his wife to avoid suspicion. But a few light jokes smoothed it all over. After they sat down, I poured red wine for both of them. This time, Anren didn't beat around the bush. Holding her glass, she spoke directly, "President Huang, I didn't say it earlier, but the truth is, I came to Sanya this time just to see you." Huang Fei took a sip of wine, then used a fork to pick up a piece of mango. While eating, he said, "Director N, I won't lie either. From the moment I saw you at the restaurant, I already guessed your purpose for coming. But since you didn't say it clearly, I could only pretend not to know." Anren smiled awkwardly and explained, "President Huang, that was my oversight. Please don't take offense." Huang Fei set his fork down, looked up at Anren seriously, and said, "Since Director N is being open, I'll be straightforward too. The marketing and advertising for the East China region is entirely handled by Vice President Zhou Tiancheng. I don't interfere. I also heard that something went wrong in the initial talks between your company and him. But that's his personal matter. Like I said, I won't get involved. It's his responsibility. So, Director N, I'm sorry. If there's another opportunity in the future, Qingzi and Aolan will definitely work together." But this time, I really can't help. I didn't expect Huang Fei to shut it down so directly. It looked like this negotiation was going to be tough. Anren was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected Huang Fei to shut down the idea of cooperation the moment he opened his mouth. But she wasn't ready to give up yet. She picked up a folder from the desk and handed it to Huang Fei, saying, "President Huang, I understand everything you said. But your company's Vice President Zhou seems to have some bias against Aolan. I've also heard that he's currently in contact with JU Advertising. But only through comparison can we see which is better. We don't mind a fair comparison with JU Advertising. Even if we don't work together, President Huang should at least take a look at the proposal our company prepared. Of course, this is just a portion. If you're interested, you're welcome to visit our company. We'll give you a full presentation." Huang Fei put down his wine glass and took the folder from Anren. He read it very seriously, even looking over certain sections 3 or 4 times. The room was completely silent. Other than Huang Fei's wife, who kept a calm smile, Anren and I both stared intently at him. Anren was much more nervous than I was. If the proposal stood out, Aolan might still have a chance. I didn't know how much time passed before Huang Fei finally put down the folder. He turned to me and asked, "Zhueyue, did you write this proposal?" I smiled and shook my head, telling the truth, "No. I'm just in sales. I'm currently in charge of following up on this case, that's all." Huang Fei gave a soft and casually flipped through the pages again. Then he asked me, "You've read this proposal, right?" I nodded. "Tell me your thoughts on it." Hearing that, Anren's eyes suddenly lit up. Since Huang Fei was willing to listen, that meant there was still a chance. I glanced at Anren, then awkwardly said, "The proposal is quite well done. It covers all the necessary aspects and has some unique touches. Overall, it's a standard, qualified proposal." As soon as I said that, Anren's expression changed slightly. She looked at me with a hint of dissatisfaction. It was true, I should have praised the proposal, even if it wasn't great, since it was made by our own company. But I said it was just qualified. The truth is, I didn't want to lie to President Huang. He clearly knows the industry well. No matter how fancy my praise was, he wouldn't be easily convinced. He'd make his own judgment. Unlike Anren, Huang Fei laughed. He looked at me with interest and said, "So according to you, this is just an ordinary proposal? Zhueyue, you're quite bold, to say that in front of your director. Aren't you afraid she'll fire you when you get back?" Then he laughed heartily. Although Anren was still a bit unhappy, seeing Huang Fei laugh, she also smiled slightly, though not very naturally. Huang Fei suddenly stopped laughing and asked me again, "Then tell me, if you had made this proposal, how would you have done it? Do you want the honest answer?" I asked in return. "Of course," Huang Fei replied straightforwardly. I leaned forward slightly, thought for a moment, and answered seriously, "There are 2 situations. First, if the company required me to make this proposal, I would have done one pretty much the same as this. It's simple, the promotional approach here already fits the product's characteristics. I couldn't make something significantly better than this." My answer surprised both Huang Fei and Anren. Because earlier I said it was just a standard proposal, yet now I said I would have done something similar. Huang Fei took a sip of red wine. He seemed even more interested. He looked at me and asked, "And the second situation?" I continued seriously. "The second situation is hypothetical. If I had the freedom to choose, I absolutely wouldn't take this project." They were surprised by my first response, and when I said the second, their brows furrowed at the same time, especially Anren. If Huang Fei weren't here, she probably would have scolded me on the spot. Huang Fei seemed intrigued by what I said. He tilted his head and asked, "Why not take it?" I looked serious and replied, "The reason is simple. As a planner, I believe this product is destined to fail in the market. Although that's your company's issue and has nothing to do with us, if the product fails, your company might blame the proposal. After all, someone always has to take the fall when things go wrong." What I said was the truth. But Anren couldn't hold back anymore. She hurriedly interrupted me, clearly unhappy, and said, "Zhueyue, what nonsense are you talking about?" Huang Fei's expression darkened. He stared at me silently for a while, then coldly asked, "How much do you know about our product?" I shook my head and answered honestly, "Not much. But I read the product description your company provided. If that description is accurate, then I believe my judgment is correct." Huang Fei sneered and turned to his wife, "Bring it out." His wife took a bottle of cosmetic product from her handbag. It was packaged beautifully, an artificial crystal bottle, translucent, containing a milky lotion. He looked at it, then raised his head and said to me, "It's good for young people to have confidence. But making judgments without proper research is arrogance. Let me tell you clearly, this product was developed in the lab at South Guang Traditional Chinese Medicine University. It took almost 2 years before we decided to bring it to market. And now you say it's bound to fail? You're sentencing us to death. Tell me, what is your judgment based on? I had to admit, Huang Fei truly was someone who did big things. He had a generous heart. If it were someone else, they probably would have stormed off after what I said. Anren still looked worried. She glanced at me and shook her head slightly, signaling me to stop talking. At the same time, she said to Huang Fei, President Huang, don't mind Shuiyue's nonsense. He's just a salesperson. He doesn't participate in proposal planning. I smiled bitterly. What I said today had clearly crossed a line. But Huang Fei looked at Anren and said, Director N, I don't agree with you. Hearing multiple opinions brings clarity. Go ahead, Shuiyue. I want to hear your thoughts. I took the cosmetic bottle from Huang Fei's hand, opened the cap, and brought it to my nose. A light herbal fragrance mixed with other scents filled my senses. It actually smelled quite nice. But I didn't answer his question directly. Instead, I explained from their company's perspective, as for your company's marketing strategy, I think it's very forward-thinking. Promoting the product widely before it even hits the market, before it even passes national testing, helps consumers remember it. Once it launches officially, sellers will come asking to stock it. Although I said it in a complimenting tone, I wasn't really impressed by the strategy. There's precedent for this. Pierre Cardin did the same thing, advertising a product heavily before launch. Customers wanted to buy but didn't know where. Once it officially launched, it triggered a buying frenzy. This kind of marketing, later often seen in China's phone industry, is called hunger marketing. Huang Fei listened very carefully. When he saw me pause, he immediately made a gesture for me to continue and said generously, Go on. I smiled and continued, the reason your company focuses on building this single product is actually based on internet thinking. You want to use one point to drive the whole picture, focusing on marketing one product first. That's why your company is willing to invest a lot of effort and money to promote this product. Once this product becomes a hit, it can then drive other products and finally lead to an overall explosion of your entire product line. Huang Fei nodded again, but then asked me, that's a good analysis. So do you think this idea is wrong? I placed the cosmetic product in my hand on the coffee table and nodded, saying, the idea itself is not wrong. After all, Xiaomi grew into a giant using this approach. The problem isn't the idea, it's the product. As I spoke, I pointed at the cosmetic product on the table. Huang Fei smiled meaningfully. He picked up the cosmetic bottle, looked at it from left to right, thought for a while, and then asked me again, Shuiyue, our cosmetic product is extracted from Chinese herbal medicine. It matches what women are looking for now, green, natural, and no side effects. And the market price isn't high either. I don't understand why, in your eyes, such a product is destined to fail. I had already expected this question. I smiled and said, President Huang just said that without investigation, there's no right to speak. Since Director An asked me to follow this project, I really did some research. According to my research, there are no fewer than 30 cosmetic companies in China that use Chinese herbal extraction as their selling point. Among them, at least 10 are much stronger than Qingzi. You said this product was developed at a Chinese medicine university and took nearly 2 years. You may think this is a breakthrough in R&D for your company. But what I found is that other large cosmetic companies can launch a new herbal-based product in 6 to 8 months. In terms of R&D speed, your company is already behind. Huang Fei frowned deeply and argued, but you have to know, our cosmetic product is very different from those on the market. It has its own features. For example, it has strong effects in whitening, moisturizing, scar removal, and wrinkle reduction. I chuckled and directly interrupted him, President Huang, you can buy any cosmetic product on the market. Even from the smallest unknown manufacturer, you'll find the same effects listed. Don't be offended, but what you mentioned has basically become standard features of cosmetics. So it's safe to say your product is just following the trend, and not very skillfully at that. A product that had been carefully developed and prepared for launch was completely dismissed by me. Huang Fei fell silent, his expression growing worse. He stared at the cosmetic bottle on the table without speaking for a long time. Anren looked at me helplessly. She knew it was useless to stop me now. I had already offended Huang Fei. She simply held her wine glass and sipped the red wine, letting things unfold. After a long silence, Huang Fei still seemed unwilling to give up and asked again, Shuiyue, let me ask you this. What if our product works better than others? Once it hits the market, it could quickly gain consumer approval and still open the market. What Huang Fei said sounded reasonable, but he hadn't seen the core issue. I still shook my head and patiently explained, President Huang, everyone knows the cosmetics market is a huge cake. Let's not even talk about domestic brands, they mainly focus on low to mid-end products. Foreign brands have already taken most of China's high-end market. Especially in the past 2 years, Japanese and Korean cosmetics have risen rapidly. Combined with overseas shopping and purchasing agents, their prices keep dropping, and consumers have more and more choices. Just look at horse oil products, they've already successfully entered the Chinese market. I paused here and picked up a cigarette from the table, intending to light it. Then I remembered that Mrs. Huang had respiratory issues, so I put the cigarette back. Huang Fei made another gesture. Go on, I'm listening. I smiled and continued. As for domestic brands, they now focus more on marketing. As far as I know, some companies that specialize in herbal cosmetics spend hundreds of millions on marketing. I want to ask, in this situation, what does your company use to compete? You want to survive in the cracks, but you may be crushed by these giants the moment you squeeze in. My words became more and more blunt, almost sentencing Qingzi to failure. Anren shot me another dissatisfied look. After listening, Huang Fei suddenly drank most of his red wine in one gulp. He put the glass down, turned to me, and said with a smile, then tell me, what should Qingzi do now? I smiled slightly and shook my head. I only know that what Qingzi is doing now is clearly drinking poison to quench thirst. But as for what Qingzi should do instead, I don't know. Huang Fei smiled. What you said is quite interesting. But this already goes beyond the scope of planning. Do you know who should be thinking about these things? I deliberately pretended not to understand and slowly shook my head. Huang Fei smiled and said, these issues concern Qingzi's overall future direction. The people who should be thinking about them are those at Qingzi's headquarters, the ones who hold Qingzi's fate in their hands. Of course I understood. Matters of company direction should naturally be considered by the president, senior vice presidents, and shareholders. Huang Fei seemed unwilling to continue this topic. He turned his head and asked me, Zhueyue, what did you study in college? I replied, business administration, majoring in market research and forecasting, and marketing. Huang Fei nodded. No wonder your sense of the market is so sharp. Zhueyue, if you're interested, you can come try working at our company. Our East China division is recruiting heavily right now. Talent like you is exactly what I need. As he spoke, he laughed and looked at Anren, saying openly, Director N, I'm trying to recruit your employee right in front of you. You're not upset, are you? I didn't take Huang Fei's half-joking words too seriously. Anren put down her wine glass, looked at me, and smiled, saying, if President Huang signs this deal with us, Zhueyue can leave anytime. Anren was also joking, but I still glared at her unhappily. Even though I hadn't achieved anything at Aolan yet, I wasn't something that could just be handed over like a product. After Anren finished speaking, both she and Huang Fei laughed. Huang Fei looked at Anren and said seriously, Director N, I still have to say sorry. This deal is handled by Director Zhou. That has already been decided by the company. Changing orders back and forth is not my way of doing things. But I'm still very happy to have met Director N and Zhueyue today. If there's a chance in the future, I'd be very willing to cooperate with Aolan. I had already expected this result. Anren, on the other hand, gave a bitter smile. Although she was unwilling, there was nothing she could do. After seeing President Huang and his wife off, I was just about to return to my room when Anren suddenly shouted at me, Zhueyue, stop right there. I stopped at the door and turned back to look at Anren. She was also looking at me expressionlessly. Then she walked toward me step by step, very slowly. Even when she was already very close, she kept moving forward. I subconsciously stepped back until my back was against the door. Anren finally stopped when she was just a few centimeters away from me. She stood right in front of me. Her expression grew colder, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. We were so close that if I leaned forward just a little, my face would touch hers. But with her looking like she wanted to eat me alive, I wouldn't dare do that even if you killed me. Anren stared at me and asked coldly, Zhueyue, I clearly signaled you not to say those useless things. Why did you still say them? We clearly had a chance today to change President Huang's mind, but you ruined it again with your self-righteousness. Anren really seemed angry. But looking at her, I somehow felt it was funny. To avoid touching her, I pressed tightly against the door and said carefully, Director N, stay a bit farther away. Late at night, a man and a woman standing this close? I'm afraid I might make a mistake. I was deliberately teasing her to ease the tension. But as soon as I said that, Anren suddenly lifted her foot. I cried out in pain. She had stomped hard on my foot. I grimaced in pain, but Anren didn't care at all. She said angrily, you've already made all the mistakes you could. Zhueyue, you're too arrogant. We do advertising. How Qingzi develops and how their products are positioned has nothing to do with us. Yet you talked endlessly and wasted the best opportunity just like that. This whole trip to Sanya was for nothing. This deal is completely hopeless now. The more Anren spoke, the angrier she became. In the end, she turned around and sat back down on the sofa, poured herself a glass of red wine, and drank it all in one go. Then she ignored me and sat there angrily, staring out the window. I slowly walked to sit across from her and said softly, Director N, are you really that angry? Anren didn't speak. I cleared my throat and continued, Director N, what I'm about to say next are my true thoughts. I hope you'll listen. Anren still sat there without reacting. I said seriously, Director An, although I don't know exactly what's going on, I do know that Aulon is indeed in a difficult situation right now. But I believe that with everyone working together, we can get through this crisis. If sales performance is declining, then our next step is to put more effort into sales. Before I could finish, Anren suddenly turned to look at me and said coldly, put in more effort? How? Such a big deal just flew away. How are we supposed to work harder now? I smiled bitterly at Anren and continued, Director An, haven't you seen it clearly yet? President Huang never planned to get involved in this deal. He handed it entirely to Zhou Tiancheng. No matter how beautifully we talked today, he wouldn't have changed his mind. Anren sighed. Her expression softened a bit, but she still asked, then at least we should have talked about future cooperation, right? But you talked about vague product positioning. Is that something President Huang can decide? That requires approval from the headquarters board of directors. I smiled bitterly again and sighed, this was a last resort. Maybe this way, there's still a small chance to turn things around. Hearing there might be a chance, Anren looked at me in confusion and asked, what do you mean by that? I slowly shook my head and explained, if this works, I'll tell you exactly what I was thinking. If it doesn't work, then there's no need to say anything. Anren looked at me and helplessly shook her head. Actually, I wasn't trying to be mysterious with Anren. I was also gambling on Huang Fei's next move. Before he made any move, anything said would be meaningless. Seeing Anren remain silent, I said, Director An, drink less wine. Get some rest early. I'll head back now. I turned to leave, but Anren suddenly said, Zhueyue, stay and sit with me for a while. Her voice sounded weak and tired, completely different from her usual proud and cold image at the company. For some reason, seeing her so dejected made me feel a bit of sympathy. I didn't dare joke with her anymore and quietly sat across from her. After a while, Anren suddenly said, Zhueyue, I guess you've always wanted to know why I went to such lengths to bring you to Aulon. I nodded. I really had wanted to know the answer. Anren gently swirled the red wine in her glass and slowly said, actually, it's very simple. Aulon needs talent right now. Do you remember the first time we made a bet? The watermelon proposal you did really impressed me. But I didn't expect that when I agreed to hire you, you suddenly rejected me. Later, I asked Professor Li, and he spoke very highly of you. That made me even more determined that I had to bring you into Aulon. I smiled casually and joked, I always thought it was because I'm handsome that you wanted me at Aulon. My joke didn't seem funny at all. Anren showed no reaction and continued quietly, but Professor Li also said that you're someone who goes with the flow, with low demands for material life. To put it negatively, you lack ambition. Otherwise, with your ability, you would have been promoted long ago at your previous company. I smiled bitterly. What Anren said was indeed true. In the past, I really had no ambition. As long as I had a decent salary and could be with Qinlan, I was satisfied. But Anren didn't know that just a few days ago, after that conversation with Qinlan, my thinking had already changed. I had to work hard. I had to reach a height where they would look up to me, especially Zhou Tiancheng. After Anren finished speaking, she turned to look at me and sincerely said, Zhueyue, I hope you can change your easygoing personality. Right now, Aulon needs talented people to step up. I believe that as long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to bring out your potential. Let's all help Aulon get out of this difficult situation, okay? Because she had been drinking, Anren's face was flushed with a hint of red on her fair skin. Her big, watery eyes carried a bit of drunkenness, giving off an extremely charming feeling. Her voice was also very gentle. At that moment, I actually had a strong desire to protect her. I even wanted to go over and hold her tightly in my arms. But I absolutely didn't dare to do that. At the same time, my heart was filled with emotion. I had only been at Aulon for a month and hadn't even closed a single deal. Yet Anren trusted me this much. I nodded and said, President An, don't worry. As long as I'm at Aulon, I will do my utmost to help Aulon out of its difficulties. Anren smiled and nodded. My words made her feel comforted. But I had always been curious about one thing. I cautiously asked Anren, President An, last time Director Karen said that you turned down a whole order from a group. Can you tell me which group it was? Aulon is in trouble now, why did you turn it down? As soon as I spoke, Anren's expression turned cold. She slowly stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Though it was late at night, the lights outside were still bright. Anren didn't answer my question. Instead, she said calmly, Zhueyue, I'm tired. You should go back and rest too. I gave a faint bitter smile. This young and beautiful CEO, how many secrets does she still have that she won't let me know? The next day, Anren and I went directly back to the provincial capital. When I saw her in the lobby, I deliberately looked at the shoes she was wearing. To my disappointment, she wasn't wearing the sandals I gave her. I mocked myself in my heart, someone of her status surely wouldn't fancy the shoes I bought. After returning to the company, I began to work even harder. I went out early and came back late every day to visit clients. I thought that as long as I worked hard, there would definitely be rewards. But who would have thought, almost a month passed, and I still hadn't closed a single deal. I even started to doubt whether I was suited for sales at all. Anren was still busy every day. Other than occasionally seeing her at the office, I never had a chance to be alone with her again. What made me feel the worst was that the few hundred yuan I had left was all spent. My base salary at Aulon was deducted by Anren in the name of rent. At the time, I thought, as long as I closed 1 or 2 deals a month, I could support myself through commissions. But now, nearly 2 months had passed, and I hadn't closed a single deal. Even eating had become a problem. That afternoon, I was once again coldly rejected by a client. I stood under the setting sun, feeling extremely dejected. I had less than 30 yuan left in my pocket, tomorrow's meals weren't even guaranteed. I had no choice but to borrow money to get by. The first person I thought of was Linyu. Among the 3 of us, Linyu was definitely the odd one. After graduating from college, he refused to work and focused solely on stock trading. The reason was that during university, he caught a bull market in the stock market and made a small profit. Since then, Linyu believed he would become China's Warren Buffett. As for how he had done in the market these past few years, we weren't really sure. But his family was well off, and even without working, his quality of life was still much better than ours. We agreed to meet at our old hangout. When I arrived, Linyu was already sitting by the window, drinking beer and eating snacks. Chin Mo sat across from him, tuning her guitar with her head down. As soon as I sat down, I grabbed a bottle of cold beer and took a big gulp. That refreshing coolness from the inside out made me feel completely relaxed. Linyu was shelling peanuts and asked me, "Zhueyue, how's your ad sales going? Are you making money or not?" I took another sip of beer, nodded, and said, "Of course I'm making money. My commission this month might be 300,000 or 400,000. As soon as I said that, Chin Mo stopped tuning the guitar and looked at me in shock. Linyu also widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Bullshit. Not to mention ad sales, even if you sold your body, you couldn't make that much." I looked at him seriously and said, "When have I ever lied to you? But the money won't come in until the end of next month. So, lend me some money first, I'm about to go hungry." As soon as I finished speaking, the 2 of them burst into laughter. They knew I was bluffing. Linyu pulled a bank card from his pocket, tossed it onto the table, and generously said, "There's a few thousand yuan in this card. Use it first. You know the password." With Linyu, I never stood on ceremony, so I picked up the bank card with peace of mind. The 3 of us joked around for a while. Then Linyu asked Chin Mo, "Momo, has that assistant director bothered you again?" Chin Mo shook her head. Linyu pointed his thumb over his shoulder and boldly said, "Momo, if that bastard dares harass you again, just tell your brother Lin. I'll beat the shit out of him." Before Chin Mo could speak, I looked at her and said, "Momo, you probably don't know. Your brother Lin used to be in a gang." Chin Mo looked at the 2 of us suspiciously, clearly not believing it. I continued, "Your brother Lin formed a gang back in middle school. The name was super cool, same as a Japanese Yakuza group, called Black Dragon Society. Just as the gang was growing, their teacher found out. The teacher not only didn't scold them but even helped them rename it to Black Dragon Study Group." As soon as I said that, Chin Mo burst into laughter. Linyu laughed and cursed, "Damn you, stop making fun of me." The 3 of us were laughing and chatting happily when Chin Mo suddenly whispered to us, "Turn around." Linyu and I turned our heads at the same time. We saw 2 familiar figures walk in. I knew them so well, one was Ai Jia, and the other was Chenlan. As soon as Linyu saw them, he immediately turned to me and said, "Zhueyue, I didn't invite them, all right." I gave a bitter smile, shook my head, and didn't say anything. They clearly didn't expect to run into us either. Ai Jia waved at us and then walked over. Chenlan hesitated slightly but eventually followed. Old friends wouldn't sit at separate tables. As soon as they sat down, Linyu asked Ai Jia, "Where's Zhanqiang? Why didn't he come?" At the mention of Zhou Zhanqiang, Ai Jia's face was full of tenderness and affection. She answered gently, "He just got transferred back to headquarters. He's super busy every day. Who knows when he'll get off work." Linyu and Ai Jia chatted away, while Chenlan and I stayed silent. I drank my beer and looked out the window. The atmosphere was getting more and more awkward. Chin Mo suddenly put her guitar aside and said to me and Chenlan, "Hey, you two. Even if you broke up, you're not strangers, right? You're being so stiff that it's making the rest of us uncomfortable." That was just like Chin Mo, she always spoke her mind and never beat around the bush. Chenlan and I both smiled. She spoke first, looked at me, and said, "Zhueyue, Qingzi didn't sign with Jieyu." I was stunned for a moment. After returning from Sanya, Qingzi and I had no further contact. The news Anren received was that Qingzi and Jieyu had already signed a letter of intent and were about to officially sign the contract. It was said to be a long-term contract. Because of this, Anren gave up completely and let go of this deal. Who would have thought that Chenlan would tell me Qingzi and Jieyu hadn't signed the contract? I looked at Chenlan and asked, why? Didn't you already sign the letter of intent? Chenlan shook her head, I don't know. It was President Huang who suddenly asked to terminate it a couple of days ago. As for the reason, he didn't say anything. I nodded. In my heart, I wondered, was it my analysis that day that made an impact? Everything I did that day was a gamble. Judging from this, do I actually have a chance to win? Seeing that Chenlan and I were talking more, Lin Yu cut in from the side and said, now that's better. Even if you can't be a couple, no need to become enemies. Maybe you'll help each other at work, and who knows, you might rekindle your old flame and get back together. Although Lin Yu meant well, his words still made me a little embarrassed. But Chenlan looked calm. She glanced at Lin Yu and said indifferently, Lin Yu, Zhou Tiancheng is already divorced. Both Lin Yu and I were stunned. Lin Yu looked at me awkwardly, while I looked out the window, feeling empty inside. Anyone could understand what Chenlan meant. She was telling us that Zhou Tiancheng was divorced, and now she could be with him openly and rightfully. I thought I would feel the same pain as before upon hearing this news. But aside from a sense of emptiness, I felt nothing else. Have I really let go? Someone once said, the best way to forget a relationship is to start a new one. When I thought of this sentence, I didn't know why, but Anren's image suddenly came to my mind. But I immediately denied my own delusional thinking. Anren and I are not from the same world. She is in the sky, and I am on the ground. Days passed one by one. I still hadn't closed a single deal. That afternoon, the sales department had a meeting. I knew this would definitely be a difficult day for me. Because Director Karen was increasingly dissatisfied with me. Before, she would still ask about my work progress. But now, every time she saw me, she treated me like air, wouldn't even glance at me. In the small meeting room, aside from those on business trips, the rest of the sales department colleagues were all present. Karen stood at the front, dressed in a white deep V-neck suit, full of arrogance. I had to admit, Karen had a great figure. With her slightly tight clothes, those curves that stirred the imagination seemed ready to burst forth. There was a rule in sales department meetings: those with good performance sat in the front, closest to the director. Those with poor performance naturally sat at the back. I knowingly sat in the corner and tried to hide behind my colleagues' bodies. Because for this meeting, I had a bad feeling. Karen was very likely to use me as a negative example. As before, Karen began by talking about the monthly performance. First, she praised a group of people. Then she changed her tone, her voice sharp, and said, "This month's worst performer, I think everyone already knows who it is." When Karen said this, she paused on purpose. The colleagues around immediately turned to look at me. I lowered my head in shame and stared at the form in my hand. But I had no idea what was written on it. "Joyeux, tell me, when exactly will you close a deal?" I didn't expect Karen to be so blunt and actually call me out by name. There was no way to avoid it. I had to brace myself and say, "This month." Karen sneered. That kind of scornful smile made me feel like I was sitting on pins and needles. She kept pressing. "What if you still don't sign a single deal?" I understood what Karen meant. She was forcing me to make a public pledge. If I still couldn't sign anything, I would have to leave. Although I was personally recruited by Anren, Karen was a senior in the company and the sales director. The sales targets now all fell on her shoulders. Anren couldn't possibly offend Karen just for someone like me. After all, many companies were now trying to poach Karen. There was no point in hiding anymore. I had to face it head on. I looked at Karen and said with no expression, "Director Karen, if I still don't close a deal this month, I'll resign voluntarily." After I said that, Karen acted as if she hadn't heard. She looked at the others and said, "Colleagues, let me ask you a question. If you had to choose, would you rather be a frog or a toad?" No one understood what Karen meant. They looked at each other and whispered. Seeing no one respond, Karen asked a girl in the front row, "You, answer." The colleague laughed and said, "If I had to choose, of course I'd choose the frog. Toads are too ugly. At least frogs are a bit better looking." Her answer made everyone burst into laughter. But Karen waved her hand and looked at everyone with authority. "Wrong. We must not be frogs, we must be toads. Frogs may look better than toads, but they have short vision. They sit at the bottom of a well, thinking the sky is only as big as the opening above. Toads are different, they have big dreams and dare to imagine. Even though they're ugly, they long to eat swan meat. What happens to frogs in the end? They're caught, cooked, and served on the table for people to eat. But toads? They're made into bronze statues, named Golden Toad, and worshipped by people. These kinds of chicken soup stories are told in every company. But I had to admit, Karen told it very well. While talking, she turned her focus again and continued. But we have someone in our sales department who is a frog. Thinks he's smart and handsome, and just because he was recruited by upper management, he gets all smug, drifting through each day, not signing a single deal. Let me be clear, our sales department does not keep idle people. Even if you were hired by President and herself, if you can't produce results, get out. I never expected that in the end, Karen was still talking about me. Everyone understood, and they looked at me with strange expressions. My face burned. I wished I could find a hole and crawl into it. After working for so long, this was the first time I had been humiliated by a leader in front of so many people. In that moment, my mind burned. I really had the urge to quit. Karen was about to continue when there was a knock on the door. With a cold face, she said sternly, "Come in." The door opened, and Anren and Lu Shui walked in. Anren relied heavily on Karen. As soon as she entered, she smiled and said to Karen, "Karen, hope I'm not interrupting?" Karen shrugged and said, "No. But President An, you came at the right time. Just now, a colleague in our sales department made a pledge, if he doesn't close a deal this month, he'll resign." Karen was ruthless. Saying this in front of everyone, she was clearly trying to stop Anren from giving me another chance. Lu Shui looked in my direction. She also knew I hadn't closed any deals. But her big eyes were full of curiosity, maybe wondering how Karen had treated me just now. Anren just smiled calmly and nodded. Director Karen's team really is special. Even the colleague with the lowest performance dares to make such a commitment. As she spoke, she looked in my direction and then said to Karen, "Karen, I won't interrupt your meeting any longer. But I need to take Zhueyue away." Karen's brows furrowed slightly, then she asked, "What's going on? President An, don't tell me you're transferring him out of the sales department?" Anren smiled and shook her head. "No. A major client is here, and specifically asked to see Zhueyue." Karen's expression shifted from surprise to doubt to disappointment. She couldn't believe a major client would actually name me, and that President and herself came to fetch me. Even if I didn't make the deal, for a salesperson, this kind of honor was supreme. Finally, I felt a sense of relief. I stood up and said to Anren, "President An, maybe I should wait until Director Karen finishes the meeting before I go." I said it on purpose, to push back against Karen's earlier mockery. Karen snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "No need. It doesn't matter if you join the meeting or not. Just don't scare away the client again." She was still referring to last time, when I fiercely scolded Zhou Tiancheng. After leaving the meeting room with Anren, she walked in front while Lu Shui and I followed behind. I asked Lu Shui in a low voice, "Assistant Lu, which client wants to see me?" Lu Shui shook her head and replied just as quietly, "Why are you asking so much? You'll know when we get there." As she spoke, she playfully raised her eyebrows at me. This little girl always acted mischievously whenever she talked to me. It was clear that Anren was in a better mood because of this deal. Her steps were light, and she looked confident and full of ambition. But I was a little suspicious inside. Among the clients I had seen over the past 2 months, the one most likely to specifically ask for me was Huang Fei from Qingzi. Because I knew, that conversation in Sanya had already sparked his interest. And Chen Lan had also told me that Qingzi hadn't signed with Jieyu. This proved that Aolan still had a chance. It was clear that Anren valued this client very much. She had specially arranged the meeting in the executive conference room reserved for the president. As soon as we entered, we saw a young man in a suit sitting on the sofa. When he saw us come in, he immediately stood up. But I was slightly stunned. I didn't know this person. I tried to recall if he was a client I had met and just forgotten. But after thinking for a long time, I couldn't remember. I was sure I didn't know him. As soon as the man saw me come in, he walked straight up to me. He extended his hand and clearly called out my name. "Hello, Zhueyue. I'm Wu Yizhe. You spoke with our company's marketing director last time about the advertising campaign for our soon-to-be-launched bottled water. The director has basically agreed and wants your company to provide a marketing plan first. Then we'll discuss the specific details together." I was dumbfounded. As I shook hands with him, my mind was still spinning. I had met so many clients. Aside from Huang Fei, I hadn't seen any director-level clients. Was this guy mistaken? No, he clearly called out my name. What troubled me the most was that he didn't say which company he was from. And with Anren present, I didn't dare ask directly. I was afraid I'd say something wrong and scare the client away. That would make me a true sinner at Aolan. I awkwardly smiled at him and greeted him vaguely. After Lu Shui invited us to sit down, she poured coffee for us. Anren then said to Lu Shui, "Lu Shui, go call Wang Tao." Lu Shui left the room. Anren introduced the young man named Wu Yizhe. Wang Tao is one of the elite members of our planning department. I plan to have him work on your company's proposal. Wu Yizhe nodded. The two chatted politely. Meanwhile, I became more and more confused. What was going on? How did this deal fall into my lap from the sky? After Lu Shui brought Wang Tao in, Anren introduced both sides. Wang Tao was also a veteran at Aulon. He wore glasses, didn't talk much, and gave a mature, steady impression. Wu Yizhe was the first to speak. "Hello, Mr. Wang. Here's the situation. Our company, Tiancheng, is preparing to launch a bottled water product." As soon as Wu Yizhe said this, I immediately understood what was going on. I then stopped paying close attention to the conversation between Wu Yizhe and Wang Tao. As a salesperson, my job was done. The rest was up to them to coordinate. Wu Yizhe and Wang Tao talked for over 2 hours. Once everything was explained, Wang Tao and I walked him out of the company. Watching Wu Yizhe's back, Wang Tao suddenly turned to me and said, "Zhueyue, not bad. This is a big deal, you've made a contribution this time." After saying that, he adjusted his glasses and turned to head back into the company. I found a quiet place, took out my phone, and dialed a familiar number. After a while, the other party picked up and said, "Hello?" I immediately cursed jokingly. "Zhanqiang, you really are something. Since when did you start doing good deeds like Lei Feng, without even leaving your name?" Tiancheng Food Company, Limited was the company Zhou Zhanqiang worked for. He was the marketing director. When Wu Yizhe mentioned the company name, I suddenly realized that it was Zhou Zhanqiang who had sent the deal over on purpose. Zhou Zhanqiang laughed loudly and teased me. "So? This is the first gift I've given you since I returned to the provincial capital. Do you like it?" I laughed along and said, "You could have given me a heads up. I had no idea what was going on. And your assistant, Wu Yizhe, he's just like you, damn sneaky. He deliberately didn't say your company's name at first." I almost embarrassed myself in front of the president. Zhou Zhanqiang laughed again and said, "I just wanted to surprise you." Then his tone changed, and he said seriously, "Zhueyue, a few days ago Ai Jia told me they ran into you at Old Friends. She said you weren't doing too well, haven't closed a single deal. She was really worried. Just so happens our company is launching a new product, so I had my assistant go directly to Aulon and find your president in. But seriously, you're not being a good brother. If you're having a hard time, why didn't you tell me? You looking down on me or what?" His words warmed my heart. I didn't expect him to care about me this much, even though he was so busy and still kept in touch with Ai Jia. We'd been brothers for years. I didn't want to say any cheesy thank you stuff, that would just make it feel distant. So I joked around with him a bit. Zhou Zhanqiang seemed pretty busy on the other end. Before hanging up, he said to me, "Zhueyue, don't worry. This isn't over yet. This time, I'll make sure you make a name for yourself at Aulon. Alright, talk later, let's catch up in person next time." He didn't tell me what exactly he planned to do, just hung up directly. But a few days later, I found out what Zhou Zhanqiang had arranged. That morning, as soon as I arrived at the office, Lu Shui told me to go to Anren's office. When I walked in, I saw Anren reading a document, and Wang Tao standing across from her, respectfully watching her. Anren was probably reviewing the proposal Wang Tao had prepared. When she saw me come in, Anren immediately looked at me and said, "Zhueyue, Tiancheng's team will be at our company at 10 o'clock. Their marketing director will lead the team. They want to review our proposal and have requested that all personnel involved in the project be present. Don't go out to meet clients today. Join the meeting with everyone later." I nodded in agreement. It looked like Zhou Zhanqiang was really coming today. Anren took this deal seriously. After speaking to me, she started discussing the proposal details with Wang Tao. Actually, this deal isn't huge or small, but for Aulon right now, it's definitely a big one. Looking at Anren's serious and focused expression, I wanted to tell her a few times that the other side's marketing director was my close friend, and that this deal was basically in the bag. But Anren didn't give me a chance to speak, and Wang Tao was there the whole time, so I held back. Anren attached great importance to this deal. She specially called in several director-level figures from the company. As the sales director, Karen naturally also attended. Actually, things weren't easy for Anren either. The company is now in trouble. If this deal can be successfully signed, it can at least provide a buffer period for the company. That's why she's paying extra attention to this deal. Tiancheng Food Company sent relatively fewer people. Led by Zhou Zhanqiang, only 4 of them came. His assistant Wu Yizhe was naturally among them. I had to admit that I was now already distanced from Zhou Zhanqiang. When he appeared in a suit, Anren and the others immediately went up to greet him. At this moment, he had become an honored guest at Aulon. And I was just a low-level salesperson at Aulon. After entering the room, Zhou Zhanqiang didn't look at me at all. He chatted and laughed with Anren like an old friend of many years. Only Wu Yizhe glanced at me and gave me a slight smile. Zhou Zhanqiang sat in the chair behind the circular conference table. Directly across from him sat Anren. This seating arrangement also showed how much Aulon valued him. After a few polite exchanges, Anren spoke first. "Director Zhou, based on the samples and various materials provided by your company, we've specially assembled a planning team, led by our business elite Wang Tao, to produce a detailed marketing proposal for your company. Next, Wang Tao will present it to everyone. Zhou Zhanqiang looked at Wang Tao and made a gracious gesture to invite him to begin. His every move now had the style of a business elite. Wang Tao stood up and nodded at the other side. Holding the remote, he began presenting the PPT on the big screen. Wang Tao was indeed a seasoned planner. His fundamentals were solid, especially in market and product analysis, which were very well done. Although I now work in sales, I've always had a strong interest in planning. I listened very attentively as Wang Tao spoke. Normally not a talkative person, Wang Tao showed great confidence when speaking about the proposal. Standing in front of the screen, he spoke fluently and thoroughly. When he got to advertising strategy, he slowed down his speech and spoke more cautiously. For the media channels of our Tianlu spring water, that is, the media selection, this is my thinking. First, television. Since our product is positioned for the low-end market, I suggest airing the ads during health-related programs. This will reduce ad costs and allow us to allocate more resources to other channels. Second, the internet. My view is that we should invest heavily here, advertise on several major national portals. After all, the number of internet users in China now surpasses TV audiences. Other channels, such as print media, newspapers and magazines, should also be considered. Additionally, electronic screens in major malls and pop displays. Hearing this, I couldn't help frowning slightly. What Wang Tao said didn't seem wrong, but on closer thought, this scattered placement strategy was completely unsuitable for a new brand just entering the market. While Wang Tao was talking, he purposely looked at Zhou Zhanqiang for a reaction. But Zhou Zhanqiang kept a blank face, watching the screen and occasionally flipping through the proposal in his hands. No one could tell what he was thinking. Wang Tao, seeing that his presentation wasn't getting any response, seemed a bit flustered, which was rare for someone usually steady. He cleared his throat and continued. As for the TV and print slogans, I've prepared two versions. For TV, the highest goodness is like water, Tianlu Spring. For print, Tianlu Spring, leading the trend in drinking. At this point, Zhou Zhanqiang placed the proposal on the table and turned to look out the window, saying nothing. Anyone could sense that he was very dissatisfied with the slogans. But this wasn't a big issue, slogans can always be revised. Wang Tao probably encountered a client like this for the first time. He looked nervously at Anren. Anren gave him a slight nod, signaling him not to panic and to continue. Wang Tao clearly lost his confidence, his entire demeanor had shrunk. He continued slowly. For the TV and print copy, my concept is this. The first TV ad scene is in a natural forest. Before Wang Tao could finish, Wu Yizhe suddenly interrupted. Planner Wang, there's no need to explain this further. We already have the script. Your three scenes, one in the forest, one on a sports field, and one in a factory workshop. If I remember correctly, these scenes seem to appear in other commercials as well. I'm worried that if these are broadcast on TV, we'll be accused of plagiarism. That would be extremely risky for a new brand. Even worse, we might get into legal trouble because of it. No one expected the first to raise objections would be Wu Yizhe. After all, he was just an assistant. And yet, Zhou Zhanqiang remained silent, head down, playing with the pen in his hand, as if none of this concerned him. Anren's expression changed slightly. Wang Tao looked awkward and began to explain. Assistant Wu, actually these three scenes of mine are. Unfortunately, Wang Tao was interrupted again. This time by Zhou Zhanqiang. He looked at Anren and smiled. President An, do you know what I used to do? Anren looked at him and smiled while shaking her head. I'm not really sure what Director Zhou did before. Zhou Zhanqiang smiled and said. I used to work in marketing. I've done advertising planning before too. His meaning was clear. He was dissatisfied with Wang Tao's proposal and deliberately mentioned his background to show he was an insider. Anren looked a bit embarrassed but reacted quickly and said, Director Zhou, if there's anything you're not satisfied with in this proposal, just let us know. We can revise it. Zhou Zhanqiang smiled slightly but didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked directly, President An, I hope you don't mind me asking, does this proposal represent the highest level of your company? His tone was full of provocation. But since he was the client, no matter how harsh he was, we had to swallow our pride. But suddenly, I seemed to understand. A few days ago on the phone, he said he wanted me to make a name for myself at Aolan. It looked like he was about to make me the focus of the next move. I started to feel uneasy. If he had given me the proposal from the start, I would have agreed without hesitation. But now, the proposal had already been done by Wang Tao. And in front of everyone, Zhou Zhanqiang was putting Wang Tao in a tough spot. If he now handed the project to me, should I accept it or not? If I don't, the deal might fall through. But if I accept, I'll clearly offend Wang Tao. And if others in the company find out about my relationship with Zhou Zhanqiang, they'll definitely be very displeased with me. Especially Wang Tao, he'll definitely resent me. After all, in the drama directed by Zhou Zhanqiang, Wang Tao had become the scapegoat. I suddenly found myself caught in a dilemma. Zhou Zhanqiang's sentence, "Is this the highest level of planning your company can offer?" left Anren momentarily stunned. Although Anren was the president, she was still young. For a moment, she was at a loss for words and didn't know how to respond. The atmosphere became even more awkward. Wang Tao was still standing in front of the big screen, neither leaving nor staying felt appropriate. It was Wu Yizhe who first broke the silence. He looked at Zhou Zhanqiang and said, "Director Zhou, when Aolan salesperson Zhueyue met with us last time, he shared some of his thoughts on our bottled water. His perspective was quite unique. He also said he came from a planning background. Why not let him share his thoughts?" As soon as Wu Yizhe finished speaking, all eyes in the meeting room turned to me. Even Karen, who usually looked down on me, now had a surprised expression. Perhaps she also wanted to know if I, someone who couldn't close a single deal, actually had any skills. I understood very clearly that this was Zhou Zhanqiang and Wu Yizhe working in tandem. They were setting me up to take the stage. Zhou Zhanqiang glanced at me and said with a faint smile, "Zhueyue, why don't you talk about this proposal? Share your thoughts. If it were up to you, how would you handle it?" The arrow was already on the string, it had to be released. I slowly stood up, glanced at Anren, then turned to Zhou Zhanqiang and said, "If it were me, I definitely wouldn't do as well as Wang Tao. Everything I could think of has already been included in the PPT he presented." As soon as I said that, the first to frown was Zhou Zhanqiang. He hadn't expected me to say this. In his plan, this was the moment for me to present my ideas, earn his recognition, and impress the people at Aolan. Zhou Zhanqiang was trying to help me. But he hadn't expected me to back down at this moment. Anren also looked at me. Her gaze was complicated, there was both expectation and anxiety. Zhou Zhanqiang seemed unwilling to give up. He asked again, "I remember when we discussed the deal, you had some unique ideas. Are you really sure you have nothing else to add?" He was reminding me again, if I didn't show real skill now, I might miss this opportunity. I looked at Zhou Zhanqiang and slowly nodded. I knew he was helping me. But I didn't want Wang Tao to become the sacrifice. Stepping on others to rise, that just wasn't my character. Zhou Zhanqiang suddenly gave a cold laugh. He threw the proposal in his hand onto the table. He stood up and said coldly to Anren, "President An, sorry. Since this is the best your company can do, then there's no need to waste time. This proposal doesn't match our company's product marketing position." Anren was stunned. Her beautiful face was filled with helplessness and frustration. She glanced at Zhou Zhanqiang, then turned to me and said in a pleading tone, "Zhueyue, think again, can this proposal be improved? Or do you have a better suggestion?" Seeing the helpless look in Anren's eyes, my heart softened. This beautiful CEO who had always valued me, I had never done anything for her. Maybe now, it was time for me to repay her. I sighed inwardly. "Sorry, Wang Tao." I cleared my throat and called out to Zhou Zhanqiang, who was about to leave. "Director Zhou, I do have some ideas. I just don't know if they align with your company's marketing strategy." If it started as a performance, by now it had become real. If Anren hadn't spoken up, I definitely would have given up this opportunity. Not because I lacked ability, but because I didn't want to hurt others. I feared that if the truth came out one day, my colleagues would look at me differently. Zhou Zhanqiang stopped. He returned to his seat, looked up at me, and waited for me to continue. I glanced at Wang Tao, then shifted my gaze to Zhou Zhanqiang and began. "I think this proposal is excellent. The market analysis, market positioning, and product comparison are all accurate. I believe it aligns closely with your company's analysis, perhaps even slightly better." I said this to give credit to Wang Tao, to spare him some of the blow. I continued, "But in terms of ad placement channels and copywriting, I have some personal thoughts. First, regarding ad channels, I don't recommend advertising on portal websites. The reason is simple, the cost is too high." As soon as I said that, Zhou Zhanqiang immediately asked, "Then are you suggesting we drop online advertising altogether?" Although Zhou Zhanqiang wanted me to shine at Aolan, he still remained focused on the business. At this point, the acting was over, we were having a real professional discussion. I shook my head and explained, "Of course not. We can promote using a more economical and effective method. Personally, I prefer event marketing. Create a buzz around a sudden event. Use the power of netizens on Weibo, forums, and message boards to spread it virally. That way, we achieve our marketing goals." Zhou Zhanqiang responded quickly. Since we were longtime friends, he immediately understood what I meant. But he still asked, "You mean hype? What kind of event would you hype?" I quickly shook my head and clarified. "Definitely not hype. Hype is when you create an event. What we're doing is finding one. But the event still needs to be discovered online. It must have two qualities, it must be positive and constructive. Remember, Tianlu Spring Water is a new brand. A positive brand image is the most important thing. Zhou Zhanqiang nodded thoughtfully. He gestured for me to go on and said slowly, "Interesting. Go on." I continued. "As for TV and print ads, they're necessary too. That depends on your marketing budget, whether to air during prime time or other time slots. But what I want to stress most is, no matter what channel, the slogan and copy must be simple and clear. Ideally, just one sentence." Now it was Anren's turn to be surprised. She looked at me and asked, "One sentence? How can you reflect the product's features with just one sentence?" In Anren's mind, all print ad copy should read like a prose poem, beautiful and flowing. After all, that's what most commercial copy looks like. I smiled at her but replied to Zhou Zhanqiang, "Director Zhou, for a new brand just entering the market, what do you think is the most important thing?" Zhou Zhanqiang replied immediately, "Of course it's market share." I smiled again, looked at him, and shook my head. "Director Zhou, that's not wrong. No matter when, product success depends on market share. But I think, at this stage, the most important thing isn't market share, it's brand recognition." My words made both Zhou Zhanqiang and Anren fall into deep thought. I paused deliberately to give them time. When I felt the timing was right, I continued, "Tianlu Spring Water is a new brand. It has just entered the market and is surrounded by big brands. If it wants to break through, it must establish a brand image, so that when consumers think of bottled water, the first name they think of is Tianlu." Zhou Zhanqiang immediately asked, "Then how do you build that image?" I answered, "My suggestion is, across all media, use only one ad slogan and one image of bottled water. The simpler the slogan, the better. What I have in mind now is, Tianlu Spring Water, first choice in water." Maybe this slogan isn't poetic or inspiring, but it has one strength: it hits the consumer's heart. We can learn from past examples like Brain Platinum and Hengi Wangxiang. No extra words, just one line on the ad. We want consumers to remember that one sentence. So when they talk about water, they'll naturally say the slogan. As soon as I finished, Wu Yizha mumbled, "This new year, don't accept gifts, accept only Brain Platinum. Hengi Wangxiang, yang yang yang." His voice wasn't loud, but it mimicked the original ad tone. Everyone in the room smiled. The meeting room's atmosphere instantly lightened. The only one still awkward was Wang Tao. He stood silently in the corner, head lowered, as if what was happening had nothing to do with him anymore. "Brilliant." Zhou Zhanqiang gave me a thumbs up. I knew this was sincere praise, not acting. After all, what mattered most to him was getting the new product to market. After he spoke, he turned to Anren and smiled. "President An, let Zhueyue handle this proposal. Once it's done, we'll sign the deal right away." This proposal meeting finally ended in a peaceful atmosphere. When Anren and Zhou Zhanqiang smiled and shook hands, Wang Tao quietly left the meeting room. Others might not have noticed, but I saw it clearly. I couldn't help but feel guilty for a while. After sending Zhou Zhanqiang off, Anren specially gave me a day off so I could go home and properly prepare the proposal for Tiancheng Company. My impressive performance in the proposal meeting had already spread inside the company. As I was leaving, even the young receptionist smiled and greeted me, telling me to look after her in the future. This should have been a good thing, but I just couldn't feel happy. I was hesitating whether I should tell Anren the truth. As soon as I left the company, a WeChat message came in. It was from Zhou Zhanqiang. He asked me, "When are you free today? Let's have a drink." I replied, "Anytime." 1 hour later. Old Friends Bar. Zhou Zhanqiang was in a good mood too. Otherwise, as a workaholic, he would never come out for drinks during work hours. Old Friends is different from ordinary bars. It's more of a quiet bar. It opens at noon. When I arrived, Zhou Zhanqiang hadn't come yet. There were no other customers in the bar. Qin Mo wasn't there either, she only came to sing at night. I ordered some beer and drank alone while waiting for Zhou Zhanqiang. He came alone. After sitting down, he grabbed a cold beer and took a big gulp. Then he loosened his tie and smiled, saying to me, "Zhueyue, you really gave me a scare today. I thought you really didn't want to do the proposal. I was ready to leave at that point. Turns out you were waiting for your beautiful president and to speak. Be honest with me, do you have a thing for her?" After saying that, Zhou Zhanqiang burst into laughter. I gave a bitter smile and looked at him, saying, "You really misunderstood. I actually did want to give up at that time. I never thought you'd let me present in that kind of situation. I wasn't prepared at all. Now I've completely offended Wang Tao. If he finds out about our relationship, who knows how much he'll resent me." As I spoke, I sighed and took a big gulp of beer. Zhou Zhanqiang snorted. He picked up a peanut and tossed it into his mouth. With a hint of disdain, he said, "Zhueyue, don't you get it? That colleague of yours, his proposal couldn't stand up to scrutiny in many areas. Even if we didn't know each other, I would still choose your plan." I sighed and looked out the window with my beer bottle in hand. Seeing how unenthusiastic I looked, Zhou Zhanqiang shook his head slightly. Then he asked, Zhueyue, let me ask you something. Have you ever thought about this? The two of us, maybe not exceptionally talented, but definitely capable. So why am I a director now, and you're still a low-level salesman? I smiled at him, but noticed he was being completely serious. I thought for a moment and replied honestly, maybe I'm not ambitious enough? That was from the bottom of my heart. In previous companies, I had a few chances to be promoted, but I never actively fought for them. Chen Lan even got mad at me over it. Zhou Zhanqiang stared at me and slowly shook his head. You're not wrong. But the main reason is that your biggest weakness is being too soft-hearted. Take today for example, you want to make a name for yourself at Aolan. But your colleague just happens to be one of Aolan's top planners. If you don't step over him, how can you prove you're better? But you hesitated and almost wasted a golden opportunity. Zhou Zhanqiang and I have been close friends for years. I didn't agree with his view, but I had to admit, what he said was definitely a truth of the workplace. Zhou Zhanqiang took another big gulp of beer, raised his voice a little, and said seriously, also, so what if he knows about our relationship? Your proposal was better. I have to be responsible for our company, so of course I'll choose the best one. Zhueyue, you have to understand, every general success is built on the bones of thousands. On the road to success, if there aren't people like your colleague acting as stepping stones, how can we succeed? This ruthless career philosophy wasn't the first time he had told me. I asked him back. Then what do you think success is? This was what set Zhou Zhanqiang apart from Linyu. When it was just the two of us, we discussed things deeply. With Linyu, we joked around more. Zhou Zhanqiang looked at me seriously and said, let's not define success for now. Everyone's definition is different. But let me ask you just one question. If you were a company director now, with an annual salary starting at 300,000, do you think Chen Lan would have left you? His words stung. That feeling of loss began to rise again. I stayed silent. But Zhou Zhanqiang kept staring at me and continued, Zhueyue, you lack a wolf's instinct. Even companies like Baidu are now encouraging a wolf mentality and eliminating the bourgeois mindset. You should know, wolves are pack animals. They're loyal and united. But do you know how an alpha wolf is born? Of course I knew, but I didn't answer. He took another swig of beer and went on. Once a male wolf becomes an adult, he can challenge the alpha. They'll fight one-on-one. If he wins, he becomes the new alpha. The old one leaves the pack, hunts alone, and eventually dies. It may sound cruel, but this is nature's law, survival of the fittest. If you don't want to be eliminated, you must grow stronger and eliminate others. This cruel theory made me feel a bit uneasy. I tried to lighten the mood and asked him, so you became a director by stepping over your old director? Zhou Zhanqiang shook his head. Not stepping over, more like replacing. He couldn't do it anymore, so someone had to take his place. If it wasn't me, it would have been someone else. I gave a bitter smile. There was really no way to argue with him. But I asked back. So if one day, to climb higher, would you use me as a stepping stone too, or eliminate me? I had meant it as a joke. But Zhou Zhanqiang answered seriously, no. I asked, why not? Zhou Zhanqiang gave a slight smile. Because I see you as my female wolf. I almost spit out my beer and laughed. Screw you. You're the male wolf. Aijia is your female wolf. Just as we were laughing and joking, a message suddenly came to my phone. I opened it. It was from Anren. It said, Zhueyue, do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. I was a bit surprised. Ever since coming back from Sanya, I hadn't had any private time with Anren. Her initiating this must be related to today's proposal from Zhou Zhanqiang. I replied, a beautiful woman invites me. If I don't have time, I'll make time. Anren quickly replied again. Wait for my call. After putting down my phone, Zhou Zhanqiang asked, who are you chatting with? Got a new target? I shook my head and told him it was a message from Anren. Zhou Zhanqiang became interested right away. He looked at me and said, Zhueyue, if you can win over your president you won't need to struggle for the rest of your life. All you'll need to think about is how to spend money. Your president is no ordinary person, especially her father. In the business world, he's definitely someone powerful. I was slightly surprised. This was the second time I'd heard someone mention President N's father. The first was Huang Fei. This was the second time I heard someone mention Anren's father. The first time was from Huang Fei. Although I already knew Anren's father wasn't an ordinary person, I was still a bit surprised. I asked curiously, who exactly is Anren's father? What does he do? When Zhou Zhanqiang heard my question, he stared with wide eyes and asked in surprise. You're not pretending to be clueless with me, are you? You don't even know your own boss's background? I shook my head again. Zhou Zhanqiang looked at me with a look of disbelief. He shook his head and said, Zhueyue, you're really something. You don't even know your own boss's background, and here I am talking to you about wolf culture. It's like playing music to a cow. Remember this well, your boss's father is an Hongtu, chairman of Hongtu Group. I was completely stunned. I never imagined that Anran would be the daughter of an Hongtu, the chairman of Hongtu Group. I did know about Hongtu Group. The companies under it mainly focus on real estate, with subsidiaries in property management, food, daily chemicals, hotels and catering. It's a very well-known group in the provincial capital. But what I couldn't figure out was, Hongtu Group is such a large enterprise. As Anran, the daughter of the chairman, if she casually pulled in a few ads from Hongtu, Alan wouldn't be in such a difficult situation now. Suddenly I remembered that director Karen once said Anran had turned down all business from the group. Could it be that the group Karen was referring to was Hongtu? But why would Anran turn down business from her own family? Could it be that she wanted to prove to her father that she was capable of handling things on her own? That would be pretty foolish. But this was just my guess. After all, I don't understand the world of rich people. I originally wanted to ask Zhou Zhanqiang more about Hongtu Group, but his phone rang. He was called back to the office for work. Before leaving, Zhou Zhanqiang picked up his suit jacket, finished the rest of his beer, and said to me, "Zhueyue, go back and work hard on that proposal. Don't make me lose face. As the new marketing director, I'm counting on this proposal as my opening success." After Zhou Zhanqiang left, I sat alone in the bar and started carefully thinking about the proposal. I had to make it detailed, no detail could be sloppy. Because this wasn't just about Alan, it was also about Zhou Zhanqiang. This was, after all, his first move after taking office. Around 4 p.m., Anran sent me another message. She asked where I was. I sent her the exact location of old friends. She said she'd come pick me up after work. Seeing her message, I suddenly felt cheerful. I didn't expect her to take the initiative to come pick me up. It seemed my status had risen again. As I was casually browsing my phone, a light fragrance drifted by. I looked up and saw that Chin Mo had arrived at the bar without me noticing. Among all the women I've seen, Chin Mo had the most diverse fashion styles. Like today, her outfit was very androgynous. Her long hair was tied up under a baseball cap. She wore a white t-shirt on top and tight jeans that wrapped around her long, straight legs. If it weren't for the obvious curve of her chest, it would be easy to mistake her for a handsome young guy. She sat down directly across from me, placed her purse on the table, and pointed at the beer bottle. "You're just drinking? Didn't order anything to eat?" The fruit platter Zhou Zhanqiang and I had ordered earlier was already finished and cleared away. But since Chin Mo asked, I joked, "I'm broke now. Can't afford food." Chin Mo rolled her eyes and scoffed. "Then go eat shit. That doesn't cost money." She said it while giving me a provocative look. I grinned and teased, "You give me money, I'll eat it." Chin Mo raised her eyebrows, tilted her head, and playfully said, "Fine, 100 yuan per pile. Go ahead and eat." I nodded, stared at her, and whispered, "Chin Mo, I'm not kidding. I could bankrupt you with this, you believe me." She glared at me and scolded, "Zhueyue, you're disgusting." I laughed loudly. Chatting with Chin Mo was always the most relaxing. We could say anything, no need to think too much. As we were joking around, the bar door suddenly opened. A bright ray of sunlight shone in. By then, there were a few customers scattered around the bar. As if they had planned it, all of them turned to look at the woman at the entrance. The woman who came in was Anran. She was indeed very eye-catching. Her beauty went without saying, but it was mainly her cold, elegant aura that gave off a sense of distance, someone you could admire but not approach. Anran seemed used to being the center of attention. She glanced around the bar, and when she saw me, she gave a slight smile and waved. But when she saw Chin Mo sitting across from me, she paused slightly. Although the expression disappeared quickly, I still caught it. I thought Anran would walk over. But unexpectedly, she just waved at me, signaling me to come over. This was a classic goddess move, no extra words, just one gesture, and I had to go running. I quickly stood up and said to Chin Mo, "Chin Mo, I'm leaving. Let's chat another day." Chin Mo didn't look at me, still staring at Anran. But she spoke to me. "You men are all the same. See a pretty face and forget your friends. Did you forget who drank with you when you were heartbroken?" I gave her an apologetic smile, didn't bother explaining, and hurried to the door. Anran had already gone out. I followed her outside, and she got into the car right away. I was going to sit in the front passenger seat but hesitated and chose the back seat instead. While reversing the car, Anran asked, "What do you want to eat?" Her tone was a bit cold. But I didn't mind. Her mood changed so often in a day that even a weather forecast couldn't keep up. I was used to it. "Anything. I'm not picky." It was a casual answer, but Anran didn't seem happy with it. She said coldly, "You're not picky, but I am." Her attitude surprised me. What was going on? I replied casually, "If you're picky, then you should pick the place, right?" As soon as I finished speaking, Anren suddenly hit the brakes and pulled the car over. She said nothing and stared out the window. After a long silence, she suddenly asked, "How's the proposal coming along?" I replied, "Haven't drafted it yet, but..." Before I could finish, Anren cut me off. "But you spent the whole afternoon drinking at a bar, so you didn't have time to work on it, right?" Then I understood. Anren was upset that I had spent the afternoon at the bar instead of working. But wait, that didn't make sense. We exchanged messages earlier and I told her I was at the bar. She didn't seem the least bit unhappy at the time. Could it be that seeing me with Chin Mo had upset her? That thought flashed through my mind, but I immediately dismissed it. I must be dreaming. I couldn't avoid Anren's question. I looked at the rearview mirror and said to her, "I was indeed drinking at the bar this afternoon, but it was Zhou Zhanqiang who asked me out." I originally planned to tell Anren about my relationship with Zhou Zhanqiang. I didn't want to keep it hidden like this. After all, paths cross again, and one day this connection might come to light. When that happens, it'll be even more awkward. Before I could finish, Anren cut me off. She looked at me through the rearview mirror and sneered. "Zhou Zhanqiang? Since when did he become a woman?" I gave a bitter smile and shook my head, explaining again. "President N. When you arrived, Zhou Zhanqiang had already left. The woman sitting across from me is the bar's singer. She's also a good friend of mine. Her name is Chin Mo. What are we eating later?" Anren cut me off again. But she changed the topic so quickly that I stared at her blankly. This cold and elegant woman, I could never guess what she was thinking. One second she was questioning me about my afternoon, and the next second she suddenly asked about dinner. That turn was way too sharp. I figured my explanation must have satisfied her. That's why she changed the subject immediately. I smiled. She had already asked me this once earlier. I didn't expect her to persist. So I teased her on purpose. "Why don't we skip going out? Let's buy some groceries and I'll cook for you. It's cheaper and practical." Anren looked a little surprised and asked, "You can cook?" I nodded, a bit proudly. "Of course. And I cook pretty well." I wasn't bragging. During my time with Chenlon, if nothing else, my cooking skills definitely improved. Anren looked curious. "Then where do we cook? Your place?" At that moment, Anren didn't seem like a cold, high-and-mighty CEO anymore. She was more like a curious child, full of longing for food. I replied, "If you don't mind my place being small, then my place. You're my sub-landlord anyway, and you've been there before." Anren thought for a moment, then suddenly shook her head. "Forget it. Your place still smells like Chenlon everywhere. I don't want to ruin your beautiful memories." I didn't expect Anren to bring up Chenlon. I frowned slightly and looked out the window. I wasn't petty or afraid of people mentioning Chenlon. I just didn't want my past to affect my current drive to move forward. I was definitely being a bit sentimental. Anren seemed to realize her words were a bit inappropriate. She quickly said, "Let's go to my place then. There's a supermarket ahead, let's shop together." I didn't expect Anren to suggest going to her place, so I asked curiously, "You live alone?" Anren smiled but didn't answer. I asked again, "Do you want Chinese or Western food?" Anren tilted her head and pretended to think seriously. After a while, she said playfully, "I want Korean. Can you do that?" I laughed. "Isn't that easy? All kinds of kimchi, plus a soybean paste soup. Can't get any easier than that." Of course, she was just joking. Once in the supermarket, Anren obediently pushed the cart and followed me. For the first time, I saw a naive and cute side of her. She kept pointing at things by my side, wanting this, wanting that. Every time I picked an ingredient, she would ask how I planned to cook it. What surprised me most was when she said she didn't have any seasonings at home, so we had to buy them all. That made me even more curious. With her background, she should definitely have a maid. Did no one cook at her place? But I didn't ask. We just bought all the needed spices. We wandered in the supermarket for quite a while. For a moment, I felt a familiar emotion. I used to shop like this with Chenlon. But now, times had changed, and people too. Only when the cart was full did we push it to the checkout. Anren walked in front, taking items out one by one. When the cashier told us the total, she turned around, smiled, and pointed at me. "Pay the bill." I went, "Huh?" and quickly shook my head. "You're the one who invited me to dinner. How can I pay?" Anren tilted her head and smiled smugly. "I said I'd treat you, but I meant at a restaurant. You suggested cooking at home. Since we're doing it your way, you pay." As we were bickering, a middle-aged woman behind us interrupted impatiently. "Hey you two, flirting like a young couple, can you do it somewhere else? We're waiting in line here. Can you hurry up?" Her comment made Anren blush. She even stuck out her tongue a little, showing a cute and slightly embarrassed expression. I didn't dare joke with Anren anymore. Luckily, I had borrowed money from Linyu that day. Otherwise, I would have been humiliated. We bought a bunch of stuff, and it cost over 700 yuan. Seeing how pained I looked when I paid, Anren giggled beside me. Given that Anren was the CEO of Aolan, and her father was the chairman of Hongta Group, I assumed her home would be at least a standalone villa. But I didn't expect that Anren brought me to an older residential community. The buildings were old, the facilities were outdated, even worse than my neighborhood. I found it strange. The interior of her home was also old-fashioned, but it was tidy. There was a familiar fragrance in the air, the same as the scent she carried on her body. Anren seemed to notice my curiosity. While we carried the groceries into the kitchen, she explained, I grew up in this house. I'm attached to it. So after I came back from abroad, I moved back here. I asked, what about your parents? Anren tilted her head and countered, Zhueyue, why are you so interested in other people's private lives? I smiled helplessly. Back when Anren asked about Chenlan, I had asked her the same thing. I didn't expect she would remember and throw it back at me. While cooking, Anren came to help, but she only made things worse. Usually, she looked so glamorous, but in the kitchen, she was completely flustered. In the end, I had no choice but to kick her out to the living room. Otherwise, who knew when the meal would be ready? I didn't cook too many dishes. Just 4 dishes and 1 soup, salted baked shrimp, foil-wrapped ribs, cola chicken wings, mixed nut salad, and a bowl of borscht. When everything was served, Anren clapped her hands in surprise. She even brought out a bottle of red wine. After pouring the wine, I told her to try the food first. But unexpectedly, Anren shook her head and said, no rush. Look at this first. As she spoke, she took out a small but delicate gift box and placed it in front of me. I looked at her in surprise and asked, what's this? Anren gave a charming smile and pointed to the gift box. For you. Open it, see if you like it. I opened the box and saw a shiny, gold-plated solid brass lighter. I recognized the brand immediately, Dunhill. I was happy inside but still said, Anren, this gift is too expensive. Let's forget it. If I take this, I'll owe you big, might as well become your slave. Coming from an advertising background, I was no stranger to luxury brands. This lighter cost at least 4 or 5,000 yuan. Someone like me should stick to 1 yuan disposable lighters. Anren smiled and looked at me sincerely. Zhueyue, don't overthink it. I gave you this lighter for 2 reasons. First, in Sanya, you gave me a pair of shoes. If I didn't return the favor, it might seem like I took advantage. Of course, the second reason is more important. Right now, the company is struggling. You brought in the Tiancheng deal, and now, a proposal that shouldn't be yours is something you have to complete. Whether it's for the company or for me personally, I owe you a thank you. Anren's words were sincere. But the more genuine she was, the more uneasy I felt. I hesitated, looked at her, and decided to tell her the truth. Anren, actually, I've known Tiancheng's marketing director, Zhou Zhanqiang, for a long time. We have a good relationship. That deal wasn't something I fought hard for, he sent it to me voluntarily. After saying the truth, I felt much more relieved inside. As for how Anren felt about it, that was her own business. Anren lifted her wine glass, tilted her head to look at me, and smiled slightly. Her smile was charming, and her voice was gentle. It made my heart flutter. Zhueyue, thank you for telling me these things. Actually, I already knew about your relationship with Zhou Zhanqiang. You two are not only good friends but also classmates. I looked at Anren in surprise. My mind was spinning, I could never have guessed she knew about my relationship with Zhou Zhanqiang. I stammered and asked her, Anren, how did you know? Anren smiled proudly and clinked her wine glass with mine. In a soft voice she said, take a sip first, then I'll tell you. We both drank once. Then Anren slowly said, when Zhou Zhanqiang's assistant Wu Yizhe came to the company, I already thought it was strange. At that time, you looked dazed. Wu Yizhe spoke so much, but you didn't seem to know who he was. Later, when Wu Yizhe said your company's name, you looked relieved. I awkwardly touched my nose and joked. Anren, you observe me very carefully. Anren smiled calmly. She continued, later when I found out that their marketing director was named Zhou Zhanqiang, I felt the name was familiar. Because earlier, when I called Professor Li to learn about you, Professor Li once said you had 2 best friends. The 3 of you were all quite talented and were popular in school. So I called Professor Li again. I smiled wryly. I didn't expect Anren's thinking to be so meticulous. Zhou Zhanqiang's careful setup had already been seen through by Anren. I sighed and said helplessly, Zhou Zhanqiang was trying to help me too. But what I regret most is dragging Wang Tao into it and making him a stepping stone. Anren smiled and raised her glass again toward me. She said, Zhueyue, do you know what I admire most about you? I looked at Anren in confusion. She looked at me, smiling gently, and said, kindness. From when you helped that couple selling melons until now your guilt over Wang Tao. All of this shows your kindness. But in any case, the Tiancheng deal benefits Aolan in the end. You don't need to feel guilty about Wang Tao. I will find a way to make it up to him. Anren's words relaxed me quite a bit. At least I no longer felt so guilty about Wang Tao. That topic ended, and Anren and I finally began to really enjoy the dinner. My cooking earned Anren's praise. Amid the whirlwind of chopsticks, eventually Anren, holding her stomach and furrowing her brows, said, "I can't eat anymore." "Really, Joyeux? Having you as a boyfriend would be pretty happy. At least you can always cook whatever I want." I smiled proudly and teased her. "How about you try being my girlfriend? I promise that whatever you want to eat, you can have it every day." Anren laughed and stared at me. "It would be like choosing a homeless guy on the street. Even then, I wouldn't choose you." We both said it at the same time. After saying it, we burst into laughter. I looked at Anren with self-mockery and said, "My status has improved. Last time you said you wouldn't even choose me if you were choosing stray dogs. This time it's homeless guys. What will it be next time?" Anren smiled slightly. She took a sip of red wine, and suddenly asked, "Joyeux, do you still believe in love?" This was the first time we discussed emotional topics. Without hesitation, I answered right away. "Of course I believe." Anren seemed a little surprised. She asked, "Why? I thought after you broke up with her." Anren didn't finish the sentence, but I understood what she meant. She thought that because I was hurt by Qinlan, I would never believe in love again. With Anren's permission, I lit a cigarette. After taking a drag, I looked at her and said, "No matter how many times I've been hurt in love, I still believe in love. Because of my parents." When I said that, Anren suddenly became interested. She rested her chin in her hands and looked at me foolishly. Anren's appearance was somewhat naive. If she hadn't been my colleague, I could never have imagined this girl before me was actually a CEO-level person. Anren's red lips curved slightly, and in a soft voice she said, "Tell me about it. I want to hear." Thinking of my parents, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of my mouth. I slowly began. My father was a truck driver. He graduated from middle school and didn't have much education. My mom was a high school teacher, and she graduated from a real top university. Maybe in everyone's eyes, they didn't match. After all, their education levels were so different. Everyone thought they couldn't have much in common. But I know, they not only had common language, they talked every day without running out of things to say. I still remember when I was just in middle school. My dad suddenly noticed a white hair on my mom's head. He called me aside seriously and scolded me. The theme was just one thing: if it weren't for me, how could my mom have white hair? It was because she gave birth to me and raised me that she got white hair. At this point, Anren giggled. She said somewhat longingly, "Your uncle is so funny, he blamed you for that." I laughed too and continued. At that time, I felt wrong too. I got scolded for no reason. In all my life, I've only been hit once, because I talked back to my mom once. My mom didn't even get very angry. But after she left, my dad kicked my butt hard. He told me that in this world, no one is allowed to anger his wife, not even his son. And he said that in this world, the person he loves most is his wife, and the second is me. So if number 2 angers number 1, they deserve to be beaten. The most annoying thing was, he threatened me, if I dared to tell my mom that he beat me, he wouldn't give me pocket money for a month. Anren laughed louder and asked, "Did you tell her?" I held up 2 fingers. 2 words, of course. Anren said while laughing, "Your aunt and uncle have such a good relationship. If I could have that kind of love, my life would be complete." I smiled at Anren and asked her, "What about you? Do you believe in love?" Anren tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, "I do believe in it. But I don't have much confidence in men. I had a friend from elementary school through high school. In high school he suddenly confessed to me. I was young, so I agreed. But a few days later, before I even felt what love was like, I saw him holding another girl's hand walking to the cinema. As she spoke, she took a sip of red wine. I asked, "And then?" "And then we broke up. He kept chasing me and apologizing. But I didn't agree. In college I went abroad, and I never saw him again." "Then do you still like him?" I don't know why, but when I asked this, my heart actually felt a little nervous. Anren smiled calmly. She looked at me and, with a slightly self-mocking smile, said, "What do you mean by like? We're just friends now." Back then I was young and full of longing for the kind of love written in books. But after trying it, it was nothing like that. After Anren finished speaking, she laughed first. I asked again, "What about college? Did you not date anyone then?" Anren shook her head. "Actually, deep down I'm a traditional person. Although I don't reject Western people, I never thought about marrying a Westerner. I studied fashion design in college. Besides attending classes every day, I had to take part in all kinds of competitions and fashion shows. Even if someone pursued me, I didn't have any time to be in a relationship." I smiled and looked at her. "I don't know who will be lucky in the future to marry such a beautiful wife like you." Anren held her wine glass, shook her head with a smile, and said, "What use is beauty? If you don't even know how to cook, you can't be a good wife." As she said that, she clinked her wine glass with mine. We both took a sip. I asked Anren again, "Anren, not to hide it from you, I'm actually quite curious about your family and some things about Aulon. But I've never heard you talk about them." As soon as I finished speaking, Anren shook her head. The smile on her face was gone. She looked at me seriously and said, "Joyeux, today we're just drinking. Let's not talk about family matters, okay? If there is a chance in the future, I'll tell you." Anren always seemed to avoid talking about her family. I understood this, because everyone has an area in their heart they don't want others to touch. I have one too, Chinlan. We drank and chatted. After finishing a bottle of red wine, Anren's fair face was already flushed red. This made her even more charming. So as not to delay her rest, I refused her suggestion to open another bottle. After cleaning up the food, I smiled and said goodbye to her. This was probably the most pleasant night I had had since breaking up with Chinlan. With the summer night breeze, I hummed a tune and slowly walked out of the community. The neighborhood where Anren lived really did not have good facilities. Even the streetlights nearby were particularly dim. I walked out of the community to the opposite side of the road, ready to hail a taxi. After waiting for a while, a taxi stopped at the entrance of the community. A woman in her 50s slowly got out of the car. I was afraid the taxi might not see me, so I hurriedly waved. As the taxi was turning around, suddenly, from a small road not far away, a motorcycle came flying. The taxi driver was startled and immediately stepped on the brakes and stopped in place. The motorcycle did not slow down at all and flew forward like a flash. Then a woman let out a sharp scream. I was standing on the other side of the road, and what happened before my eyes was extremely clear. The motorcycle was doing a snatch robbery. They were not going for the taxi, they were targeting that woman. The man on the back seat of the motorcycle grabbed the woman's shoulder bag. The woman instinctively tried to grab it back. As a result, she was dragged far away by the motorcycle. When she realized the danger and hastily let go, due to inertia she was thrown hard to the side. Her head hit a lamp post. She lost consciousness and fell unconscious. I was shocked by this sudden scene and hurried over. The taxi driver was a decent person. He got out of the car and went with me to check the woman's injuries. The woman was unconscious. Because her head was injured, we didn't dare to move her arbitrarily. I immediately called the police and called 120, Emergency Medical Services. 120 arrived first. I got into the ambulance with them, and we went to the hospital together. The woman's bag had been stolen. Her family couldn't be contacted. At the hospital, she needed various examination fees. There was no way, I had to pay all the money up front. Soon the police contacted me. They arrived at the hospital and asked me about the situation. I answered one by one. In the end, the police told me to go home first, and said they would call me again after the woman regained consciousness. I left my phone number and went home alone. Anren gave me a week off so I could stay at home and focus on preparing this proposal. To avoid outside distractions and make the best possible plan, I turned off my phone and worked with full concentration. Although I already had a rough idea, I still needed to refine the details, including the implementation of the marketing strategy and how each step should be taken. I pondered again and again, covering every possible issue that might arise in each link and forming contingency plans. I stayed at home for 5 whole days. During those 5 days I didn't even cook, I ate instant noodles when I was hungry. When the proposal was finally finished, I looked in the mirror and was shocked at myself. My hair was messy and my eyes were dark. You have to know. Since I started working, this was the most serious and most exhausting proposal I had ever made. But the thing that made me most proud was that this plan was definitely a mature one. Every detail was worth pondering. After I turned on my phone, messages and WeChat notifications rang non-stop. The text messages were from Anren. She asked about the progress of the proposal. There was a WeChat from Brother Wang asking why I hadn't been at work recently, since he didn't see me when he delivered to Aulon. Another was from Lin Yu asking if I had starved to death because my phone was off and I didn't reply to WeChat. What I didn't expect was another WeChat message from Chinlan. After we broke up, we didn't delete each other on WeChat. But unlike before, Chinlan rarely posted on Moments anymore. So I rarely knew about her life through WeChat. She only asked me one sentence, "Have you been busy lately?" I looked at the time, it was sent 2 days ago. I didn't know whether she sent this message because she was concerned about me or just because she was lonely. But I knew that when I saw this message, my heart still hurt a little. I also didn't reply to her. I joyfully took a shower and got a haircut. Then I took a taxi straight to the company. On the car, I looked at this proposal. I felt a bit excited. I had never worked so hard like this. It turns out the feeling of striving really feels pretty good. No wonder Zhou Zhanqiang worked so hard. When I got to the company, I didn't tell Lu Shui. I just knocked on Anren's office door and walked in. As soon as she saw me, Anren frowned and, in a concerned tone, said, Joyeux, why are your eyes so dark? Even if it's for the proposal, you don't need to wear yourself out like this, do you? I looked at Anren and said, President N, it seems like you haven't rested well these past 2 days either, right? Anren's bright eyes were somewhat different from before. There were faint traces of red, she also hadn't rested well. As I spoke, I put the proposal on Anren's desk and, slightly proudly, said, President N, take a look at this proposal. I personally think this is the most serious proposal I have ever done. I wasn't being modest with Anren, I was being honest. Anren gave me a gentle smile and picked up the proposal. She began to read it carefully. After reading to the last line, Anren put the document down. She stood up, looked at me, and gave me a thumbs up, smiling. Joyeux. I can say for sure that this is the most perfect proposal I've ever seen. At least right now, I can't find any problems with it. My mood became even more relaxed. Anren's praise meant more to me than anyone else's appreciation. It was just the two of us in the office. Feeling free to speak, I said with a bit of pride, if you can't find any problems now, you definitely won't find any later either. As soon as I finished speaking, Anren and I laughed together. We were talking when suddenly Lu Shui knocked on the door and came in. She said to Anren somewhat helplessly, President N. There's someone claiming to be from JU Advertising. He says he wants to see you. I told him you don't have time right now, but Before Lu Shui could finish, a deep male voice came from the doorway. Ran. I've been back in the country for more than half a year, and you haven't even called me. I turned my head at the same time as Ran and saw a man around 26 or 27 walk in. Although he wore a smile, he gave off an extremely arrogant vibe. But he certainly had the right to be arrogant. Besides being handsome, he wore a custom Brioni suit, which costs at least 200,000 yuan. On his feet were a pair of bespoke Langdance shoes. The most impressive thing about these shoes wasn't their price, but their exclusivity. Reportedly, only 6,000 pairs are made globally each year. It was clear he was very familiar and close with Ran. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called her Ran so casually. When Ran saw him, she immediately looked surprised. Then, smiling in surprise, she asked, Dongfang, what are you doing here? I heard you were in Australia. When did you come back? Since I met Ran, this was the first time I'd seen her so excited. She and this man named Dongfang must have been friends for a long time. Dongfang gave a slight smile. His smile was charming, and little Lu Shui next to us looked at him like she was smitten. Dongfang walked up to Ran and said leisurely, I'm not like you. You come back and don't even contact me. I just got off the plane this morning and came straight to see you. Ran laughed. Then, as if she remembered me, she turned and said, Dongfang, let me introduce you. This is my colleague from our company, Joyeux. Dongfang reached out his hand in a very gentlemanly way and shook mine, Qi Dongfang. Although we shook hands, I could clearly feel he was ignoring me. His eyes stayed on me for less than a second before turning back to look at Ran. Since Ran had a guest, I should have left the office. But surprisingly, Ran asked Lu Shui to bring coffee for the three of us. She had no intention of letting me leave. After inviting Qi Dongfang to sit on the sofa, Ran smiled and asked, Dongfang, what have you been busy with these past few years? And why are you visiting me under the name of JU Advertising? Qi Dongfang crossed his legs, smelled the coffee, and praised it, nice coffee. Mantling. I love that bitter and aromatic flavor. As he spoke, he took a small sip. Ran smiled helplessly, glanced at me, then walked to stand beside Dongfang. She lightly kicked his shoe and said teasingly, all right, stop acting like a young master. Answer my question. Qi Dongfang laughed heartily. He put the coffee down on the table, looked up at Ran, tilted his head and said, Ran, I'm not just using JU Advertising's name. I invested in JU 2 years ago, I just didn't want to manage it myself, so I hired a professional manager. JU Advertising's sudden rise in the past 2 years had made a big name for itself in the provincial capital. I remembered Director Karen mentioning that several big clients from Aolan had been taken by JU. As soon as she learned JU belonged to Qi Dongfang, Ran's expression changed. She sat back in her seat and said, no wonder JU Advertising is so aggressive, cutting prices everywhere and stealing clients from other companies. So the big boss behind it is you, young Master Qi. Qi Dongfang laughed again, looked at Ran proudly and said, Ran, you're upset just because you lost a few contracts? That's not like you. Ran snorted, stirred her coffee, and ignored him. Qi Dongfang continued, Ran, I came here today to talk business with you. Ran looked up at him without speaking, waiting for him to go on. Qi Dongfang said slowly, we had a deal with Qingzi, and it was about to be signed. But I heard you and a colleague went to Sanya. After that, Huang Fei, the president of Qingzi's East China division, suddenly changed his mind. Now the deal isn't being signed, and we can't even reach him. This Qi Dongfang really wasn't simple. Even our trip to Sanya, he knew all about it. Seeing that he was talking business, Ran also became serious and replied with a hint of challenge, "That's between you and Qingzi. Why are you telling me this?" Qi Dongfang smiled slightly, stared at her, and said slowly, Ran, you should know Qingzi is a big account. Since neither of us got it, why don't we work together and land the deal? We'll provide all the ad resources. You won't have to do anything and we'll get half of the profits. This kind of collaboration is common in the industry, complementing each other's resources to meet the client's demands. But it's rare to split profits 50-50, usually, it depends on contributions. This showed he still had strong feelings for Ran. But Ran didn't answer him. Instead, she asked, Dongfang, I don't get it. Your family's big group is waiting for you to take over. Why did you suddenly invest in an ad company? Qi Dongfang didn't mind my presence. He slowly sat upright, leaned toward Ran, stared at her, and said slowly, because of you. As soon as he said that, Ran blushed. She looked at me awkwardly. Qi Dongfang followed her gaze and looked at me too, even giving a meaningful smile. Ran, I actually thought about this 2 years ago. Once you return to the country, you'd definitely take over Aolan. So I invested in Jeyu. Ran gave a cold laugh and asked, you invested in Jeyu just to compete with me? Qi Dongfang shook his head immediately, Ran, don't you know how I feel? All these years, you were abroad and even changed your number without telling me. I invested in Jeyu to wait for your return. I want us to merge Aolan and Jeyu into the biggest 4A advertising firm in the provincial capital. You'd be the CEO, and I won't interfere at all. Of course, this is just my idea. Qi Dongfang's words left me stunned. I didn't expect his ultimate goal was to merge the two companies. Gradually, I understood. A few days ago, Ran told me she once had a brief boyfriend who kept chasing her after they broke up. This must be Qi Dongfang. Ran smiled, looked at him, and gently said, Dongfang, this isn't an idea. This is a fantasy. As she said the last sentence, her expression suddenly changed. She was about to continue when my phone rang. It was my call. I couldn't take the call in front of them, so I stepped out with my phone. They continued chatting in the office. What they talked about, I had no way of knowing. The call was from the police station. As soon as I answered, the officer asked why my phone had been off the past few days. Turns out, the woman who got robbed that night had woken up and asked the police to find me. They tried calling me but my phone was off. The officer asked me to go to the hospital now. Qi Dongfang was still in Ran's office, so I didn't go back in. I asked Lu Shui to let Ran know. Then I left straight for the hospital. I thought to myself, it's good that the lady is okay. I don't have to worry anymore. Of course, I still remembered the 3,000 yuan I paid up front for her hospital deposit. I arrived at the hospital, but I didn't know which room she was in. I contacted the police again and found out that the woman was actually staying in a high-end intensive care room. I knocked a few times. Only after hearing a "come in" from inside did I gently push the door open and walk in. It was my first time entering such a high-end intensive care unit. As soon as I stepped in, I was stunned. If not for the medical equipment inside, I would have thought I had walked into a 5-star hotel. Everything was well equipped, and the luxurious decor was astonishing. There was a woman in her 50s, half lying on the hospital bed, playing with a tablet. 2 private nurses were at her side. When she saw me come in, she looked at me with confusion. I immediately smiled slightly and explained, Auntie, my name is Shuayu. The police asked me to come. I was the one who saw you getting robbed that night. Before I could finish speaking, the auntie sat up right away and waved at me excitedly. Come in, come sit. I've been wanting to thank the person who saved me. But the police told me your phone was off and they couldn't reach you. It was dark that night, so I hadn't seen her clearly. Now, up close, I saw that the auntie had fair skin and looked wealthy. The branded jewelry she wore clearly showed that she came from a very well-off family. She told me her surname was Kong and asked me to call her Auntie Kong. Although Auntie Kong had hit her head on a streetlight pole, fortunately, it was only a minor injury. It resulted in a moderate concussion, but after a few days of treatment, she had recovered quite a bit. Auntie Kong was very talkative. She kept asking me what I did for work, how old I was, whether I had a girlfriend. When she found out I didn't, she immediately promised to introduce a pretty girlfriend to me. While we were chatting, my phone suddenly rang. It was Ran calling. As soon as I answered, she said, Zhuoyu, Zhou Zhanqiang just called me. He said he wants to meet and talk about something. If you're free, come with me. You can also show him your proposal draft. There were still 2 days before the deadline to submit the proposal to Zhou Zhanqiang. Since he contacted Ran, it must be for something else. He had mentioned before that he hoped all of Tiancheng's future outsourced advertising could be done by us. If he was this eager to meet, he probably had a new project. Thinking of this lifted my mood. I immediately agreed and asked where they were meeting. Ran said Zhou Zhanqiang had picked Old Friend Bar. Seeing that I had something to do, Auntie Kong didn't say much. But she pulled out a red envelope from the drawer beside her and handed it to me, saying, "Xiaozhua, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have survived that night. This includes the deposit you paid for me, and the rest is for your transport. It's my way of thanking you, don't think it's too little." Although I couldn't see how much was inside, it looked like at least 10,000. I like money, but I just couldn't take this. I declined repeatedly, but Auntie Kong insisted. She made me take it. I had no choice but to accept the envelope. When I opened it, I found 3,100 yuan. I put the extra aside and smiled, saying, "Auntie Kong, the extra 100 is your thank you. I can't take more than that." Seeing how firm I was, Auntie Kong gave up. But she said again and again that once she's discharged, she must treat me to a meal to thank me properly. Leaving the hospital, I headed straight for old friend bar. And Ran had arrived already. When she saw me come in, she smiled and waved. But I didn't see Zhou Zhanqiang. I asked and Ran, and she said we might need to wait a bit. And Ran only ordered a glass of water. It was already noon, and I was a bit hungry, so I ordered a beer and a fruit plate, snacking and chatting casually with her. I was still curious about her conversation with Qi Dongfang that morning. I tested the waters and asked, "And Ran, that guy Qi Dongfang, he's the one you mentioned before, the guy who used to chase after you, right?" And Ran looked at me and nodded, not denying it. I suddenly realized I was being a bit nosy. But I didn't know why, I just wanted to know everything about An Ran. Her past, her present, her family, everything. I didn't even know when I started feeling this way. Could it be that I liked her? The moment the thought crossed my mind, I was startled. I quickly warned myself to drop it. And Ran and I are from different worlds. Best not to dream in broad daylight. And Ran saw me staying silent. She tilted her head and asked, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" I smiled and shook my head, then took a big gulp of beer. Maybe I drank too quickly, because I started choking and coughed nonstop. And Ran quickly picked up a tissue. Instead of handing it to me, she leaned in and wiped the water off my face herself, scolding gently, "Why are you so careless? Even choking on beer." And Ran's gesture was so gentle, I didn't know how to respond. I smiled awkwardly and took the tissue to wipe myself. I calmed myself and looked at An Ran seriously. "An Ran, did you agree to Qi Dongfang's offer?" An Ran shook her head, looked out the window, and said slowly, "Even if he offers the best terms, I won't work with him." I got even more curious and asked, "Why not?" And Ran turned to look at me and asked, "You were there too today. Didn't you understand? Qi Dongfang's real goal isn't cooperation. He wants to acquire Aolan." I gave a bitter smile. I was there when he said that. I asked, "But Qi Dongfang also said that after the merger, you'd still be the CEO of Aolan." As soon as I said that, An Ran gave a cold laugh. She looked out the window and said coldly, "What a nice sounding title, CEO. If I could choose, I'd rather just be a regular designer, not some CEO." She sighed slightly and shook her head, "Forget it, let's not talk about that. But Zhuoyu, I'll tell you clearly, Aolan has only two paths. One is to get out of this crisis and return to its former glory. The other is bankruptcy. The name Aolan will vanish from this world." And Ran's determined look made me even more puzzled. She has the support of the Hongtu Group. How could her father just watch her company collapse? But this was something I'd never understand. Like I always say, I don't get how rich people's world works. For a while, neither of us spoke. We were both quiet when Zhou Zhanqiang came through the door. As soon as I saw him, I waved and called out, "Zhanqiang, over here." When Zhou Zhanqiang saw me, he froze for a moment. Then he smiled at me. But his smile wasn't natural. I found it odd. Was he hoping to meet An Ran alone and didn't want me there? Zhou Zhanqiang walked over slowly and sat down next to me. The three of us chatted for a bit. An Ran picked up the proposal I had given her that morning, handed it to Zhou Zhanqiang, and said, "Director Zhou, Zhuoyu has already completed the proposal. Take a look. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we still have 2 days before the proposal meeting, so there's time to make changes." Before An Ran finished speaking, I confidently cut in, "Don't worry, if he still finds problems with this proposal, then his eyes must be growing on the back of his head, he'd just be nitpicking for no reason." Actually, I was joking. In this world, there's no such thing as a perfect proposal, only proposals that satisfy the client. Since I had communicated with Zhou Zhanqiang before, the entire proposal followed what we had discussed. I also optimized the details. I believed he would be satisfied. Zhou Zhanqiang took the folder. He looked at me first, as if he had something to say but hesitated. Then he lowered his head and read a few pages of the proposal. After that, he looked at me again. I was a little curious. His behavior was very odd. I tilted my head and asked, "Zhanqiang, if there's a problem, just say it. It's okay, if there's something wrong with the proposal, I can fix it. Don't feel embarrassed to speak up." I thought maybe something was wrong with the proposal. Who would have thought? Zhou Zhanqiang let out a long sigh. He placed the proposal on the table, turned to look at me, and said seriously, Zhuayu, I'll be honest with you. We can't go forward with this case anymore. I was stunned. And ran across from me was also dumbfounded. Her eyebrows tightened as she looked at Zhou Zhanqiang in disbelief. I gently nudged his arm and laughed. Zhanqiang, what are you saying? Don't joke with me. Zhou Zhanqiang pursed his lips tightly. It was as if he had made a hard decision. He said again seriously, Zhuayu, President N, I'm sorry. We already signed a contract with another advertising company yesterday. As soon as he finished, I felt like a pile of dry wood suddenly set on fire. I jumped to my feet and yelled at him, Zhou Zhanqiang, damn it. Are you ing messing with me? Do you know how much effort I put into this project? 5 whole days. I ate instant noodles every day, didn't even comb my hair or wash my face, just for this proposal. And now you tell me you signed with someone else. The more I spoke, the angrier I became. I was practically roaring by the end. There weren't many people in the bar, but all of them turned to look at us curiously. Zhou Zhanqiang frowned and helplessly pulled at my arm, trying to get me to sit down. Zhuayu, sit down first. Let me explain. It happened so suddenly, I didn't expect it either. I still wasn't satisfied. I interrupted him before he could finish and kept yelling, screw that. I offended my colleagues at the company for this deal, and now it's gone. How am I supposed to face them? How do I go back to the company? Zhou Zhanqiang looked at me, frustrated and helpless. He said, this was a decision made by our boss. What do you want me to do? Just like at your company, if President N gives an order, can you go against it? He said this while pulling at my arm again. I shook his hand off violently and shouted, damn. Now you bring up your boss? What happened to all that talk about being aggressive? About being the lead wolf? What happened to all that now? I shouted nonsense, letting all my anger out on him. I was seriously furious. All my colleagues knew this deal was supposed to be signed next week. Even the receptionist congratulated me. And now it was gone. How could I face everyone? That was secondary. The most important thing was, I didn't dare look at Anrant's disappointed face across from me. I wanted to prove myself. I wanted to help her. I wanted to help Aolan out of trouble. But now, it was all ruined again. Seeing I was still going on, Zhou Zhanqiang slammed the table hard. Anran was startled, and some water spilled from her cup. Zhou Zhanqiang stood up. He glared at me and shouted just as loudly, Zhuayu, you think I want this? I'm just a department director. There's a deputy GM above me, and a general manager above him. When they say something, I have to listen. I'm just a damn lackey. Yes, I'm in the wrong this time. I'll get you a deal 10 times bigger than this one later, isn't that enough? After saying that, he grabbed a bottle of beer and gulped it down. Then he slammed the bottle onto the table. Anran finally spoke. Though disappointed, she stayed calm. She said slowly, Zhuayu, don't make it hard for Director Zhou. This was a decision from their boss, he couldn't help it. We have a long road ahead. There will be chances to work together in the future. I finally sat back down and took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I actually understood that he originally wanted to help me. No one expected it to end like this. But still, I asked bitterly, why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhou Zhanqiang frowned, helplessly saying, I called you yesterday, but your phone was off. I quickly replied, so you decided to avoid me and not tell me in person? That's why you invited and ran? Zhou Zhanqiang shook his head and looked at me. Zhuayu, I was wrong. But I also had something else to talk to President N about today. As he spoke, he took a folder from his bag and handed it to Anran, saying, President N, don't let this mad dog see it yet. You look first. I owe both of you. This is all I can do now. Please take a look at this proposal. But you must keep it secret. If the company finds out I showed it to you, I won't be able to stay there anymore. I didn't care that he called me a mad dog. At this moment, I really wished I was, so I could bite him a few times and feel better. But I was also curious. What was the point of showing us a proposal now? Could the other company's proposal really be better than ours? Anran took the folder and flipped through it page by page. The more she read, the deeper her frown became. By the end, she was visibly angry. After finishing, Anran handed the file to me and asked Zhou Zhanqiang, the company you signed with, was it Jiayu? Zhou Zhanqiang nodded silently. Honestly, the moment he said they signed with another company, I suspected it was Jiayu. But I really couldn't understand Qi Dongfang. Was he trying to pursue Anran or go against her? If he truly wanted to pursue her, why did he keep stealing Aolan's clients? I picked up the proposal and was stunned. I flipped through it quickly, and the more I read, the more shocked I became. It turned out this proposal was based on Wang Tao's original draft, with all of my suggestions from the meeting room added in. Even the ad slogan hadn't changed. It was still mine, Tianlu Mineral Water, the top choice in water. And the marketing strategies I mentioned were all written in this version. The more I read, the angrier I got. This was clearly a plagiarized version of our proposal. When I finished reading, I threw the proposal onto the table. I turned and stared at Zhou Zhanqiang and asked, "This is Jieyu's proposal?" Zhou Zhanqiang nodded. I looked up at Enran, she was looking at me too. We stared at each other in silence. I finally understood why Enran once said the company was struggling both internally and externally. It seemed like there was a mole inside the company. I wanted to talk to Enran about it, but she grabbed her purse and stood up. She looked at Zhou Zhanqiang and said, "Director Zhou, it's unfortunate we couldn't work together this time. But I believe there will be opportunities in the future. There are still some matters to take care of at our company. You two continue, I'll head back first." Zhou Zhanqiang and I stood up as well. I looked at Enran, but she had no expression and didn't even glance at me. I didn't know what she was thinking, but I felt waves of regret inside. I wanted to help her, but I had disappointed her again. After Enran left, Zhou Zhanqiang and I exchanged a few words. He patted my shoulder and said with regret, "Zhuoyu, I won't say much. This is all my fault. I didn't handle it well. I'll make it up to you someday. I've got another meeting, so I'll head out?" I took a big gulp of beer and nodded silently. I sat there alone for a while before leaving the bar. Standing on the street, a leaf fell at my feet. That's when I realized that summer had already quietly passed and early autumn had arrived. I walked alone on the street for a long time. I didn't want to go to the company, I didn't know how to face my colleagues, and even more so, how to face Enran. Although her expression had been calm when she left the bar, I knew her heart must be in pain. From full of hope to complete despair, no one could stay unaffected. With nowhere to go, I went back home. I slumped on the couch, smoking continuously, thinking about everything that had happened since I joined Aolan. I felt more and more like a complete failure. We lost the Qingzi deal because of me. I met several clients, and not a single one worked out. Even the big deal Zhou Zhanqiang had handed to me was snatched away. I felt more and more useless. Maybe I wasn't cut out for this industry at all. Suddenly, I had the urge to quit. I took out my phone and sent Enran a message asking what she was doing. I waited a long time but didn't get a reply. Maybe it was because of the alcohol at lunch, but I dozed off while waiting. When I woke up, the sky outside had already darkened. The first thing I did was check my phone, hoping Enran had replied. Unfortunately, there was still nothing from her. I called Lu Shui and asked if Enran had been at the office that afternoon. Lu Shui told me Enran had stayed at the company all afternoon, but she seemed upset and had shut herself in the office, not seeing anyone. Her words made me feel even worse. Enran hadn't replied, which proved just how disappointed she was in me. At the company, I'd done nothing but make trouble for her, I hadn't helped at all. I lay numbly on the couch, looking around at the familiar room, thinking about all I'd been through since graduation. The more I thought, the more I felt like I was worthless. Leave this city, the idea suddenly flashed through my mind. I slowly sat up. If I really was leaving, the first thing I had to do was return the apartment to Enran. That way, at least on the surface, we would owe each other nothing. With that thought, I started packing. After a while, I sent Enran another message. This time, I didn't call her Enran, I called her President N. President N, sorry for disappointing you again. Maybe I'm really not suited for the advertising industry. So I've decided to resign. I'll return the house key to the landlord. I'll ask Lu Shui to give you my resignation letter. I had written a long paragraph after that, but after thinking about it, I deleted it. After all, if I'm leaving, I should just go. No need to get emotional. The moment I sent the message, I felt a sharp pain in my heart. Suddenly, I began to worry about Enran. Aolan was in deep trouble, could she handle it? But then I thought, I was overthinking. If she really had nowhere to turn, her father and Hongtu wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. And there was Qi Dongfang, who had been pursuing her all along. He'd been planning to merge Jieyu with Aolan. Any one of those people could help her more than I ever could. Thinking that, I felt at peace. More than an hour passed, and Enran still hadn't replied. I decided to turn off my phone and focus on packing, getting ready to leave the city. I booked a ticket online to go back home the next evening. Once it was confirmed, my bitter heart suddenly felt free. Chenlan and Ran, none of them would have anything to do with me anymore. And I would have no ties to this city either. I just wanted to go back and see my parents. After breaking up with Chenlan, I rarely contacted them. They didn't say anything, but I knew deep down they were disappointed in me. The next day was the weekend. I got up early and suddenly thought, I should go visit my mentor, Professor Li. As one of his proud students, I should at least say goodbye before leaving the city. Professor Li still lived in the old apartment provided by the university. He had never wanted to move, because he loved the small garden in front of the building. He didn't grow vegetables there, he planted all kinds of flowers. From spring to winter, his little garden was always in bloom. It had even become a small landmark on campus. I bought a few gifts and took a ride to the university. Just as I got to his building, I saw Professor Lee with his white hair, busy in the garden. He had his head down and didn't notice me. I didn't disturb him, just quietly watched him water and trim the flowers. After a while, he straightened up. When he saw me, he laughed and said, "Joyeux, why didn't you say something when you got here? Trying to learn from Chang Menli Shui?" I laughed too. I chatted with Professor Lee while helping him out of the garden. The furnishings in his home were almost unchanged. The only difference was the black and white photo of his late wife, now placed in the center of the bookshelf. Professor Lee was very hospitable. He asked his housekeeper to bring out fruit and make tea, which made me feel a bit embarrassed. We chatted casually for a while. Then he suddenly asked, "Joyeux, things haven't been going too well at Aolan, have they?" I was stunned and asked in return, "Didn't Ran call you?" Professor Lee laughed heartily, took a sip of tea, and said, "And Ran didn't call me. But if you come visit me this early in the morning, you must have something weighing on your mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here so early." He laughed again as he spoke. I felt a little embarrassed. When I was still with Chinlan, I often visited him. But after the breakup, I really hadn't come in a long time. I didn't feel the need to hide anything from Professor Lee. I told him that things hadn't been going well at work recently. I wanted to say I had already resigned, but when the words reached my lips, I swallowed them back. After all, Professor Lee had placed high hopes on me back then, and now I had accomplished nothing. I was afraid that if I told him, he'd be even more disappointed. Professor Lee didn't say much. He stood up and turned on his old record player. A rich and expressive female voice came from the speaker. Ambition and talent held back by fate, like a dragon trapped in shallow waters, one day when spring thunder rolls, it shall rise with the wind to the heavens. I didn't understand opera, but I could tell it was a piece of Jingyun Daegu. The lyrics were meaningful. After listening carefully, I understood that Professor Lee was trying to encourage me. When the song ended, Professor Lee introduced it to me. This piece is called Beating the Drum and Cursing Chow, one of the signature works of the renowned artist Luo Yusheng. She combined the styles of Lu and Bai schools, yet had a unique style of her own. Joyeux, listen to those lyrics, they speak about life. Everyone experiences low points. In those moments, don't rush, don't panic. Regain your strength and wait for the right time. As he spoke, Professor Lee changed tone. He looked at me and said, "Joyeux, you, Zhou Zhanqiang, and Lin Yu were all students I had high hopes for. But each of you has your own traits. Lin Yu values freedom too much and doesn't like following rules. He's more suited to freelance work, not a structured environment. As for Zhou Zhanqiang, his biggest problem is his intense desire to win. He never accepts failure. That may sound good, but if you focus only on winning or losing, you tend to overlook everything else." I nodded silently. Professor Lee took another sip of tea, then continued, "As for you, you're too conservative. You go with the flow. Or maybe, you lack ambition and easily settle for the status quo." His evaluation made me smile awkwardly. He had seen through me with one glance. He really had insight into people. "I've heard that now you're trying to achieve something. But I think you must not rush. You need to plan thoroughly before taking action. That's how you consider the whole picture." Professor Lee was a nationally known economist. Unlike many scholars, he didn't focus solely on theory, he preferred practical application. So his evaluations of us were based on our performance during university. His words opened my eyes. Thinking carefully about the past 2 months at Aolan, my biggest problem was impatience. I didn't see the whole picture. If I had finalized the contract earlier with Zhou Zhanqiang, maybe none of this would have happened. That thought still brought a sting to my heart. If I had been more meticulous, maybe I could have helped and ran more. I sighed softly. I had already decided to resign. What Professor Lee said could only be applied in my future work life now. We kept chatting. As it neared noon, I remembered I needed to find Lu Shui and have her deliver my resignation letter to Enran. So I stood up to say goodbye. Professor Lee walked me to the door. Just as I was about to leave, he suddenly said, "Joyeux, I heard you and Lan Lan broke up." He had always liked Chen Lan. He usually called her by her nickname. I gave a bitter smile, didn't expect even Professor Lee to know about it. He continued, "I don't understand young people's relationships anymore. But I know Lan Lan is a good girl. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be. But let me tell you, Anran is also a good girl. Joyeux, when the opportunity comes, seize it. Treasure the people who should be treasured." His words warmed my heart. In this cold city, to have such a respected teacher who still cared about me, this was a blessing. But I still couldn't bring myself to tell him that I had already decided to resign and leave the city. I left Professor Lee's home and walked slowly. Passing the plaza in front of the People's Hospital, I suddenly realized my phone had been off. Just as I was about to turn it on and call Lu Shui, I heard a woman's voice from not far away calling my name. "Joyeux, is that you?" I turned around and saw a woman in her 50s walking toward me. It was Auntie Kong, the woman I had saved. She was dressed normally, so I thought she had already been discharged. She was very happy to see me. I asked if she had been discharged, and she frowned. I want to leave, but my kids won't let me. They say I should stay a few more days. I got bored, so I came to the square to enjoy some sun. As she spoke, she suddenly paused. Her eyes lit up, like she remembered something. Then she looked at me and asked, Joie, it's the weekend. You're free, right? Perfect. Let Auntie Kong treat you to lunch. I quickly declined. But she didn't care. She grabbed my arm and pulled me along, saying, no matter how busy you are, you still have to eat lunch. I don't like eating alone anyway, just consider it keeping me company. I smiled wryly as she dragged me to a nearby restaurant. I was planning to treat her, but when I saw how upscale the place was, I started to hesitate. She seemed very familiar with this kind of place. Her fingers moved fast as she ordered 5 or 6 dishes in a row. If I hadn't stopped her, she would have kept going. After the waiter left, she smiled at me without saying a word, making me a bit uneasy. After a while, she spoke mysteriously, Joie, let Auntie introduce a girlfriend to you. One of my relatives, not much to look at, but good figure, tall. Besides that, well, she doesn't really have any other good points. Her honesty made me laugh out loud. I'd never seen anyone matchmake like this, listing out the flaws too. I quickly declined and tried to brush her off. Let's save that for another time, Auntie. I've got things to do later. But she didn't listen. She pulled out her phone and started looking up a number, saying, no time like the present. Today's a good day. She dialed the number before I could stop her. I had no choice but to sit there awkwardly and listen to her make the call. She was cheerful and talkative. I heard her say on the phone, I found you a boyfriend. If you don't come, I'm discharging myself now. I'll run away from home and never come back. I don't know what the other person said, but Auntie Kong continued, I'm not discussing this with you. I'm telling you, it's a must. Got it? You have 40 minutes. If you don't come, don't ever think about seeing me again. Then she gave the location and hung up. Smiling at me, she said, let's eat while we wait. She'll definitely show up. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This wasn't a blind date, this was a hostage situation. As soon as the dishes were served, Auntie Kong really started eating first. I looked at her with a wry smile and didn't feel comfortable picking up my chopsticks. After all, her relative was supposed to arrive soon. Seeing that I hadn't moved my chopsticks, Auntie Kong looked at me and casually said, Joie, let me tell you, you don't need to take that girl too seriously. She's just been spoiled. The more you flatter her, the more she thinks of herself. Come on, let's eat first. I symbolically picked at the food a little. I couldn't help but find it funny. Here I was, about to leave the city tonight, and yet I was set up for a random blind date by Auntie Kong. Leaving now wasn't an option. I had to brace myself and stay. I chatted idly with Auntie Kong. Before long, her phone rang. When she saw the number, she smiled proudly at me and said, see, she called. I knew she wouldn't dare not come. She answered with pride. I had no idea what was said on the other end, but when she hung up, she told me, Joie, keep eating. I'll go pick her up, she just parked the car. I nodded and smiled, waiting at the table. At the same time, I was curious. What kind of girl was this one that Auntie Kong claimed had no good traits? In a few minutes, I saw Auntie Kong walk in with a young woman. The sunlight was harsh that day, and the woman wore sunglasses. She followed behind Auntie Kong, not once lifting her head, just playing with her phone while walking. Even though her head was down, the moment I saw her, I felt a chill all over. It was a mix of shock, disbelief, and amazement. I even doubted whether I was seeing things, or whether what I saw was real. I believe in fate. Otherwise, in this vast world, why do some people meet, get to know each other, fall in love, while others just pass by and miss their chance? But what I couldn't believe was that such a low-probability coincidence would actually happen to me. The reason I was so shocked was because the woman who walked in with Auntie Kong, the one she said had no good traits, was Enran. I gave a bitter laugh. So Enran was Auntie Kong's relative, my blind date. The world really is full of surprises. When they walked up to me, Auntie Kong turned to scold Enran, all right, stop fiddling with your phone. Come, let me introduce you. But Enran still didn't lift her head, still typing on her phone. She hadn't even taken off her sunglasses. Clearly, she wasn't taking this blind date seriously. This handsome young man is Joyeux. If it weren't for him that day, I would've. Before Auntie Kong could finish, Enran suddenly looked up. I couldn't see her expression behind the sunglasses, but I could feel that she was shocked too. Then, she took off her sunglasses. Her face was full of surprise, which turned to anger, then to indifference. She obviously didn't expect to run into me in a situation like this either. I stood there awkwardly, not knowing how to face her. Auntie Kong looked at me, then looked at Enran and asked curiously, Ran, you two know each other? Enran immediately shook her head and said coldly, how could I know him? None of my friends are cowards or deserters. She was clearly angry, because of the resignation text I had sent her. Auntie Kong didn't understand. She lightly nudged and ran and scolded her, "What coward, what deserter? Sit down and speak nicely." Only then did Ran unwillingly sit down. But her eyes stayed fixed on me, and her cold stare made me feel like I was sitting on pins and needles. Seeing neither of us talking, Auntie Kong smiled and said to me, "Joie, this relative of mine." But before she could finish, Ran interrupted. She looked at me with a trace of disdain and said, "So you're the one who saved my mom? Then I really should thank you." It was obvious Ran was very angry. Even after knowing I saved Auntie Kong, her attitude toward me was still icy. But as soon as she finished speaking, Auntie Kong bumped her with her elbow and glared at her. Ran immediately turned and stared back with her big eyes, complaining, "What? Are you so ashamed to admit I'm your daughter?" Watching this mother-daughter duo made me not even know how to respond. Auntie Kong gave me an awkward smile, then whispered to Ran, "Of course I'm ashamed. What if Shua doesn't like your arrogant attitude? I'll have to find him another girl. If he knows you're my daughter, he might feel awkward seeing me in the future." The two of them actually started arguing. Auntie Kong spoke quietly, but I heard everything clearly. I gave a helpless smile. Ran snorted coldly, "He doesn't like me? Well, I don't like him either. Running away at the last minute, what kind of man is that?" Auntie Kong didn't understand what she meant. She thought Ran was talking about how I dropped her off at the hospital that night and then left. So she quickly explained, "That night he was the one who took me to the hospital and paid the deposit. You even." I didn't want this guessing game to go on any longer. I looked at Auntie Kong and said with a bitter smile, "Auntie Kong, actually I already knew President N. I used to work at Aulon. I just resigned." Now it was Auntie Kong's turn to be shocked. She looked at me, then at Ran. Suddenly, she sighed and her whole mood deflated. She slowly said, "Ah, then it's hopeless. If you've worked with her before, there's no way you'd fall for her. Another failed blind date." She sighed with frustration. Seeing her conflicted and helpless look, I found her even more endearing. "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" Ran looked like she was about to go crazy. She glared at her mom, completely exasperated. I glanced at Ran, and she just happened to be looking at me too. Our eyes met, and she instantly gave me a fierce glare, as if she wanted to eat me alive. Auntie Kong turned to Ran, dissatisfied, "What nonsense? Fine, I'm not afraid to embarrass myself in front of Joie. Let's be honest, what are your good qualities?" As she spoke, she started counting on her fingers. "You're lazy and greedy, and you've got a bad temper. Every weekend you sleep till noon, then get up with messy hair, no face washed, no teeth brushed, and just start eating. You never do any chores. Now that you've moved out, the maid still has to go clean your place. If I hadn't gone to check on you because you hadn't come home in so long, would I have been robbed?" Ran was clearly still mad at me. But after getting scolded like that by her mom, she turned red with both anger and embarrassment. After all, no woman wants a man to know her bad side. But hearing all that, I didn't think any less of her. In fact, I found it kind of cute. This version of Ran felt more real, more relatable than the cold, distant version I saw every day. Ran gave me another fierce glare, blaming everything on me. Then she interrupted her mom, "Mom, can you stop talking already?" "No." Auntie Kong glared and answered firmly. "Joie isn't a stranger. Think about it, you've lived over 20 years and are almost 30, and you've never even had a serious relationship. What does that say? It says your intelligence, no, your emotional intelligence, is low." She glanced at me again and explained, "Joie, her IQ isn't low, she got that part from me. The rest? Not so much." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My face was twisted with a mix of emotions. "You say one more word, and I'm leaving." Ran had reached her limit. She stood up, pretending to leave. Unexpectedly, Auntie Kong didn't back down. She slapped the table and stared back, threatening her, "Leave? You leave, and I'll discharge myself from the hospital." This was the first time I had seen a mother and daughter face off like this. Clearly, Auntie Kong won. Ran glared angrily at Auntie Kong, but in the end, she still sat down reluctantly. To show her protest, she turned her head away and ignored both me and Auntie Kong. But Auntie Kong wasn't done talking yet. She continued, "Why did I say all that in front of Joie? I just want him to be mentally prepared, to know what kind of person you really are. This is called being honest. If Joie can accept your flaws, that would be great. If he can't, then I'll introduce him to someone else." Maybe it was because I took Auntie Kong to the hospital, or maybe because I refused to take her red envelope. Whatever the reason, she seemed to have taken a real liking to me. Ran was so mad she didn't even look at us, just stared out the window angrily. Seeing Ran go quiet, Auntie Kong turned to ask me, "Joie, didn't you say you were busy with work when you came to the hospital a few days ago? It hasn't even been 2 days, how come you already quit? Was it because you couldn't stand her bad temper?" With just one sentence, Auntie Kong dragged the fire back to Ran. She dared to say it, but I didn't. I awkwardly shook my head and said in a low voice, "It's a personal decision." I thought, based on her impression of me, Auntie Kong would try to talk me into going back to Aolan. But she just waved her hand and said, "Fine. Who cares about that lousy company anyway? Let me help you find a better one. It'll definitely have better pay, and you won't have to deal with her temper." I was completely stunned. What kind of mother is this? Not only did she scold her daughter in front of me, she even cursed her daughter's company. But after spending some time with her, I knew this was just her personality, outgoing, talkative, and cheerful. Seeing neither of us speak, Auntie Kong winked at me, then said to Enran, "All right, I know you think I'm annoying. I'll leave then, okay? I'll head back to the hospital. You two young people can talk." Before leaving, she looked at me and subtly pointed at Enran, hinting that I should talk to her. I gave a bitter smile and nodded. After Auntie Kong left, Enran kept staring out the window, saying nothing. I sat there awkwardly, smiling to myself bitterly. I never imagined that my first blind date would turn out to be with Enran. Maybe, this is fate. To break the silence, I took the initiative and said, "President N, after getting home from old friend yesterday, I sent you a message. Did you see it?" Enran suddenly turned her head. She looked at me coldly and after a long pause asked, "You resigned just because I didn't reply to your message?" I shook my head. That wasn't the only reason, but the fact that she didn't reply did hit me hard. Most importantly, I didn't want to become a burden to her at a time like this, especially when I couldn't help her and only let her down. Enran gave a cold laugh. She stared at me and said coldly, "Let me tell you, Joyeux. Yesterday after I got back to the company from old friend, I left my purse in the car. When I got home, my phone was already dead. I only saw your message this morning. I tried calling you, but your phone was off." Her words made me feel a little guilty. I thought she didn't reply because she was disappointed in me. I never imagined it was just because her phone wasn't with her. Seeing I wasn't saying anything, Enran added angrily, "What surprised me even more is that you came here for a blind date. Joyeux, you really are something. You're in such a rush to find a girlfriend?" This was a huge misunderstanding. I stumbled over my words, explaining how Auntie Kong dragged me here. But Enran was still angry. She stared at me, pressing, "Then tell me, why exactly did you resign?" I let out a small sigh. I looked up at her and told her the truth. "Enran, I've been at the company for over 2 months now. Not only did I not close a single deal, I kept letting you down. And I also made a promise to Karen, if I didn't bring in a deal this month, I'd leave. I honestly think I'm not suited for this industry. I want to try something else." Enran stared at me expressionlessly. Her red lips moved slightly as she asked, "What do you want to try?" I shook my head. "I haven't decided yet. I just want to go home and see my parents. I haven't seen them in a long time." My vague answer didn't satisfy her. She gave a cold laugh, tilted her head and said, "Joyeux, now I finally understand why Chenlon broke up with you." I frowned, not expecting her to bring up Chenlon now. But that wasn't enough for Enran. She added bitterly, "You're a coward. Every time something happens, you run. You broke up with Chenlon and quit your job. Now, one deal falls through, and you're quitting again. And to think Professor Lee said you had talent. I've seen nothing but your flaws." Her words made me angry too. I said on purpose, "Yeah, I'm full of flaws. So resigning is perfect, out of sight, out of mind for you." As soon as I said that, her expression changed drastically. "Joyeux." Enran raised her voice, her eyes wide and suddenly rimmed with red. Tears welled up. I panicked. I never thought she'd cry. I quickly grabbed a tissue and offered it to her. But she slapped my hand away. She stood up, looked at me, and forced back her tears. "Your resignation is approved." She said it and grabbed her purse, turning to leave. I was completely flustered. I had resigned just so I wouldn't make things worse for her. But now she was crying because of it. I hurried after her, calling her name as I followed. But Enran ignored me. She walked quickly. When she got to the car, she opened the door and got in. I didn't know what to do, so I opened the passenger door and got in too. To my relief, Enran didn't kick me out. But she drove very fast, and I didn't dare say a word. I just stared at the steering wheel, afraid something might happen. She drove toward her home, but when she passed it, she didn't turn in. In the end, she stopped at the entrance of a slightly secluded alley. Her hands gripped the steering wheel, but her eyes were looking into the alley. I followed her gaze and saw an elderly man with gray hair, cooking stir-fried shaved ice at a street stall. A few kids in school uniforms were gathered around. Enran just stared silently. After a long while, she said softly, "When I was in elementary school, every time I felt down, I'd come here to eat this shaved ice. That sweet, cold taste, it made me feel like I could forget all my troubles. After college, when I came back from abroad, I thought this place would be gone. But he's still here. And the one I thought would always be here, isn't." I didn't know who she was referring to, but I knew one thing, this wasn't directed at me. I quietly got out of the car, bought 2 servings of the shaved ice, and came back. I handed one to her. And Ran took it, took a big bite, and finally smiled. I took the chance to tease her, and Ran, Auntie Kong said you're lazy and greedy. Looks like it's true. Her mouth was full of shaved ice, so she couldn't talk back. But she still turned around and gave me a playful glare. After finishing a bowl of stir-fried shaved ice, and Ran seemed to be in a much better mood. She turned to look at me, still eating, and asked, so, tell me, are you still planning to resign? I gave an awkward smile and said a bit uneasily, and Ran, right now I really feel like I'm good for nothing. I'm not doing well at work, and my love life is a mess. What I want most right now is to leave this place. Leave? Just like that? I silently nodded. And Ran looked at me in surprise, her eyes full of disappointment. She would never understand all that happened between me and this cold city. My best university years, my happiest love, all of it was here. I once loved this city so deeply, but in the end, all it gave me was wound after wound. And Ran looked out the window and softly said, Joyeux, what you said isn't right. This city is the same for all of us. It's cold. That's exactly why we need to support each other, lean on each other. Only by holding each other close can we feel warmth. Joyeux, I really need you right now. Alan needs you too. As she spoke, she turned to me and said, you say you're good for nothing, but that's exactly the opposite. You're smart, kind, and talented. It's just that, for now, you haven't found your place. You said you haven't closed a deal at Aulon. But do you know? When my parents first founded Aulon, they didn't get a single contract for 6 months. My mom once told me during that time, she and my dad survived on steamed buns and pickled vegetables. So, your little setback now, compared to what Aulon went through, doesn't mean much, does it? I fell into deep internal conflict. If I left, I'd worry about and ran. If I stayed, I feared I'd get hurt again. And I wasn't talking about work, I had realized that I already liked and ran. But I also knew clearly that we had no chance of being together. I would never tell her how I felt. Seeing I didn't speak, and Ran didn't push me. She just let me think quietly. I thought for a long while and finally decided to stay. I would wait until Aulon made it through this crisis. Then I'd say goodbye to and Ran. It would be my way of giving silently to the person I liked. I tried to sound casual and said, but I've already booked tonight's ticket. Hearing that, and Ran relaxed too. She rolled her eyes at me, you can refund a ticket? Refunds have fees. That might be nothing to you, but to me that's a fortune. I played the rascal, joking with her. The company will reimburse you. And Ran knew I was joking, but still played along. Seeing I no longer mentioned resigning, and Ran's mood improved a lot. She turned to look at me and got serious again. Joyeux, have you thought about it? Why did Jieyu's proposal use Wang Tao's and your ideas? I rolled the window down, lit a cigarette, took a drag, then said slowly, I've thought about that. It's nothing more than 2 possibilities, either there's a mole inside Aulon, or someone who attended the Qingzi proposal meeting leaked it. And Ran sighed lightly. She looked at me and continued, you just joined Aulon, so maybe you don't know some things yet. After I came back from abroad, my mom handed Aulon over to me. At first, everything went smoothly. But later, problems started to appear. Our company attended a few public bidding meetings, but every time the competing ad agencies seemed to know our bottom line offer. They always beat us by just a bit? I frowned and asked, so you're saying Aulon has had a mole for a while now? And Ran nodded. Then she looked at me seriously and said, Joyeux, do you know? Right now, there aren't many people I can trust at Aulon. You, Lu Shui, and our CFO, Zheng Qingxin. Aside from you 3, I don't know who else I can trust. Her words made me feel sad for her. A big company like Aulon, yet she could barely count on anyone. She sighed again and said, Joyeux, don't worry about the deal. But at the office, keep an eye out for me. I have to find the mole. Aulon can't take another hit. I nodded seriously. I told myself I absolutely couldn't mess up again this time. And Ran and I talked for a long time until the sky grew dark. Then she drove me home. When we reached the building, I had just stepped out of the car and taken a few steps when she suddenly called out, Joyeux, wait a second. I turned to look at her. The moment our eyes met, she seemed a little embarrassed. After a glance at me, she softly said, don't take what my mom said today seriously. I know you were forced into that blind date. But still, thank you for saving her that day. I smiled and purposely teased her, you think just because you say not to take it seriously, I won't? I'm seriously considering what Auntie Kong said. And Ran rolled her eyes at me and said with mock annoyance, keep dreaming. Go rest now, I'm leaving. Seeing her shy expression, my heart skipped a beat. I stood there and watched as her car slowly drove away. Just as I turned to go upstairs, barely a few steps in, I suddenly heard someone calling my name from behind, Joyeux. A voice I knew all too well. It used to bring me joy. Now, it only made me feel a hollow sadness. It was Chin Lan. I turned and saw her stepping out of a white domestic car. My first reaction was, Zhou Tiancheng must have bought it for her. But then I thought again, that didn't seem right. Zhou Tiancheng wouldn't buy her such a cheap car. Chen Lan walked over elegantly. She seemed thinner than before, but still beautiful. Especially that dignified aura she carried, it made me dazed for a second. It felt like we were back in the old days, when she waited for me downstairs after work. As soon as she saw me, she gave a calm smile and said, Joyeux, why has your phone been off? I've been trying to reach you since last night and couldn't get through. Her gentle voice made my heart ache again. If she had mocked or scolded me every time we met, maybe I'd feel better. But I couldn't handle her gentleness, because it reminded me too much of our past. I gave an awkward smile, took my phone out of my pocket, and showed her, explaining, battery died. I forgot to charge it. I was lying. I didn't know why, but I just didn't want to tell her the truth, that I had been planning to leave the city yesterday. Chen Lan didn't seem to mind what I said. She still gave a calm smile. Then she looked up at the apartment above, this place we once lived in together. After a while, she turned back and asked me, Joyeux, aren't you going to invite me in? I was finding it harder and harder to understand Chen Lan. Back then, she told me she cheated and got pregnant, and then broke up with me, so decisive when she left. But just when I was slowly getting used to life without her, she suddenly reappeared, treating me gently like she used to. It was overwhelming. But I seemed to be used to following her lead. Seeing she wanted to go upstairs, I just muttered awkwardly, the room's a bit messy. I wasn't lying. I had packed my things last night, and the room was a mess. But Chen Lan didn't care. She smiled and shook her head, looking at me as she said, how messy could it be? Haven't I seen it at its worst before? She was right. She used to be the lady of the house. The messiest time was right after we moved in. She spoke and walked into the stairwell first. I silently followed behind her. I had already packed up all the luggage and clothes. When Chen Lan saw it, she turned around in surprise and asked, Joyeux, are you moving out? I nodded awkwardly. Why? She pressed further. I had no choice but to lie, living alone in such a big flat feels like a waste. The rent's a burden too, so I want to find something smaller. Chen Lan stayed silent. She slowly walked around the room, clearly full of deep attachment to the place. After a while, she suddenly turned and said, Joyeux, help me contact the landlord. I want to rent this place. Her words made my heart ache again. Was she doing this because she couldn't let go of our past either? But I quickly replied, I haven't found a suitable place yet. I might not move for now. Chen Lan touched the wallpaper on the wall. It was light blue, something we put up together. She once said she liked blue because it represented purity. But in this cold city, living selfish and numb lives, we had long forgotten what purity meant. She sat down on the sofa, looked at me and gently said, Joyeux, I heard from Aijia. She said your deal with Zhanqiang fell through. You even had a fight with him. Now I understood why she had suddenly come to see me. After hearing about this, she must have tried to contact me. But my phone was off. Clearly, she still cared about me. But that care, it was too late. She was already someone else's woman. I took out a cigarette, lit it, took a drag, and slowly nodded. Yeah, it didn't go through. But it wasn't really a fight. Just a few complaints. Chen Lan let out a soft oh. After a while, she said, Joyeux, President Huang is back. She meant Huang Fei from Qingzi. I looked at her, confused about what she meant. She continued, as far as I know, our new product still hasn't gone into production. Advertising and marketing haven't been implemented either. I think you might still have a chance. Even though Zhou Tiancheng is in charge, President Huang has now ordered all new product marketing in the East China region to be paused. Since you and President An once visited him, I suggest you try again, there might still be a chance. She meant well. She knew I was struggling at Aolan, so she offered this idea to help. I looked at her and slowly shook my head. I don't think meeting with him will help. If the new product hasn't even hit the production line, it means your head office hasn't finalized any marketing plan. Even if I went to him, it'd be pointless. Chen Lan nodded thoughtfully, then said, I've considered that too. But the product will eventually be released. Acting early is always better than acting late. She had a point. I smoked while thinking, maybe I really should try meeting with Huang Fei? Seeing I didn't say anything, she stayed silent too, just sat and watched me smoke. After a while, she stood up, looked at me, and said, Joyeux, since you're fine, I'll head out first. Her calm gaze made me afraid to meet her eyes. I quickly nodded and muttered, At the door, Chen Lan suddenly turned back. She looked at me and said, Joyeux, no matter what happened between us in the past, in my heart, I've already seen you as family. Her words made my nose sting. She was right. After 5 years together, love and family had long blurred together, impossible to separate. Now that we were broken up, the love was gone, only the sense of family remained. Turns out, lovers and family are only separated by a thin line. Seeing me silent, she continued, so, Joyeux, I hope you live well, better than me, better than anyone. If you ever need anything from me, call me, okay? I was more and more unable to figure Qinlan out. When I was down and lost, she hit me with harsh words, telling me I wasn't even worthy of talking to Zhou Tiancheng. But when I truly hit rock bottom, she came to help me. I let out a quiet sigh. Maybe, in this life, I'd never be able to completely cut ties with Qinlan. Monday, sales department's weekly meeting. I knew it would be a tough morning for me. The meeting was held in the sales department office. When I arrived, most of my coworkers were already there. A colleague named Xiao Miao saw me enter and immediately grinned and called out loudly, "Zhuayu, I heard you're signing a big contract today, you better treat us." Xiao Miao was one of our top salesmen and a favorite of Karen. Good-looking, sweet-talking, and well-liked by her. But I knew he was mocking me on purpose. When I came in earlier, even the receptionist had comforted me. If even she knew the deal was lost, how could Xiao Miao not know? I glanced at him but didn't reply. I went back to my seat. Seeing everyone was here, Karen cleared her throat and began the meeting. First, she summarized last week's performance, then encouraged everyone to keep working hard. After going through the usual motions, she looked in my direction and asked, "Zhuayu, I heard your deal fell through again?" As soon as she finished, Xiao Miao turned to look at me with a smug, gloating expression. I nodded awkwardly. Karen then turned to address the others. "Everyone, you have to understand, losing deals is normal in sales. I've lost big clients too. But..." As she spoke, her gaze shifted back to me with a cold sharpness. My heart sank. I knew she was about to target me again. As expected, Karen continued, "But people need principles and limits. Some people, even when a deal is already clear, still use others and suppress others to lift themselves up." Karen's words made me shiver. What she meant was obvious. She was referring to the matter with Wang Tao and Zhou Zhanqiang. Every company has office politics. At Aolan, people often try to raise themselves up and put others down, but it's always done secretly. No one would openly say such things. But Karen was different. She insisted on putting it on the table. She was doing this to humiliate me. While I was thinking, Karen suddenly stared at me and asked, "Zhuayu, what exactly is your relationship with Aolan's marketing director, Zhou Zhanqiang?" All my colleagues' eyes turned to me. Most looked at me with contempt, and the rest were clearly taking pleasure in my misfortune. I felt like I had fallen into an ice cellar. I never expected Karen to know about this so early. It looked like all the problems I had feared were happening now. Seeing I didn't speak, Karen continued, "You won't answer, so I'll answer for you. Zhou Zhanqiang and you are classmates, right? He wanted to give you the deal, didn't he? The two of you worked together to put down the planning department colleagues to raise your position at Aolan, right?" I couldn't answer Karen's accusation. Although I really didn't know about this in advance, if I tried to explain, it would only make Zhou Zhanqiang look worse. After all, at that time he was trying to help me. And besides, Karen and the others wouldn't believe my words. Seeing I was speechless, Xiao Miao suddenly chimed in, "Oh right, Director Karen. I remember someone made a vow that if they didn't close a deal this month, they would resign." Although I was angry at Xiao Miao for kicking me while I was down, there was nothing I could do. Karen gave me a cold laugh and asked, "Zhuayu, you didn't forget about this, right?" I nodded and said, "I didn't forget. But it's not the end of the month yet, there's still a week left." Karen snorted coldly. Instead of looking at me, she said to the other colleagues, "All right, that's all for today's meeting. I'll be very busy this week. Xiao Miao and I will follow up on the Qingzi deal. This deal has been messed up by some people, but fortunately, Qingzi hasn't signed with another company yet. We still have a chance. If I'm not in the office, you can call me. All right, get to work." I finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, I had made it past this hurdle. But Karen wasn't finished. She walked over to my desk and lightly tapped it, saying arrogantly, "The administration department is short-staffed these days. I promised their director that you'd help out for a few days. It's nothing hard, just helping distribute office supplies and such. Go there now." I knew that even though we only had 1 week left under our agreement, she was sending me to the admin department. That was obviously her way of kicking me out. But she was the director, and I had to follow her orders. After I finished distributing office supplies with some colleagues in the admin department, I was very thirsty and went to the pantry to get a cola. As soon as I walked in, I saw Wang Tao holding a coffee, leaning against the cabinet. When he saw me, he gave me a slight smile. When Karen brought up this matter in the meeting, I knew sooner or later I'd have to meet Wang Tao. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. I grabbed a cola and walked up to him. Trying to act casual, I said, "Wang Tao, do you have time after work?" Wang Tao shrugged and asked, "What's up?" Feeling awkward, I continued, "I want to invite you to dinner. There are some things I want to talk with you about." Wang Tao smiled, took a sip of coffee, then looked at me calmly and said, "If you have time, you'd better use it to treat your clients." I heard if you don't close a deal this week, Karen will fire you. And even President and won't be able to save you. You made that vow yourself. As he spoke, he patted my shoulder lightly and walked out of the pantry. His reaction surprised me. He should have hated me, but instead he acted like it didn't matter. I didn't understand it. Just then, Lu Shui walked in. Seeing me, she immediately came over and playfully tapped my arm, smiling. Hey, back in the pantry drinking cola, are you slacking off again? Lu Shui was a very cute girl who always teased me a bit whenever she saw me. I took a sip of cola and asked her, weren't you doing the same thing? Where's President N? Lu Shui took out a can of cola and, pouring it, said, President N left a long time ago. She went to Qingzi with Karen and Xiao Miao. Earlier in the meeting, Karen had said she was going to Qingzi. I just didn't expect N Ran to go too. But it made sense, Qingzi was a big deal after all. Even so, I still felt a bit down. After all, I used to be the one working on the Qingzi deal with N Ran. Now I was out of the picture. While I was thinking, Lu Shui suddenly whispered, Zhuayu, you've been at Aolan so long and haven't taken me out to eat yet. How about lunch today? Treat me to something good? Looking at Lu Shui's cute expression, I teased her, sure, lunch in the cafeteria. Lu Shui puckered her lips and rolled her eyes at me, saying indignantly, cheapskate. The cafeteria? You treating me? Seeing she took it seriously, I laughed and said, I'm just kidding. Tell me, what do you want to eat? But I'm telling you, don't ask for a fancy meal, I don't have much money. As soon as Lu Shui heard I was serious about treating her, she put down her cup and pulled me along, let's go eat somewhere. There are just a few minutes left before we get off. Come on. After leaving the company, Lu Shui began planning out loud, mumbling, Japanese food is too bland, Korean barbecue is too greasy. What should we eat? I smiled, letting her ramble on without interrupting. After thinking for a bit, she suddenly turned to me. Just as she was about to speak, my phone rang. She immediately glared at me and said, Zhuayu, whoever it is, you have to treat me to lunch. No escaping. I smiled and nodded, took out my phone, and handed it to Lu Shui. With a bitter smile I said, it's President N. Lu Shui's mouth instantly pouted. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes slightly, and began praying, Amitba, President N is calling you for something good. Amen. Watching Lu Shui talk nonsense like that made me smile slightly. I answered the phone and heard N Ran say directly, Zhuayu, come to room 3118 at Yunhui restaurant right now. Let's have lunch together. I was a bit puzzled and wanted to ask what was going on. But judging by N Ran's businesslike tone, I had no choice but to agree without asking. After ending the call, I looked helplessly at Lu Shui. She stomped her foot in anger, frowned, and said begrudgingly, Zhuayu, today you didn't treat me. But next time, you have to make it up to me. And next time, I want a big meal, something really good. Looking at Lu